Ben sat hunched over his cluttered desk, staring at the grotesque specimen before him. There, splayed across the pages of his open physics textbook, lay a brightly colored spider, its vibrant red and blue markings still vivid despite its death. The creature's legs were curled inward like a withered flower, frozen in rigor mortis. "The mutant spider that bit Spider-Man," Ben muttered, his voice barely audible in the cramped bedroom. He'd managed to acquire the specimen from Oscorp just a few days earlier, though the circumstances of that acquisition were better left unexamined. The security footage would show nothing more than a brief electrical malfunction in the lab's containment system. 15 years had passed since Ben had awakened in this world as an infant, taking his place as the newest member of the Parker family. Ben Parker, not the beloved uncle whose name he shared, but rather the adopted cousin of one Peter Parker. The irony wasn't lost on him that he'd taken the name of the man whose death would one day catalyze his cousin's transformation into Spider-Man. Ben, SR, and May had taken him in without question, their hearts too large to turn away a child in need. They'd given him everything, a home, a family, unconditional love. But they could never give him what he'd lost when he'd been torn from his original world, his sense of belonging, his purpose, his destiny. That had come 5 years later during what should have been an ordinary spring camping trip. While exploring a secluded forest trail, 10-year-old Ben had discovered something that would change everything, a device that had fallen from the stars, disguised as nothing more than an unusual watch. The Omnitrix. Ben's fingers unconsciously traced the familiar weight on his wrist. In its original form, the Omnitrix was a marvel of galactic engineering, a device capable of connecting to Primus, the artificial organic planet that housed the genetic templates of over 1 million sentient alien species. Its creator, Azimuth, had envisioned it as a tool for unity, a way to break down the barriers between races and preserve endangered species across the universe. A Noah's Ark for the cosmos. Unfortunately, Ben's version seemed to be fundamentally broken. For 5 years, the device had remained dormant, its connection to Primus severed by unknown means. The interface remained blank, unresponsive to every attempt at activation he'd made. It was nothing more than an elaborate paperweight strapped to his wrist. Under normal circumstances, that might have been acceptable. But this wasn't a normal world. This was one of Marvel's infinite universes, a reality where gods walked among mortals and cosmic threats descended from the heavens with alarming regularity. Just last week, Tony Stark had held his infamous press conference, abandoning his prepared statement to declare those 4 words that would reshape the world. "I am Iron Man." The age of heroes had officially begun, and with it, the age of villains would surely follow. Ben had never harbored dreams of becoming a superhero. The responsibility, the constant danger, the inevitable loss of everyone you cared about. But living in New York City, ground zero for superhuman activity, meant that choice might not be his to make. He needed power, needed some way to protect himself and the people he loved, which brought him back to the spider. He'd never intended to steal Peter's destiny. His cousin deserved to become Spider-Man. The world needed Peter Parker to become Spider-Man. But that didn't mean Ben couldn't benefit from the same source of power. His plan had been simple: let the spider bite Peter first, then expose himself to it afterward, hoping to gain some fraction of those same abilities. The plan had failed spectacularly. The moment the spider had delivered its fate-changing bite to Peter, it had died, as if its entire purpose in existing had been fulfilled with that single action. It was almost poetic in its finality, the spider totem choosing its champion and immediately departing the world stage. "Perhaps this is the power of the spider totem," Ben whispered, echoing thoughts he'd had countless times over the past few days, as unshakable as the web of fate itself. He'd tried everything to activate the Omnitrix using the spider's remains. The device showed no interest in non-sentient life forms, designed as it was to catalog intelligent species. Even attempting to use Peter's hair as a genetic sample had yielded nothing. The watch wouldn't extract DNA from members of the same species as its wielder. Now, staring at the spider's corpse, Ben felt desperation creeping in like a cold tide. His dad's death was approaching. He could feel it in the way Peter had been staying out later, the way he'd been testing his new abilities in secret. The catalyst for Spider-Man's origin story was mere weeks, maybe days away. Ben couldn't let that happen. He wouldn't watch the man who'd raised him die just to preserve some cosmic narrative. If he couldn't gain power through conventional means, then he'd have to take an unconventional approach. He remembered a comic storyline where a man had consumed the corpse of a similar spider, only to transform into a horrifying creature, a human shell filled with countless arachnids. The image still haunted him, but desperation had a way of making even the most terrifying options seem reasonable. If I were just an ordinary citizen, Ben said aloud, his voice steadier than he felt, maybe I could ignore all this. But I'm Spider-Man's cousin, I know what's coming. The mathematics were simple and brutal. Spider-Man's rogues gallery would emerge, drawn to the hero like moths to a flame. The Green Goblin would target Peter's loved ones with surgical precision. His dad would die, Gwen Stacy would die, and countless others would follow. The Parker family curse would claim victim after victim. Ben refused to be one of them. More importantly, he refused to let his dad become one of them. His gaze fell to the Omnitrix, its dark face reflecting his own desperate expression. The device had one function that might save him, its genetic repair protocols. In the original timeline, Ben Tennyson had used the Omnitrix to cure an entire planet's worth of genetic pollution, reversing the effects of the DN alien plague. The watch was designed to protect its wielder from genetic contamination. If Ben was right, if he could trigger the Omnitrix's emergency protocols by putting himself in genetic danger, then maybe, just maybe, he could gain the spider's power without losing his humanity. It was an insane gamble, but it was the only card he had left to play. Ben picked up the spider's corpse between his thumb and forefinger, its legs crackling like dried leaves. The creature was no larger than a quarter, but it felt as heavy as a mountain in his hand. This tiny thing had the power to create heroes and monsters in equal measure. "Here goes nothing," he whispered, and before he could lose his nerve, he tossed the spider into his mouth. The effect was immediate and horrifying. The spider's legs, sharp as needles and hard as bone, pierced the soft tissue of his mouth, scratching against his teeth as they sought purchase. For a moment, Ben's mind conjured the impossible sensation that the creature was still alive, still trying to escape its oral prison. The taste was indescribable, bitter beyond imagining, like chewing on copper pennies soaked in battery acid. Ben's gag reflex kicked in immediately, his body's natural response to consuming something so fundamentally wrong. He clapped both hands over his mouth, fighting the urge to spit out the spider and abandon this mad plan. No, he thought fiercely, I've come too far to quit now. Ben bit down hard, feeling the spider's exoskeleton crack between his molars. The creature's body ruptured like a tiny balloon, flooding his mouth with viscous fluid that burned like liquid fire. His tongue began to swell immediately, the tissues blistering where the spider's venom made contact. Forcing himself to swallow was like trying to drink molten metal mixed with broken glass. The spider's remains scraped against his throat, and he could feel individual legs lodging themselves in his esophagus. Every instinct screamed at him to purge the toxin from his system, but Ben held fast to his resolve. The pain started in his stomach, a sharp, stabbing sensation like being impaled by a dozen ice picks. Ben doubled over, his chair toppling backward as he crashed to the floor. The sound echoed through the house like a gunshot. "What the hell?" Ben gasped, his voice already changing, becoming rougher and more guttural. The mutation was beginning and the Omnitrix remained silent. Agony spread through his body like wildfire. Ben could feel his internal organs reshaping themselves, his stomach lining dissolving and reforming to accommodate changes he couldn't begin to understand. It was as if thousands of tiny spiders were crawling through his bloodstream, each one carrying a fragment of genetic code that rewrote his very essence. His vision began to fragment, reality splitting into a kaleidoscope of overlapping images. New eyes were forming, pushing through the skin around his temples and forehead. Ben watched in horror as his field of vision expanded beyond human limitations, granting him a spider's panoramic awareness of his surroundings. Thump, 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 footsteps on the stairs. May climbing toward his room with the careful pace of someone who'd heard something concerning. Ben's muscles spasmed, his spine contorting as new appendages began to emerge from his shoulder blades. He could feel his bone structure changing, his ribs expanding to accommodate additional organs he didn't recognize. The transformation was accelerating, driven by the spider's potent genetic payload. "Knock, knock, knock. Ben, honey, are you all right?" May's voice carried through the door, warm with concern. "I heard a crash." Ben tried to answer, but when he opened his mouth, only a harsh, chittering sound emerged. His tongue had begun to split, forming mandibles that clicked together involuntarily. Razor-sharp fangs pushed through his gums, replacing his human teeth with instruments of predation. The bloodlust hit him like a physical force, primal and overwhelming. Every cell in his body screamed for sustenance, for the rich protein that could only be found in living flesh. He could hear his adopted mom heartbeat through the door, smell the iron in her blood, sense the warmth of her skin. No, Ben thought, but the word felt distant, overwhelmed by instincts that weren't his own. "I won't hurt her. I won't become a monster." But his body had other ideas. Spider-like appendages erupted from his eye sockets, pushing his human eyes aside like useless vestigial organs. His skin began to split along his arm.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
And legs, revealing the chitinous exoskeleton forming beneath. He was becoming something inhuman, something that belonged in nightmares rather than reality. Ben, May's voice was closer now, right outside his door. "You're scaring me, sweetie. What's wrong?" Ben clamped his hands over his mouth, muffling the inhuman sounds that kept escaping. He had to get out, had to put distance between himself and the innocent woman who'd raised him. But his legs wouldn't obey him. They were too busy transforming, joints relocating and multiplying to accommodate his new anatomy. The door handle turned with a soft click. No. Ben tried to scream, but the sound that emerged was more akin to a hiss than human speech. Light spilled into the room as the door swung open, illuminating Ben's monstrous form. But just as despair threatened to consume him entirely, salvation arrived in the form of a familiar green glow. Light spilled into the room as the door swung open, but just as despair threatened to consume him entirely, the Omnitrix flashed to life. Just as May pushed open the door and stepped into the room, a brilliant green light erupted from within, forcing her to instinctively shield her eyes against the sudden glare. The illumination lasted only seconds, but when May's vision cleared, she found herself staring at an utterly bizarre scene. Ben lay in his bed, the covers pulled up to his chin and bulging outward like he'd somehow managed to stuff an entire circus tent under the blankets. Only his head was visible, poking out with what he probably hoped was a casual expression. "Hi, Mom," Ben said, his voice carefully controlled but carrying an odd, strained quality. May blinked, her mind racing with questions she wasn't sure she should ask. What had caused that strange flash of light? What was that terrible noise she'd heard from downstairs? And why did it look like Ben had somehow hidden a refrigerator under his blanket? But experience had taught her that teenagers needed their privacy, especially when they were clearly dealing with something they weren't ready to discuss. Still, her maternal instincts wouldn't let her simply walk away. She approached the bed slowly, her weathered hands reaching out to press against Ben's forehead with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd raised 2 boys through countless fevers and illnesses. "You don't seem to have a temperature," she murmured, though worry lines creased her brow, "but I think we should get you to a doctor just to be safe." Ben's grip on the blankets tightened visibly, his knuckles going white. "No, Mom, really, I'm fine. There's no need for a hospital visit." The word hospital hung in the air like a lead weight. In America, medical care was a luxury the Parker family could barely afford on Ben's irregular income. Ben had no intention of adding unnecessary financial burden to the people who'd already given him so much. "You've been missing school for days now, Ben," May said, her voice taking on that particular tone reserved for serious conversations. "Ever since you and Peter came back from that field trip to Oscorp, both of you have been different. Peter seems to be adjusting better, but you..." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "Ben and I are worried about you." "I just haven't felt like going to school," Ben said weakly, pulling the covers even higher. "Haven't felt like it." May's voice rose slightly, surprise and frustration warring in her expression. She opened her mouth to deliver what would undoubtedly be a memorable lecture about the importance of education, but the sound of a car door slamming in the driveway interrupted her thoughts. The engine noise that followed was unmistakable. Ben's ancient sedan, a vehicle that announced its presence with the mechanical equivalent of a death rattle every time it started or stopped. "Dad's home already?" Ben asked quickly, seizing the opportunity to change the subject. "I thought he was working a double shift today." May's expression darkened, worry replacing annoyance. "Peter got into a fight at school. They called us to come pick him up." She sighed heavily, the weight of managing 2 teenage boys clearly pressing down on her shoulders. Moving toward the door, she turned back to fix Ben with a stern look that brooked no argument. "I need to go deal with Peter right now, but don't think this conversation is over. Your uncle and I are going to have a serious talk with you later, understood?" Ben nodded meekly, maintaining his innocent expression until May closed the door behind her. Only when her footsteps faded down the hallway did he finally allow himself to exhale, his shoulders sagging with relief. Carefully, he pulled back the blankets to examine his body. The spider's transformation hadn't been completely reversed. Patches of his skin still showed the subtle chitinous texture of an exoskeleton, and he could feel additional muscle mass that definitely hadn't been there before. The Omnitrix had stabilized his condition rather than eliminating it entirely. Omnitrix operating on minimal power reserves. Recharging in progress. Genetic rehabilitation estimated completion 1 minute 37 seconds. Incredible, Ben muttered, staring at the slowly pulsing device on his wrist. The self-destruct sequence could obliterate a solar system, but gene therapy requires a coffee break to recharge. He wasn't particularly concerned about losing the spider abilities. Once the Omnitrix was fully operational, Spider-Man's powers would seem quaint by comparison. Among the million-plus alien genetic templates stored within the device, countless species possessed abilities that made wall-crawling and web-slinging look like party tricks. The seconds ticked by with agonizing slowness. Ben could feel the remaining mutations gradually fading as the Omnitrix's repair protocols worked their magic. But just as the final traces of the spider's influence disappeared, the watch's face shifted from green to blue, and countless shadowy icons began cycling rapidly across its surface. Entering calibration mode. Ben's heart leaped. Calibration mode, does that mean the connection to Primus has been re-established? The original Omnitrix didn't store genetic templates locally. It functioned more like a sophisticated wireless device, downloading transformation data from the artificial planet Primus as needed. Calibration mode was the process by which the watch would randomly select 10 initial alien forms for immediate access. I wonder what I'll get, Ben whispered, excitement building despite himself. Among the universe's vast catalog of sentient species, few commanded more respect or fear than Alien X, the omnipotent reality warper whose very existence challenged the laws of physics. But Ben found himself hoping that particular template wouldn't be among his starting selection. Alien X's power came with the rather significant drawback of requiring unanimous agreement between 3 distinct personalities just to blink. The risk of being trapped in an internal debate for eternity seemed like a poor trade-off, even for cosmic-level abilities. The calibration process completed in moments, the watch's appearance returning to normal while its internal database quietly populated with 10 randomly selected genetic profiles. Ben pressed the activation stud on the watch's side, watching as the face projected a holographic interface. The familiar hourglass symbol unfolded into a diamond-shaped display, revealing a humanoid silhouette wreathed in what appeared to be flames. Heat blast, Ben breathed, recognizing the Pyronite template immediately. He rotated the selection dial, cycling through icons he remembered from what felt like another lifetime. 4 arms, Diamond Head, XLR-8, Upgrade, Stinkfly, Ripjaws, Wildmutt, Ghost Freak, and finally, Gray Matter. The original 10, he said with satisfaction. I couldn't have asked for a better starting lineup. Each transformation offered unique advantages that would serve him well in the Marvel Universe. 4 arms provided raw physical power that could match the Hulk's baseline strength. Diamond Head's crystalline form could withstand incredible punishment while generating devastating projectiles. XLR-8's velocity would make him faster than Quicksilver, while Upgrade's technopathy could interface with Tony Stark's most sophisticated systems. But it was gray matter that truly excited him. The Galvan genetic template belonged to the same species as Azimuth himself, one of the 5 most intelligent beings in the known universe. With gray matter's enhanced cognitive abilities, Ben could potentially unlock the Omnitrix's full potential, bypassing every security protocol and limitation Azimuth had built into the system. Of course, intelligence without knowledge was like having a supercomputer without software. In the original series, even Ben Tennyson had struggled to accomplish basic tasks as gray matter until he'd built up sufficient experience. But Ben Parker had advantages the original Ben lacked. He knew exactly what the Omnitrix was capable of, and more importantly, he understood the scientific principles underlying its operation. Before he could experiment with any transformations, however, footsteps echoed up the staircase once again. Ben quickly pulled his sleeve down to conceal the watch, recognizing the familiar rhythm of Peter's gait. That's definitely Peter, he murmured, then paused as realization struck him. Wait. When did my hearing get this good? The door opened before he could pursue that thought further. Hey Ben, feeling any better? Peter began, but the words died in his throat as their eyes met. Something electric passed between them in that moment, an almost tangible connection that seemed to resonate in the very air around them. Both young men felt their hair stand on end, as if invisible threads were drawing taut between their minds. Wait, Peter said slowly, his eyes widening with recognition and something approaching panic. You too. The accusation hung in the air like a loaded gun. Don't tell me you were bitten by a spider too. Peter continued, his voice rising with each word. Ben could understand his cousin's shock. A few days ago, Peter had been an ordinary high school student dealing with ordinary teenage problems. Then came the field trip to Oscorp, the spider bite, and overnight transformation into something beyond human. The last thing he'd expected was to discover that his cousin had somehow acquired similar abilities. For his part, Ben was genuinely surprised to discover that any spider-based abilities remained. He'd assumed the Omnitrix's genetic rehabilitation would completely purge the foreign DNA from his system. Apparently, the device had found a way to integrate the beneficial mutations while eliminating the dangerous ones, a feat of bioengineering that boggled the mind. In response to Peter's increasingly frantic questioning, Ben considered his options carefully. He could lie, deflect, or provide some sanitized version of events. Instead, he chose honesty, or at least a version of it. To be precise, Ben said with deliberate casualness, I ate the spider. Peter stared at him in stunned silence, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly like a fish gasping for air. This is incredible. Peter practically bounced off the bed, his earlier shock replaced by manic excitement. I knew something was off about Oscorp. Can I borrow your computer? Without waiting for an answer, he dropped into the chair at Ben's desk and powered up the ancient desktop machine. The computer tower wheezed to life with a sound like an asthmatic rhinoceros, its cooling fans struggling against years of accumulated dust and neglect. Peter drummed his fingers impatiently as the antiquated system crawled through its boot sequence. Come on, he muttered, finally managing to open a web browser. His enhanced reflexes made the keyboard feel sluggish as he typed, pulling up image after image of various spider species. Look at this, Oscorp Enterprises has been conducting extensive arachnid research, but they're definitely not just studying silk production. Ben leaned against the wall, arms crossed. You're planning to investigate Oscorp? Don't you want to know how we transformed, whether there might be adverse side effects? Peter's voice carried an edge of desperation that went beyond mere scientific curiosity. We could be looking at cellular degeneration, genetic instability, cancer. You transformed because the spider totem chose you, Ben thought but didn't say. And I transformed because the Omnitrix protected me while I did something monumentally stupid. He possessed knowledge that Peter couldn't even begin to imagine, but sharing it would only complicate an already dangerous situation. Honestly, no, I don't want to know, Ben said with a shrug. Peter spun around in the chair, staring at his cousin in disbelief. How can you not care? Because Oscorp Enterprises might not be Stark Industries yet, but they're still one of New York's most powerful corporations, Ben replied pragmatically. In a society where capital equals power, going up against them is just asking for trouble we can't handle. The truth was more complex than that. Ben knew exactly what investigating Oscorp would lead to: encounters with Norman Osborn, Dr. Kurt Connors, and eventually a rogues gallery of villains who would make their lives a living hell. He had no intention of becoming a superhero, which meant he had even less intention of painting a target on his family's back. Instead, he was already formulating plans to leverage his new abilities for more practical purposes. With gray matter's intelligence and the Omnitrix's vast catalog of alien technologies, he could develop innovations that would revolutionize multiple industries while securing his family's financial future. I'm thinking of starting a company, Ben said half to himself. Maybe call it Parker Industries. No, wait, that name has terrible luck attached to it. The name Parker Industries always reminded him of the various comic storylines where Peter's attempts at corporate success ended in spectacular failure, usually involving mind control, body swapping, or hostile takeovers by supervillains. How about Primus Technologies? He mused aloud. What's Primus Technologies? Peter asked without turning from the computer screen. My future company, and you're going to work for me someday. Fascinating, Peter said with obvious sarcasm, pulling up a new web page. This time, instead of spiders, the screen displayed a photo of a blond man in a lab coat. Look at this, Dr. Kurt Connors, prominent biologist. He used to work with my father at Oscorp. Ben moved closer, resting one hand on the back of Peter's chair. Of course, he recognized the future Dr. Lizard, though he kept his expression carefully neutral. So you think he might know something? I want to talk to him, Peter said, his eyes burning with an intensity that had nothing to do with spider powers. This wasn't just about understanding their transformations. It was about the parents Peter had lost, the questions that had haunted him for years, the desperate need for closure that Ben understood all too well. It wasn't hard to sympathize with Peter's obsession. The boy had been so young when Richard and Mary Parker died, old enough to remember them but too young to understand why they'd left. Now, faced with evidence that his father had been involved in the very research that had changed him, Peter was grasping for any connection to his lost family. But Peter was forgetting a crucial fact. No amount of investigation would bring his parents back. His fixation was already causing friction with Ben SR and May, who worried constantly about his increasingly reckless behavior. "You can go if you want," Ben said carefully, "but I won't be joining you." Unlike Peter, Ben had no blood connection to Richard and Mary Parker. He'd been adopted by Ben and May first, becoming part of the family before Peter had arrived as a traumatized child. His loyalties lay with the people who'd raised him, not with ghosts from the past. More importantly, he had no intention of letting his dad die just to preserve some cosmic narrative about Spider-Man's origin story. If protecting his family meant keeping Peter away from the superhero life entirely, so be it. Even if Spider-Man himself stood in his way, Ben would transform into 4 arms and settle the matter with his fists. "Don't you want to understand what's happening to your body?" Peter pressed, genuine confusion in his voice. "These mutations could affect our entire lives. We might become superheroes or," he swallowed hard, "or we might become monsters. I trust that if you find any research results, you won't let your cousin turn into a spider monster," Ben said dryly. Then, without warning, he reached out and grabbed Peter's shoulders, lifting him out of the chair with casual ease. Peter weighed maybe 140 pounds soaking wet, but in Ben's enhanced grip he felt light as a watermelon. "What are you doing?" Peter demanded, struggling futilely in midair. Spider-Man's powers took time to develop fully. Peter's strength was still growing, his reflexes still adapting. Right now, he was no match for Ben's spider-enhanced abilities. "I'm asking you to leave," Ben said matter-of-factly. "I don't remember inviting you into my room." He carried Peter to the door, set him down in the hallway, and promptly closed and locked the door behind him. Ben had decided to keep the Omnitrix secret for now, not because he didn't trust Peter, but because he didn't trust SHIELD. The shadowy organization had a habit of recruiting or neutralizing anyone with unusual abilities, and Ben had no desire to spend his life as either an asset or a test subject. "Time to see if I can crack the Omnitrix's security protocols," he murmured, activating the watch's interface. He scrolled through the available transformations until he found Gray Matter's icon, a small, bulbous-headed figure that looked deceptively harmless. Ben pressed his palm down on the watch face, and green light filled the room. The transformation was instantaneous and disorienting. One moment he was a teenager standing beside his desk. The next, he was a palm-sized amphibian perched on what now seemed like a vast wooden plateau. His new form resembled a miniature gray frog with disproportionately large hands, bulging eyes, and horizontal pupils that gave him an almost alien perspective on the world. "Incredible!" Ben exclaimed, his voice now a high-pitched squeak. "I can feel knowledge flooding into my mind." The change was more than just physical. His brain had been fundamentally rewired to accommodate Galvan-level intelligence, and with it came fragments of inherited knowledge encoded in Gray Matter's DNA. Concepts that had seemed impossibly complex just moments ago now appeared elegantly simple. The Galvans actually passed down knowledge through genetic memory, Ben marveled. "That's incredible." Unfortunately, the inherited knowledge wasn't comprehensive enough to immediately crack the Omnitrix's security systems. Azimuth had been far too clever for that, deliberately positioning the watch's core systems on Gray Matter's back where they would be virtually impossible to access during transformation. "I'll need sophisticated tools," Ben realized, studying his tiny hands. "Maybe some kind of mechanical assistance system." The problem was that Gray Matter's inherited knowledge was still far beyond his baseline human understanding. It was like trying to teach calculus to someone who hadn't learned basic arithmetic. The concepts were there, but the foundation was missing. "I should be more practical," Ben decided, clenching one tiny fist and striking it against his palm. "Why not start with something simple?" His gaze fell on the physics textbook that now loomed over him like a skyscraper. Scattered across the desk were homework assignments he'd been struggling with for days, problems that had seemed impossibly complex with his human intellect. "Perfect," he squeaked, grabbing a ballpoint pen that was now roughly the size of a telephone pole. "Let's see what Gray Matter can do with high school physics." He climbed onto the textbook, using his enhanced agility to navigate to the first unsolved problem. The question involved calculating magnetic induction intensity and corresponding velocities, concepts that had given him headaches for weeks. Find the minimum value of magnetic induction intensity and the corresponding speed of the sphere. Ben read aloud, shaking his bulbous head in disbelief. "This is what Earth children study? Remarkable. Galvan youth understand far more complex principles before they can even walk." The solution was laughably simple with his enhanced intellect. Ben scribbled down equations with practiced ease, solving in minutes what would have taken him hours in human form. The mathematics flowed like poetry, each variable falling into place with satisfying precision. "Too easy," he muttered, moving on to the next problem. Much too easy. Within 10 minutes, he'd completed an entire week's worth of assignments. Problems that had seemed impossibly complex now felt like elementary addition. As he set down the oversized pen, Ben turned his attention to the computer monitor that now dominated his field of vision like a drive-in movie screen. The real work was just beginning. "All right," he said, cracking his tiny knuckles with determination. "Time to get down to business." Dennis Carradine awoke to waves of excruciating pain that felt like someone had taken an axe to his skull. His wrists burned where coarse rope cut into his flesh, and his stomach lurched as he realized his feet were dangling in empty air. The sensation of swaying back and forth made him feel like a piece of meat hanging in a butcher's shop. Where am I?" He groaned, the words scraping against his raw throat. He tried to force his eyes open, but even the dim light filtering through grimy windows felt like needles stabbing into his corneas. His vision swam with double images, everything blurred and distorted beyond recognition. The air carried no hint of ocean spray or salt, just the familiar cocktail of dust, rust, and old gunpowder that permeated every abandoned building in Hell's Kitchen. This wasn't some waterfront warehouse. It was exactly the kind of forgotten industrial space where people disappeared without a trace. "I've been kidnapped." The realization hit him like a cold slap. It happened all the time in New York, but Dennis had never imagined he'd be worth the trouble. He was nobody, just another small-time crook trying to scrape together enough cash to get out of this hellhole city. Damn it, he thought desperately. If I'd known this would happen, I should have robbed a bank, stolen a car, and gotten the hell out of New York while I still could. Dennis Carradine. The voice that emerged from the shadows was unlike anything he'd ever heard, sharp and layered, as if multiple people were speaking in perfect unison. The sound echoed through the cavernous space, each reverberation pressing against his chest like invisible hands trying to crush his ribs. Dennis's face contorted with terror. "Please, sir, Dennis Carradine," the voice repeated with mechanical precision, "do you know why I brought you here?" As his vision slowly cleared, Dennis could see that he was suspended from the ceiling of what looked like an old manufacturing plant. Industrial walkways and sheet metal barriers stretched out below him, but directly underneath was nothing but empty air and a concrete floor that seemed impossibly far away. His heart hammered against his ribs as the full scope of his predicament became clear. The rope creaked ominously with each slight movement, and he could feel gravity pulling at his body like an impatient predator. "I don't know, sir," Dennis whimpered, his voice cracking with barely contained panic. "Whatever you want, money, information, anything, I can get it for you. Just please, please don't." "I don't want your money," the voice interrupted with cold finality. "I don't need information from you." A chill ran down Dennis's spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. Then what do you want?" "I want your life." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Dennis felt his bladder nearly give way as the implications sank in. He wasn't being held for ransom or intimidation, this was an execution. "No, sir, please." Tears streamed down his face as he craned his neck desperately, trying to catch sight of his captor. "I don't understand. How did I offend you? Whatever I did, I'll make it right. I'll do anything at all." He had to be at least 50 feet above the concrete floor. A fall from this height would turn his skull into pulp and scatter his brains across the factory floor like spilled paint. Movement in the shadows caught his attention, and Dennis felt his breath catch in his throat. A figure stepped into the dim light, but it wasn't human. The creature stood upright like a man but moved with the predatory grace of a velociraptor. Its sleek body was primarily black, with electric blue markings running along its arms and legs. A long, powerful tail swished behind it, decorated with the same blue stripes that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. "Sir?" Dennis whispered, his voice barely audible. The word died in his throat as pure terror overwhelmed his ability to speak. His pupils contracted to pinpricks as his mind struggled to process what he was seeing. This wasn't a man in a costume or some kind of elaborate hoax. This was something that shouldn't exist, a living nightmare that had stepped out of humanity's deepest fears. The creature, Ben, transformed into XLR-8, paced back and forth on the metal platform with restless energy. His feet, equipped with natural ball bearings, created a rhythmic clicking sound against the steel grating that echoed through the empty factory like mechanical applause. Ben had originally planned to simply monitor his dad's movements, staying close enough to intervene if danger presented itself. But after experiencing gray matter's enhanced intelligence, he'd realized how reactive and inefficient that approach was. Why wait for tragedy to strike when you could prevent it entirely? "I hacked into the NYPD database and pulled your file, Dennis Carradine," Ben said, his altered voice carrying an edge of impatience. The XLR-8 transformation always made him feel restless, like there was electricity running through his veins instead of blood. There aren't many criminals in New York with star tattoos on their wrists. In fact, you're the only one. Ben had cross-referenced his knowledge of different Spider-Man continuities to identify potential threats. In Tobey Maguire's universe, Ben SR had been killed by Flint Marko, the future Sandman. In Andrew Garfield's world, the killer was identified by a distinctive star tattoo. Since this reality seemed to blend elements from multiple Spider-Man iterations, Ben had decided to cover all possible angles. A thorough search for Flint Marko had turned up nothing. The man simply didn't exist in this timeline. But Dennis Carradine's criminal record was easy enough to access once Ben had applied Gray Matter's hacking skills to the task. "If I offended you somehow, I'm willing to apologize," Dennis pleaded, his voice barely holding together. He'd realized this wasn't a random attack by some mutant psychopath. His captor knew his name, had researched him. That suggested this was personal, but Dennis couldn't think of anyone he'd wronged badly enough to warrant this level of retaliation. He was a nobody, a small-time criminal who barely managed to stay fed most days. Who would go to this much trouble for revenge against someone so insignificant? Maybe he'd accidentally crossed the wrong person. Or perhaps his eyes darted to Ben's reptilian features. Maybe he'd stepped on the wrong lizard in some sewer tunnel. "When I kill you," Ben said with chilling matter-of-factness, "I'll apologize to your corpse." He approached the rope with deliberate slowness, his razor-sharp claws extending like switchblades. The metal gleamed dully in the filtered light, each point honed to surgical sharpness. Ben knew this wasn't justice in any traditional sense. A true hero would find another way, capture the criminal, turn him over to authorities, maybe try to reform him through compassion and understanding. But Ben had never claimed to be a hero. He wasn't interested in moral high ground or ethical purity. All that mattered was protecting the people he loved, and if that required getting his hands dirty, so be it. No, no, no. Dennis screamed as he watched the claws begin to cut through the rope. Individual fibers snapped with tiny popping sounds, each one bringing him closer to death. "I don't know what I did to you, but please forgive me. I'll change, I'll leave the city. I'll never hurt anyone again." "You don't know?" Ben paused his cutting, tilting his head with mock curiosity. "That's fine, I can explain. You're going to die because you were planning to kill a good man, a kind man who never hurt anyone in his life." "I never killed anybody." Dennis sobbed, shaking his head frantically. "I swear on my mother's grave I've never murdered anyone." "Not yet," Ben agreed, resuming his methodical destruction of the rope. "But in a few days that would change." A few days, Dennis thought wildly, this thing is completely insane. The regret hit him like a physical blow. He should have left Hell's Kitchen years ago, should have robbed a convenience store or stolen a car, and gotten out of New York entirely. California, Florida, Canada, anywhere would have been better than staying in this urban war zone where gang violence claimed new victims every day, but it was too late for should-haves and might-have-beens. "I won't," Dennis cried out desperately, grasping at his only remaining hope. "I promise I won't hurt anyone. I'll leave the city tonight, you'll never see me again." But Ben had heard enough. The XLR-8 transformation was making him increasingly impatient, and he'd already wasted more time on conversation than he'd intended. With a final, decisive swipe of his claws, he severed the rope completely. Dennis plummeted toward the concrete floor, his scream echoing off the factory wall's crash. The sound wasn't Dennis hitting the ground, but rather something smashing through the factory's roof in an explosion of twisted metal and pulverized concrete. A figure wreathed in flames streaked downward like a falling star, the heat signature so intense that Ben could feel it washing over his face from 20 feet away. The newcomer swooped down with impossible precision, catching Dennis mere inches before impact and setting him gently on the floor. Repulsors flared as the armored figure rose back up to hover at Ben's eye level, the iconic red and gold suit gleaming in the dim light. "Tony Stark," Ben snarled, his voice distorting with XLR-8's inhuman vocal cords and barely contained rage. "Tony Stark." Ben's voice carried a snarl of frustration as he glared at the armored figure hovering before him. This was the last complication he'd wanted to deal with. "Guilty as charged," came the sardonic reply from within the red and gold suit. "I take it you're a fan. Though I have to say, this is the first time I've had a velociraptor recognize me. What's next? Autograph request from pterodactyls." "Sir," Jarvis's measured voice carried clearly through the armor's external speakers, "I believe this creature did not escape from a zoo." "Thanks for the clarification, Jarvis," Tony replied with exaggerated patience. "Sometimes I wonder if your humor protocols need a complete overhaul." The creature before him was clearly not terrestrial in origin, that much was obvious even without a detailed scan. Tony had encountered plenty of exotic technology since becoming Iron Man, but nothing quite like this sleek predatory form that seemed to radiate barely contained energy. "So," Tony said, shifting into a more serious tone, "mind telling me who or what you are?" Tony's appearance here was purely coincidental. He'd been testing the flight performance of his newly upgraded Mark III armor when Jarvis had detected unusual activity in the city below. Apparently, several thugs had contacted the NYPD with wild stories about being attacked by a blue dinosaur with roller skates. The police had dismissed the reports as drug-induced hallucinations, but Jarvis's threat assessment protocols had flagged the pattern as worth investigating. Tony genuinely wanted answers, but his natural tendency towards sarcasm proved stronger than his curiosity. He held up one armored hand in a theatrical stop gesture. "Wait, let me guess, Speed Gecko, Dino Guy, Raptor on Ice." His voice took on a mock-excited tone. "Oh, are you blue? Please tell me there's some insane geneticist somewhere trying to resurrect Jurassic Park, because that would make my week." The armored figure gestured dramatically, and even through the metal shell, Ben could practically see Tony's smirk. Ben didn't respond to the taunts. His triangular eyes remained fixed on Iron Man, while his peripheral vision confirmed that Dennis was still sprawled on the factory floor, too stunned by his near-death experience to attempt escape. When Ben finally spoke, his voice carried the cold precision of a surgical instrument. "This has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it, Stark." Ben had no interest in becoming a superhero, which meant he had even less interest in tangling with established heroes unless absolutely necessary. The only scenario where he'd willingly work with Stark Industries would involve a substantial paycheck, something that seemed unlikely given current circumstances. He'd actually considered investing in Stark stock a few months ago when the company's value had plummeted following Tony's kidnapping. Unfortunately, even at rock-bottom prices, Ben's meager savings couldn't cover a single share. "Nothing to do with me." Tony's tone shifted from playful to dangerous. "When something that looks like it crawled out of a paleontology textbook is about to commit murder, that becomes my business pretty quickly." From Tony's perspective, Ben's alien appearance automatically placed him in the potential threat category. He was obviously non-human, possibly extraterrestrial, and currently engaged in what appeared to be premeditated murder. The math wasn't complicated. The repulsors in Tony's palms began to glow as targeting systems locked onto Ben's position. "Here's how this works, Zoom Lizard. You surrender peacefully, or I make you surrender less peacefully. Your choice. Don't even think about hurting anyone while I'm here, just you." Ben's laugh was sharp and humorless. Tony Stark might be a genius inventor and a formidable opponent in the right circumstances, but he was facing XLR-8, an alien capable of moving faster than most humans could perceive. Speed was the great equalizer, and Ben intended to use every advantage it provided. "Feel free to try," Ben said, dropping into a runner's starting stance. A sleek black visor descended over his face with mechanical precision, the distinctive blue X marking glowing softly in the dim light. He calculated the time remaining on his transformation, roughly 25 minutes, more than enough to complete his mission and deal with this interruption. The extended transformation time was an unexpected benefit of his spider-enhanced genetics. Normally, the Omnitrix's safety protocols limited transformations to approximately 10 minutes to prevent genetic contamination. But Ben's DNA had been fundamentally altered by the mutant spiders he ate, creating a more stable foundation that could accommodate alien genetic templates for longer periods. His current limit seemed to be around 30 minutes before the watch would force a transformation timeout. It was a useful upgrade, though Ben had no intention of trying to permanently disable the safety features. Azimuth's genius far exceeded his own, and those protocols existed for good reasons. "That's it, kid, you just made this personal," Tony snarled, raising both palms toward Ben's position. The Mark III's repulsors charged to full power, bathing the factory in harsh white light. Two concentrated energy beams lanced through the air, converging on the spot where Ben had been standing. Boom! The industrial platform exploded in a shower of twisted metal and sparks. The direct hit punched a hole clean through the steel grating, while the surrounding structure collapsed under the assault. Debris rained down like metallic hail, the sound echoing through the cavernous space like thunder. "Bullseye," Tony pumped his fist in satisfaction. "Hope that wasn't too easy, Raptor Boy." I was looking forward to a decent workout. He was already planning his next moves: secure the area, search the wreckage for remains, maybe salvage some tissue samples for analysis. The scientific implications of encountering an actual extraterrestrial were staggering. "Sir," Jarvis's voice cut through Tony's celebration with characteristic British understatement, "I'm afraid you're being premature in your victory assessment." "What?" Tony's voice cracked slightly. Jarvis, the target was maybe 10 feet away when I fired. Are you seriously suggesting someone could dodge a repulsor blast at that range? Perhaps when we return to the workshop, we should focus on upgrading your humor recognition algorithms, Tony muttered, scanning the destruction below. Clearly you need work on comedic timing. I assure you, sir, this is not an attempt at humor. I suggest you look down. Tony's helmet sensors refocused on the factory floor and his blood ran cold. Ben was already at Dennis's side, one razor-sharp claw pressed against the terrified man's chest. The movement had been so fast that Tony's sensors had barely registered it. One moment Ben had been on the platform, the next he was 20 feet away beside his intended victim. Put him down, Dino Boy, Tony shouted, repulsors already charging for another shot. My name, Ben said with deadly calm, is XLR-8. His claw punched through Dennis Carradine's chest with surgical precision, piercing the heart in a single, fluid motion. Blood sprayed across Ben's black visor, the droplets stark against the blue X marking. The crimson stain seemed to glow in the factory's dim lighting, a brutal signature written in the language of absolute finality. Why did you kill him? Tony's voice cracked with rage as he stared at Dennis Carradine's lifeless body. The armor sensors were already confirming what his eyes couldn't deny. The man was dead, his heart pierced with surgical precision. Ever since donning the Iron Man armor, Tony had made it his mission to protect the innocent. He'd saved dozens of lives, pulled people from burning buildings, stopped terrorist attacks. Each rescue had reinforced a lesson he'd learned in that Afghan cave. Life was precious and worth fighting for. But this creature, this thing, had just committed cold-blooded murder right in front of him. How dare you? Tony repeated, his voice distorting through the armor's speakers as fury overwhelmed his usual composure. In his mind's eye, Ben's alien features seemed to blur and shift, replaced by the faces of the 10 Rings terrorists who had tortured him, who had forced him to build weapons while innocent people died around them. Why wouldn't I dare? Ben asked with chilling casualness. The question hit Tony like a slap. He'd expected rage, defiance, maybe even remorse, not this matter-of-fact attitude toward murder. Do you honestly think he was a good person? Ben continued, his tone carrying a bitter edge of amusement. If Dennis Carradine had been an upstanding citizen, Ben wouldn't have found his name scattered throughout NYPD arrest records. The man had been a career criminal, robbery, assault, gang affiliations stretching back years. His rap sheet read like a textbook example of urban decay, and that was just the crimes he'd been caught committing. But even if Dennis had been a saint, Ben's decision wouldn't have changed. Family came first always. His adopted dad and mom had given him everything when he'd had nothing. They'd opened their home, their hearts, their lives to a child who'd lost everything. Ben knew his actions were far from just. He knew that dad and mom would be horrified if they ever learned what he'd done tonight, but he'd rather carry their disapproval than attend their funerals. As long as his family was safe, he'd paint his hands red without hesitation. And you, Tony Stark. Ben's voice carried a cutting edge that made Tony's blood run cold. How much better are you than me? What? Tony's response was barely a whisper. Have you taken fewer lives than I have? The question hung in the air like a blade pressed against Tony's throat. Every instinct screamed at him to deflect, to deny, to rage against the accusation, but the words wouldn't come. I killed terrorists, Tony finally managed, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. You know that's not what I mean. Ben shook his head with something approaching pity. Stark Industries' current prosperity, how much of it was built on arms sales, or do you think it only counts as murder when you pull the trigger yourself? Silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant hum of the armor's systems. Tony felt as though the factory floor had opened beneath him, sending him tumbling into an abyss he'd spent months trying to forget. The weapons division. The contracts with defense departments around the world. The missiles, the guns, the bombs, all bearing the Stark name, all designed for one purpose. I never intended for weapons to reach terrorists, Tony said, his voice barely audible. I didn't know about Obadiah's, didn't know or didn't care. Ben interrupted ruthlessly. The accusation cut deeper than any physical blow could have. Tony had to admit, if only to himself, that the future Iron Man was indeed a hero worthy of admiration. Before his capture and transformation, though, he'd been everything Ben was suggesting and worse. The excuse that Obadiah had handled the company's day-to-day operations was paper-thin, and they both knew it. Even if Obadiah hadn't been selling weapons to both sides of every conflict, Stark Industries had been working directly with governments whose moral compass pointed toward profit rather than justice. How many innocent people had died because of weapons bearing the Stark name? How many children had been orphaned by missiles he designed? How many families had been destroyed by conflicts fueled by his technology? When you designed those weapons, Ben pressed, his voice relentless, didn't you consider that they'd be used to invade sovereign nations, to kill innocent children who'd never threatened anyone? Tony's throat felt like it was closing. It's not that you didn't know, Ben continued with surgical precision. You just didn't care. The words hit their target with devastating accuracy. What else were weapons designed for if not killing? Tony had always known exactly what kind of country America was, spreading its influence across the globe under the banner of world police, instigating conflicts wherever its interests were threatened. He'd known, and he'd profited from it. The scale of each war directly correlated to Stark Industries' quarterly profits. The more people died, the more money flowed into his accounts, funding his lifestyle of champagne and casual relationships while families mourned their dead thousands of miles away. Every dollar he'd earned had been paid for in blood. So I shut down the weapons division, Tony said finally, his voice hollow. But closing the factory wasn't atonement, it was just a promise not to repeat past mistakes. A school bully who stopped throwing punches hadn't suddenly become a good person, he'd simply stopped being actively evil. Why should the dead forgive him just because he'd laid down his tools of destruction? Tony couldn't refute Ben's accusations because, fundamentally, they were true. It had taken a missile explosion and 3 months of captivity for him to truly understand the weight of his creations. No amount of heroic action could resurrect the victims of conflicts he'd enabled. The living had no right to grant forgiveness on behalf of the dead. Tony carried that guilt like a stone in his chest, driving him to push harder, fight longer, sacrifice more in his endless quest for redemption. It was why Captain America's accusation of selfishness had cut so deep, and why he'd ultimately chosen to make the ultimate sacrifice when the time came. But guilt was a private burden. Having it dissected by a stranger, especially a murderous alien, was another matter entirely. I'll say this one more time, Tony said, his voice hardening with resolve. Surrender now or I'll make you surrender. Ben wasn't surprised to see Tony emerge from his moment of self-reflection. Someone as fundamentally self-centered as Tony Stark wouldn't be broken by a few uncomfortable truths. Without warning, Ben raised his hand, palm open, fingers spread wide. I'll finish you in 3 minutes, he said with calm certainty. Then he moved. Even at the peak of human reflexes, Tony's enhanced nervous system couldn't track Ben's acceleration. One moment the alien was standing 10 feet away, the next he was airborne, his clawed foot driving toward the arc reactor in Tony's chest. The impact sent shockwaves through the armor systems, but Ben wasn't finished. Using Tony's armored torso as a springboard, he twisted with impossible grace, his powerful tail whipping around like a biological sledgehammer to crack against Tony's helmet. Clang. The sound of alien flesh meeting advanced metal echoed through the factory as Tony rocketed backward, his armored form punching through the brick wall in an explosion of dust and debris. XLR-8 might not possess the raw destructive power of some alien forms, but speed was its own kind of weapon. When something the size of a velociraptor moving at several hundred kilometers per hour struck with focused intent, the results were devastating. If Tony hadn't been wearing the armor, the tail strike alone would have split his skull like a melon. Even protected by advanced technology, Tony's head rang like a bell, his vision swimming as his brain tried to process the trauma. Sir, Jarvis's calm voice cut through the confusion, you appear to have sustained a mild concussion. Tony ignored the diagnosis, fury burning away the disorientation. You asked for it, he snarled, his repulsors flaring to maximum power. The Mark III's propulsion systems roared to life, catapulting him back through the hole he'd created. His palm cannons were already charging before he cleared the debris. Boom, but Ben had been expecting retaliation. You're too slow, Tony, Ben taunted, his form a blur of motion that made the energy beams look like they were moving through molasses. To someone capable of moving faster than most humans could think, Tony's attack might as well have been telegraphed a week in advance. Congratulations, sir, Jarvis observed with what sounded suspiciously like satisfaction. Someone has finally called you slow. Shut up, Jarvis. Tony's voice cracked with indignation, though his eyes never wavered from tracking Ben's position. I've been with hundreds of cover models and not one of them has ever called me fast. The banter was forced, desperate, anything to maintain focus while facing an opponent who moved faster than human reflexes could follow. One moment of distraction could be fatal. To be precise, the target is moving at 300 miles per hour, Jarvis replied with characteristic literalism, apparently missing the subtext of Tony's complaint. 300 miles per hour, roughly 480 kilometers per hour. Under normal circumstances, that wouldn't be impressive. The Mark III could easily exceed those speeds in flight, outpacing even the most advanced fighter jets. But raw velocity wasn't the real threat here. The difference between traveling fast and fighting fast was like the difference between driving on an empty highway and navigating rush-hour traffic at the same speed. What made speedsters truly dangerous wasn't their top speed, it was their reaction time. Take A-Train from the boys, for example. All the speed in the world meant nothing if you couldn't process information fast enough to use it effectively. He was a living example of power without precision, speed without skill. Ben was demonstrating the opposite, perfect control at impossible velocities. The fact that he could move at 300 miles per hour through the confined space of an abandoned factory, while executing precise attacks, spoke to reflexes and cognitive processing far beyond human limitations. As long as the Mark III relied on human reaction times, it would never match that kind of performance. And 300 miles per hour was clearly just Ben's casual cruising speed, like a human's walking pace. His true maximum velocity would be beyond what cameras could capture, requiring slow-motion playback just to glimpse shadows. Where the hell did this thing come from? Tony thought grimly. He'd only been Iron Man for a few months, still adjusting to a world that had seemed relatively normal until recently. The supernatural threats, the cosmic horrors, the interdimensional nightmares, none of that had emerged yet. This was supposed to be simple. Stop criminals, save civilians, maybe tangle with the occasional terrorist organization. Instead, he was facing something that looked like it had crawled out of a paleontologist's fever dream. Ben stretched his arms and legs with predatory grace, preparing for another assault. Round 2, Tony Stark, he called out, dropping into a runner's starting position. The black visor slid down over his face once again, and when he spoke, his voice carried the cold precision of a surgical instrument. For Ben, the remaining transformation time felt almost luxurious. Several minutes was more than enough to finish this fight and still make it to school on time. He could afford to be thorough. "Come on, baby dinosaur," Tony shot back, trying to project confidence he didn't feel. Behind the bravado, he was already implementing contingency protocols. Since his human reflexes couldn't keep pace with the raptor's movements, he'd have to rely on technology to level the playing field. Control of the armor's defensive and offensive systems transferred to Jarvis, the AI's response times measured in microseconds rather than the fractions of seconds that limited human cognition. Targeting systems locked onto Ben's position while weapon pods emerged from the armor's shoulders and elbows. If human reactions were too slow, maybe artificial intelligence could bridge the gap. "You said you'd finish me in 3 minutes, Tony continued, stalling for time while Jarvis calibrated the attack algorithms. "Let's see what you've got. 2.5 minutes left on the clock." His words died as a streak of black filled his entire field of vision. The impact felt like being struck by a freight train traveling at highway speeds. Tony's ribs compressed against the armor's internal padding, the force threatening to crack bone despite the suit's shock absorption systems. He'd known intellectually that Ben was fast, but experiencing that speed firsthand was like being hit by a living missile. Even with Jarvis controlling the armor's responses, even with targeting systems designed to track supersonic projectiles, Ben had moved too quickly for the technology to compensate. The AI might have been able to follow the movement, but translating that information into defensive action took precious milliseconds that Ben simply didn't allow. "Mark III damage assessment, 12%, Jarvis reported with clinical detachment, but the attack wasn't finished. Ben's clawed hands clamped around the armor's head like the grip of some mechanical harvester, and suddenly Tony found himself being dragged out of the factory at impossible speeds. The acceleration was brutal, overwhelming. If Jarvis hadn't immediately engaged reverse thrusters to counteract the G-forces, Tony would have lost consciousness instantly. As it was, his vision grayed around the edges, his stomach lurching as his inner ear struggled to process the violent changes in direction. Ben wasn't simply carrying him, he was using Tony as a battering ram, pressing the armored figure against every building they passed. Concrete and brick exploded into dust clouds, sparks cascading like fireworks as titanium alloy scraped against stone and rebar. The city blurred past in a kaleidoscope of destruction. What had taken decades to build crumbled like sandcastles before their combined mass and velocity. The Mark III's pristine red and gold finish was being stripped away layer by layer, metal screaming against masonry in a symphony of controlled demolition. "Suit damage now at 26%, Jarvis updated, his tone as calm as if he were reporting the weather. "Thanks for the play-by-play, Tony gasped, tasting bile as his stomach rebelled against the motion. Any chance you could actually do something about it? The breakfast he'd eaten that morning painted the inside of his helmet in an abstract expressionist nightmare. He made a mental note to install waste management systems in the Mark IV, assuming he survived long enough to design it. Must remember to pack air sickness bags in the next iteration, he muttered, then grabbed Ben's arms with both gauntlets. Every thruster in the suit fired simultaneously, jets of superheated plasma erupting from the armor's extremities. Tony killed the left side propulsion systems while maintaining full power on the right, creating an asymmetrical thrust pattern that threw off Ben's balance. The sudden shift in momentum did what Tony had hoped. Ben's grip loosened as he fought to maintain control, and Tony broke free just as they both tumbled toward the ground at terminal velocity. For any normal person, a fall from this height and speed would be instantly fatal. But Ben wasn't normal, and XLR-8's physiology was built for exactly this kind of punishment. He curled into a tight ball, transforming himself into a living projectile designed to dissipate impact energy. Each bounce against the earth left crater-sized holes in the pavement, like stones skipping across water. The impacts grew shallower with each successive contact until he finally rolled to a stop, grimacing but intact. I'm beginning to understand why XLR-8 species has such advanced regenerative capabilities, Ben muttered, testing his joints for damage. Without accelerated healing, most of them would probably vibrate themselves to death. In the few seconds it had taken Ben to recover, they traveled several kilometers from the original factory. Fortunately, Ben had deliberately led Tony away from populated areas. The last thing he needed was civilian casualties complicating an already messy situation. Tony managed to arrest his own fall through a combination of repulsors and careful vectoring, his armor spinning like a figure skater to bleed off excess momentum before stabilizing in a hover pattern. 1 minute and 9 seconds remaining, he announced, consulting his HUD's chronometer. Running out of time to make it back to your terrarium, aren't you? More than enough for what I need, Ben replied, his voice carrying the confidence of absolute certainty. I just hope you have time to get back to Stark Industries and order yourself a replacement heart. Tony's blood turned to ice. What are you planning? The answer came in the form of action rather than words. Ben moved with the speed of lightning itself, his target unmistakable, the arc reactor that kept Tony's heart beating. Tony saw it coming, understood the implications, tried desperately to evade. But against XLR-8's velocity, his efforts might as well have been in slow motion. Crack! Black claws punched through the reactor's outer casing with surgical precision. Ben withdrew his clawed hand with surgical precision, metal fragments glinting between his fingers like deadly confetti. The effect on Iron Man was immediate and catastrophic. The armor systems flickered and sparked, electrical discharges arcing across damaged circuits. Tony's helmet display dimmed to emergency power, and the suit's weight suddenly felt crushing as its powered support systems failed. The Mark III crashed to the ground with a resounding clang, the bright blue glow of the arc reactor now marred by a spider web of cracks across its protective housing. What had once been seamless perfection now looked like it had been struck by a precision sledgehammer. Sir, reactor integrity compromised. Energy leak detected, Jarvis announced with his characteristic calm, though even the AI's voice carried an undertone of urgency. Tony didn't need Jarvis to tell him how serious this was. The arc reactor wasn't just the armor's power source, it was literally keeping him alive. Embedded in his chest cavity, the device powered the electromagnet that prevented shrapnel fragments from reaching his heart. Those metal shards, legacy of his captivity in Afghanistan, were a constant death sentence held at bay only by technology. Ben's attack had cracked the reactor's outer shell, striking at the very core of Tony's existence. While the damage wasn't catastrophic enough to cause immediate shutdown, the compromised housing would accelerate palladium poisoning at a dangerous rate. Within seconds, Tony could feel the symptoms intensifying: nausea, dizziness, the metallic taste that signaled his body's slow destruction by the very device keeping him alive. Jarvis immediately throttled the reactor's output to minimum sustainable levels, prioritizing life support over armor functionality in a desperate attempt to slow the poisoning process. Initiating call to Miss Potts, cancel that. Tony cut off the connection with a sharp gesture, his voice tight with pain and determination. He had no idea what this creature was or what it wanted, but he wouldn't risk dragging Pepper into a situation that was already spiraling beyond his control. Now then, Ben said, his voice carrying the satisfaction of a predator who'd successfully cornered his prey, let's see how much time you have left, Tony Stark. But even as he spoke, Ben was already shifting his attention from the fallen hero to the disabled armor. Killing Iron Man would serve no purpose, but studying his technology, that could prove invaluable. Gray matter should be able to reverse engineer some interesting innovations from this, Ben mused, his mind already cataloging potential applications. Most dimension hoppers who found themselves in Marvel eventually resorted to theft to fund their activities. The unlucky ones targeted street-level criminals with empty wallets. Ben, apparently, was aiming considerably higher up the food chain. But in his defense, Tony had started this confrontation with every intention of capturing and dissecting him. Appropriating some armor components seemed like reasonable compensation for the inconvenience. Without further deliberation, Ben's hands became blurs of motion, moving so fast they seemed to multiply. In moments, he'd severed one of the armor's arms at the shoulder joint, the limb separating with the clean precision of a surgical amputation. "What the hell are you doing?" Tony demanded, his voice cracking with a mixture of fear and outrage. With the armor's power systems offline, his vision was severely limited, like trying to see through a narrow mail slot. He could feel the exposure as cool air hit his now unprotected arm, making him acutely aware of how vulnerable he'd become. He felt like a lobster waiting to be cracked open. "Time is money, Tony," Ben replied conversationally, continuing his methodical dismantling. "You cost me several minutes I can't afford to lose. I'm simply collecting compensation for the inconvenience." His claws worked with mechanical efficiency, separating components and systems with an engineer's understanding of how they fitted together. Within moments, he'd lifted away Tony's faceplate. The smell hit him like a physical assault. "Oh God," Ben recoiled involuntarily, his enhanced senses making the experience even more overwhelming. "You actually vomited inside your own helmet? That's disgusting." It was like opening what you thought was a can of soup, only to discover someone had filled it with month-old fish sauce. Ben stared at the helmet in his hands, torn between revulsion and the knowledge that this piece of technology was worth a fortune. It was like finding a vintage sports car filled with sewage, valuable, but requiring serious cleaning before anyone would want to touch it. With a grimace of distaste, he shook the helmet vigorously, sending the contents splattering back across Tony's face and hair. Tony sputtered and gagged, his complexion turning an interesting shade of green. "Did you really just— You brought this on yourself," Ben interrupted, accelerating his disassembly work. "Remember, I warned you not to interfere. Now I'll have to sterilize this thing with industrial-grade detergent before I can even think about studying it." "I have a better suggestion," Tony gasped between dry heaves. "Just leave it." Ben paused long enough to deliver a casual punch that left Tony seeing stars, then resumed his work. In less than 30 seconds, he'd completely stripped the Mark III down to its component parts. Now standing amid a pile of advanced technology that towered over his alien form, Ben prepared to make his exit. "I'd suggest calling your girlfriend for pickup," he said cheerfully, as if offering helpful travel advice. "Otherwise, you'll be walking back to Stark Tower in your underwear. I'm sure the paparazzi would love that photo opportunity." With that parting shot, Ben gathered the disassembled armor and prepared to leave. Remarkably, despite XLR-8's incredible velocity and the dozens of loose components, not a single screw or circuit board was lost to wind resistance or inertia. It was as if the parts were held together by an invisible force field. Wait, Ben realized with growing excitement. XLR-8 does have limited force field capabilities for protecting passengers during high-speed rescues, but this level of control is beyond the normal parameters. Then it hit him, the spider powers. The bioelectric field that allowed Spider-Man to cling to surfaces might be interacting with XLR-8's natural abilities, creating an enhanced adhesive effect that let him manipulate objects with unprecedented precision. Can I actually stack alien abilities with spider powers? The implications were staggering. Though he noticed that his spider sense hadn't triggered during the fight with Tony, suggesting the power integration wasn't complete. Still, this was an exciting development worth investigating further. Before departing, Ben conducted a rapid security sweep of the armor components. At XLR-8's speed, he could test millions of password combinations in seconds and perform a complete diagnostic check in the time it took a human to blink. Sure enough, he found a microtransmitter embedded in the chest piece, typical Stark paranoia. After destroying the tracking device, Ben concealed the armor in a secure location. Studying Stark's technology would have to wait until he could transform into gray matter and properly analyze the systems. For now, he had more pressing concerns, like getting to school before anyone noticed his absence. 10 seconds later, he materialized at the school grounds, having navigated a complex route that avoided every security camera and potential witness. A quick detour through the bathroom facilities, a flash of red light, and Ben Parker stood where XLR-8 had been moments before. The transformation completed just as the final bell rang. Ben sprinted toward his classroom, sliding through the door with seconds to spare. Perfect timing, he panted, taking his seat with a satisfied grin. "Hardly perfect, Mr. Parker," came the icy response from the front of the room. Ben's homeroom teacher stood at the podium like a disapproving statue, his expression carved from pure academic disappointment. He raised one arm with theatrical precision, pointing at the clock on the wall. "You are late." Ben stared at the timepiece in disbelief. According to the clock, the bell had rung 30 seconds ago. So why are speedsters always one step behind when it actually matters? Ben slumped into his seat, resignation weighing on his shoulders like a lead blanket. In public schools, teachers rarely bothered disciplining students for tardiness. Frankly, they were grateful when kids showed up at all. Still, the mark would go in his record, adding to what was becoming an increasingly problematic attendance pattern. As the teacher turned to write on the blackboard, a platinum blonde head popped up from the seat beside him, blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Hey, Ben," Felicia Hardy whispered, keeping her voice low enough to avoid detection. "What made you late today? You're usually so punctual." 30 seconds hardly counts as late, Hardy, Ben replied, pulling his completed homework from his backpack with practiced efficiency. Felicia Hardy was something of a school celebrity, wealthy, beautiful, academically capable, and blessed with the kind of effortless charm that made teachers and students alike gravitate toward her. But Ben knew there was more to her story than the privileged princess facade she presented to the world. Her father, Walter Hardy, was the infamous Black Cat, one of New York's most skilled thieves, though Felicia herself remained blissfully unaware of his double life. In a few years, she'd follow in his footsteps, becoming the Black Cat herself and eventually crossing paths with Spider-Man in ways that would complicate both their lives considerably. For now, though, she was just a teenage girl trying to navigate the social complexities of high school. "You always have an excuse ready," Felicia said with a slight smile, straightening in her seat as she noticed Ben arranging his materials. She wasn't surprised to see his homework completed. Ben Parker was notorious for his academic diligence. In all the time she'd known him, she'd never seen him skip an assignment or submit subpar work. He approached his studies with the kind of methodical determination that impressed teachers and occasionally irritated his more naturally gifted classmates. Unfortunately, in a world populated by genuine geniuses, raw effort could only carry someone so far. Ben could handle standard coursework without difficulty, but when it came to advanced concepts or competitive academic challenges, his limitations became apparent. This was a universe where brilliance was almost commonplace. Even Peter Parker, despite his obvious intelligence, regularly received criticism from mentors like Dr. Connors or Otto Octavius for not pushing himself hard enough. What chance did ordinary students have when genius was considered merely the price of admission? Felicia understood that struggle intimately. She worked hard, maintained good grades, and applied herself diligently, but she wasn't a prodigy, and the awareness of that limitation stung more than she liked to admit. Watching Ben organize his textbooks with characteristic precision, she felt a sudden surge of kinship. Maybe they could help each other navigate the academic challenges ahead. "I should organize a study group," she thought, the idea crystallizing with appealing clarity. Ben would be perfect for something like that. She was just preparing to lean over and share her idea when the teacher turned back toward the class, forcing her to quickly duck down to avoid detection. Ben, meanwhile, was completely oblivious to Felicia's internal monologue. His thoughts had already shifted to the treasure trove of technology currently hidden away from prying eyes, Tony Stark's Mark III armor, waiting to be dissected and analyzed. "I can transform into gray matter after school and really dig into the engineering," he mused, barely containing his excitement. Every component, every circuit, every line of code. Even though he'd successfully dismantled the suit as XLR-8 that had been crude disassembly focused on speed rather than understanding, gray matter's enhanced intellect would allow him to truly comprehend the sophisticated technology Stark had developed. "It's a shame I couldn't damage the arc reactor more severely," he thought with a twinge of regret. The arc reactor represented the crown jewel of Stark's innovations, a working cold fusion device compressed to the size of a human heart. The technology should have been impossible by current scientific standards, yet Tony had not only achieved it but miniaturized it to an unprecedented degree. Beyond the power source, every component of the armor represented cutting-edge engineering that pushed the boundaries of materials science, robotics, and computer integration. While Ben had never harbored particular interest in scientific research, his academic efforts were motivated more by family obligation than personal passion. The prospect of reverse engineering Iron Man technology was genuinely thrilling. If he could fully understand Stark's innovations, he might be able to develop his own powered armor or even design protective equipment for Peter's inevitable superhero career. The alternatives were allowing his cousin to fight crime in glorified pajamas, which seemed both dangerous and undignified. A gentle tingling sensation interrupted his planning, spider sense alerting him to an incoming projectile. He reflexively caught the small piece of paper that had been discreetly tossed in his direction. I'm organizing a study session and planning to invite Gwen. Want to come to my house? Felicia. Looking sideways, Ben caught Felicia's attention and saw her mouth silently. You can bring your cousin, Peter Parker. Ben had to admit the logic was sound. Gwen Stacy and Peter Parker consistently ranked first and second in their class, their academic rivalry driving both to ever greater achievements. More importantly, from Felicia's perspective, both were attractive, intelligent, and socially desirable companions. For Peter specifically, meeting Gwen might provide a welcome distraction from his current obsession with Liz Toombs, not to mention his increasingly unhealthy fixation on investigating Oscorp and his parents' mysterious past. But Ben had more pressing concerns than teenage social dynamics. I don't have time for study sessions, he thought firmly. I have an entire suit of advanced armor to analyze. The possibilities were endless. He could use gray matter to understand the technology, then potentially employ upgrades' technopathic abilities to interface directly with the systems. Maybe he could even develop improvements based on alien engineering principles or create specialized equipment tailored to Peter's spider abilities. Any of those activities seemed infinitely more productive than spending an evening studying material he already understood. Ben crumpled the note and shook his head at Felicia, keeping his voice low to avoid attracting attention. Sorry, Felicia, I've got stuff to do after school. And Peter's been pretty distracted lately. I don't think he'd be much good as a study partner right now. He was being honest about Peter's mental state. His cousin's thoughts had been consumed by questions about Oscorp, Dr. Connors, and the mysterious circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths. Academic collaboration seemed unlikely to compete with those preoccupations. Besides, if Ben remembered correctly, Gwen had her own after-school commitments. She played in a small band with Mary Jane Watson and several other students, hardly the schedule of someone available for impromptu study sessions. Fine, forget it. Felicia's voice carried a sharp edge of disappointment and wounded pride. She'd clearly expected a different response, and Ben's casual rejection had caught her off guard. Turning away with obvious irritation, she made a point of avoiding eye contact for the remainder of the period. I know he doesn't participate in clubs or social activities, she fumed silently. He always claims he doesn't have time, but that's obviously just an excuse. If he didn't want to study with me, he could have at least been honest about it. Her hurt feelings quickly transformed into indignation, then determination. Fine. I'll invite Gwen and organize the most successful study group in school history. When Ben sees how much everyone's grades improve, he'll regret turning me down. Maybe then he'll appreciate what he missed, assuming I even give him a second chance. The fantasy of Ben eventually begging to join her exclusive academic circle provided some satisfaction, though not quite enough to dispel her disappointment. I'll ignore him for the rest of the day, she decided with final resolution. That'll show him. Ben, however, had already moved past their brief interaction, his attention fully absorbed by the day's lessons. Something felt different about his cognitive processing. Concepts that usually required significant effort seemed to click into place with surprising ease. Am I actually getting smarter? He wondered, pleasantly surprised by how readily he was absorbing new information. The enhancement might stem from his spider abilities. If the mutation could improve his physical capabilities so dramatically, cognitive enhancement wasn't impossible. Alternatively, his brief time as gray matter might have left lasting traces of Galvan neural patterns, or simply exposed him to more efficient thinking methodologies. Most likely, it was a combination of factors working in concert. Of course, regardless of the source, he wasn't about to become a genius overnight. True intellectual brilliance required more than enhanced processing speed or improved pattern recognition. For the first time in his academic career, Ben found himself genuinely engaged with classroom instruction, the hours passing with surprising speed. The experience of effortless learning was intoxicating. For a brief moment, he could almost imagine himself joining the ranks of Marvel's intellectual elite. But reality check quickly tempered that fantasy. Even with enhanced capabilities, he remained fundamentally ordinary compared to the genuine prodigies surrounding him. Peter had been developing impossible materials in middle school. Dr. Connors, despite his consistent research failures, possessed the knowledge to achieve superhuman transformation through genetic manipulation. These weren't individuals operating on the same intellectual plane as normal humans. Still, Ben felt no bitterness about the disparity. He'd never expected to compete with cosmic-level intellects, and the Omnitrix provided access to truly alien minds when circumstances required genuine brilliance. Gray matter was just one option among millions. The database included species like the cerebrocrustaceans and the necrophrygians, beings whose cognitive capabilities made human genius seem quaint. Not to mention Alien X, whose consciousness encompassed omniscience itself. The final bell interrupted Ben's contemplation, and he felt genuinely refreshed despite the full day of academic focus. For Felicia, the experience had been considerably more complex. Maintaining her vow of silence while sitting directly beside her target had required superhuman self-control. He must be absolutely miserable after I ignored him all day, she thought with satisfaction, finally ready to witness the fruits of her psychological warfare. But when she turned to gauge Ben's reaction, she found only an empty seat. Glancing toward the classroom exit, she caught just a glimpse of Ben's retreating figure as he disappeared into the hallway, moving with obvious purpose and completely oblivious to her presence. Felicia Hardy stomped her foot in frustration, her carefully planned dramatic moment reduced to anticlimactic solitude. Throughout the entire school day, Ben's mind had operated with remarkable clarity. Complex concepts seemed to arrange themselves into logical patterns rather than chaotic jumbles, and he'd found himself completely absorbed in the learning process, Felicia's silent treatment barely registering on his awareness. But now that classes were over, more pressing matters demanded his attention. The moment he stepped through the classroom doorway, Ben nearly collided with Peter, who was rushing out of an adjacent room with equal urgency. "Ben," Peter's face lit up with hope. "Have you reconsidered, ready to come with me to see Dr. Connors?" He'd clearly assumed that Ben's hurried exit meant he'd changed his mind about the investigation. "Sorry to disappoint you, Peter, but I told you I'm not interested," Ben replied, adjusting his backpack strap with practiced efficiency. The truth was more complicated than Peter realized. Ben was absolutely fascinated by Connors's biotechnology. The intersection of genetics and advanced science was precisely the kind of research that could complement the Omnitrix's capabilities. But with his current level of knowledge, attempting to understand cross-species genetic serums would be like trying to read Shakespeare in ancient Sumerian. Even transformed into gray matter, he'd need a foundation of biological understanding that simply wasn't available through inherited Galvan memories. More critically, he couldn't risk exposing himself to Peter or Connors when XLR-8 had just been classified as a dangerous entity by Tony Stark. The appearance of any alien life form, especially one bearing the distinctive Omnitrix symbol, would inevitably draw unwanted scrutiny. Ben needed to be extremely careful about when and where he revealed his abilities. Besides, he had a more direct path to the information Peter was seeking. Richard Parker's briefcase, hidden away and waiting for the right moment, contained the real breakthrough research in cross-species genetics. Everything Connors was struggling to achieve was already solved in those encrypted files. "Just remember to pick up Mom this evening," Ben said, his tone carrying the weight of genuine concern. Peter nodded automatically, then paused with sudden confusion. "Wait, how did you know I promised to pick up Aunt May? You left for school way before me this morning." Ben waved off the question with deliberate casualness. "Lucky guess, and tell Dad and Mom I'll be home late tonight. I've got projects to work on." After a brief farewell, Ben headed toward the school gates, his destination already mapped out in his mind. A quick stop at a nearby convenience store yielded a large container of industrial-strength cleaning solution, the kind designed for serious degreasing work. With his supplies secured, Ben navigated to a secluded alley that his morning reconnaissance had confirmed was free of surveillance cameras. Time to get to work. "All right then," he murmured, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the Omnitrix's familiar interface. XLR-8. Meanwhile, in his workshop, Tony Stark sat surrounded by holographic displays and diagnostic equipment, his fingers drumming against his workbench as he contemplated the morning's encounter. XLR-8, he said aloud, testing the alien designation on his tongue. The name felt foreign, almost mechanical, certainly not something that had evolved naturally on Earth. "Create a new file, Jarvis, subject designation XLR-8. No, wait, call him Dino Boy, that's what he's getting in my records." A three-dimensional projection materialized in the air before him, assembled from every sensor reading and visual scan Jarvis had collected during their battle. The level of detail was impressive. Even at XLR-8's incredible speeds, Stark technology had managed to capture enough data for comprehensive analysis. "Fascinating anatomy," Jarvis observed, highlighting specific anatomical features. "The subject's feet incorporate what appears to be a biological ball-bearing system. During recorded movement, the feet rotated 16 times per second at standard velocity, approximately 300 miles per hour." The AI isolated a sequence that had been slowed down by a factor of 50, revealing details invisible to normal perception. Even at this reduced speed, XLR-8's movements appeared fluid and controlled. Note the secretion of lubricant from specialized glands in the toe structures, Jarvis continued. This reduces friction during high-velocity locomotion and enables sharp directional changes that would otherwise be impossible. Tony leaned forward, studying the biomechanical engineering with professional appreciation. Ball bearings and biological lubricants. That's actually brilliant design, but it also suggests a potential weakness. His mind immediately began calculating angles and coefficients, applying principles of physics he'd mastered before adolescence. If his locomotion depends on controlled friction, then altering the surface conditions could severely compromise his mobility. A slow smile spread across his face as tactical possibilities took shape. The Mark IV is going to need some new toys, maybe some foam adhesive dispensers or specialized lubricants that could make him slip, turn his greatest strength into a liability. But even as he planned countermeasures, other questions nagged at him. His gaze shifted to the strange symbol prominently displayed on XLR-8's chest, a distinctive hourglass design that clearly wasn't biological in origin. What do you make of this emblem, Jarvis? It doesn't look like natural coloration or marking. Almost reminds me of my arc reactor, some kind of technological component integrated into the anatomy. The comparison was more accurate than Tony realized, though he lacked the context to understand the true significance of the Omnitrix symbol. Analyzing possibilities, Tony mused, his engineer's mind racing through scenarios. What are the odds that our friend here is some kind of enhanced creature? Genetic modification, cybernetic augmentation, that sort of thing? Probability assessment, negligible, Jarvis replied with characteristic precision. X-ray analysis revealed no foreign implants or surgical modifications. The unusual anatomical features appear to be naturally integrated into the skeletal and muscular systems. All evidence suggests this is the subject's original biological configuration. That's impossible, Tony protested, though he knew Jarvis didn't make mistakes in data analysis. No species develops human-level intelligence overnight. And he was definitely speaking English, not just mimicry but actual comprehension and communication. He stood up, pacing as the implications sank in. If he's not artificially enhanced, then we're looking at millions of years of parallel evolution. Either that or he's not from Earth at all, Jarvis finished the thought with typical AI directness. Tony stopped pacing, the full weight of the conclusion hitting him like a physical blow. Monitor every camera feed in New York City. I want alerts for any similar creatures, any unusual sightings, anything that doesn't fit normal patterns. Also, run a complete background check on Dennis Carradine, find out why our visitor considered him a threat worth killing. Understood, sir. Do you believe we're dealing with multiple entities? Has to be, Tony said grimly, his mind already leaping to worst-case scenarios. Something this sophisticated doesn't just appear in isolation. If XLR-8 really is extraterrestrial, then we could be looking at advanced scouts, refugees, invaders. Hell, we might be completely outgunned and not even know it yet. He turned to face the holographic display again, studying the alien physiology with new urgency. Create another file, Jarvis, classification level, priority alpha, and the designation, sir. Tony's expression was grim as he contemplated the implications of first contact under such hostile circumstances. Alien. The level of sophistication in Stark's technology is absolutely incredible. In a different abandoned factory on the outskirts of New York, Ben, transformed into gray matter, had methodically disassembled nearly every component of the Mark III armor. His bulbous eyes tracked the intricate pathways of circuit boards with the kind of focused intensity that only Galvan intelligence could sustain. These neural interface units in the helmet create a direct connection with the wearer's nervous system, he observed, his high-pitched voice echoing in the empty space. It allows for intuitive control without requiring conscious thought for every micro-movement. The engineering was brilliant in its elegant complexity. Tony couldn't possibly operate something as massive and sophisticated as the Iron Man armor through pure physical strength, but delegating every minute adjustment to an AI would create unacceptable response delays. The neural interface bridged that gap, translating thought into action with minimal latency. And this explains how War Machine can function without Jarvis's level of artificial intelligence, Ben continued, studying the control systems. The pilot interface is sophisticated enough to handle most operational requirements independently. Still, gaps remained in his understanding. Despite gray matter's enhanced cognitive abilities, some of the more advanced concepts eluded him. His foundation in physics and engineering, while improved, wasn't quite sufficient to grasp every innovation Stark had developed. My baseline knowledge is still too limited, he sighed, hopping down from the armor's chest piece. I need more theoretical grounding before I can fully appreciate what I'm looking at. The inherited memories from gray matter species provided fragments of understanding, but they were like having access to an advanced textbook written in a language he only partially understood. The concepts were there, tantalizingly close but not quite within reach. About 30 minutes later, the familiar timeout warning echoed through the factory as the Omnitrix automatically reverted him to human form. Ben waited patiently for the recharge cycle to complete, then activated the device once more. This time, the holographic interface displayed a hulking, bear-like silhouette covered in intricate circuit patterns. Ben pressed the selector and immediately felt his body dissolving into something far more fluid and adaptable. Black, semi-liquid skin spread across his frame, while brilliant green lines traced geometric patterns along his transformed anatomy like living circuitry. Upgrade. The mechamorph species from Galvan B represented one of Azimuth's most ambitious creations, artificial life forms designed to interface seamlessly with mechanical technology. Unlike purely biological entities, Upgrade could merge with and enhance technological devices, adding new capabilities that transcended the original design parameters. Standing over 2 meters tall in his default humanoid configuration, Upgrade possessed the ability to shift between solid and liquid states at will. The sensation was unlike anything Ben had experienced as a human. His consciousness now existed as a distributed network rather than centralized in a single brain. "This is going to take some getting used to," he said, watching the circular pattern on his head pulse with each word. But adaptation could wait. He had more pressing experiments to conduct. "Time to see exactly how far Upgrade can push the Mark III's capabilities," Ben said, placing his massive palm against the powerless armor. The transformation was instantaneous and total. His liquid form flowed over the armor like intelligent mercury, black material seeping into every joint, every circuit, every microscopic gap in the construction. The armor's original red and gold color scheme vanished beneath Upgrade's dark surface, replaced by the distinctive black base with pulsing green circuitry. Most importantly, the Omnitrix symbol now occupied the vacant space where the arc reactor had been, providing both power and control interface for the merged system. The moment the integration completed, Ben felt the armor come alive around him. No, that wasn't quite right. He had become the armor, his consciousness distributed throughout every system and component. When he flexed his fingers, he could feel the servo motors responding, the haptic feedback as immediate and natural as moving his original limbs. Complete technological symbiosis, he marveled, studying his transformed hand. "I'm not wearing the armor, I am the armor." The sensation of enhanced strength was immediate and intoxicating. A simple jump carried him several meters higher than should have been possible, while his movements retained the fluid grace of his human form despite the armor's bulk. But the real advantages went far beyond basic physical enhancement. As Upgrade, Ben could reshape the armor's configuration in real time, adapting to any tactical situation with thought-speed precision. "Let's test the weapons systems," he said, adopting a combat stance. Immediately, armaments deployed from every conceivable surface: shoulders, forearms, chest, legs. Missile pods, energy projectors, and targeting systems emerged with mechanical precision, transforming him into a walking arsenal. "Incredible," Ben breathed, examining the ordnance displays. These were originally single-use munitions, but Upgrade's replication abilities make them effectively unlimited. Every weapon system now drew from his mechamorph physiology rather than finite ammunition stores. He could theoretically maintain sustained fire for hours without depleting his arsenal, a capability that would make him more dangerous than an entire military unit. The temptation to test-fire the systems was overwhelming, but Ben forced himself to maintain operational security. Energy discharges or explosions would certainly attract unwanted attention, and he couldn't afford to reveal his location or capabilities to Stark's monitoring systems. For the next 30 minutes, Ben explored the merged armor's capabilities with growing excitement. The integration went far beyond simple possession. He was essentially operating at nanotech levels of adaptability, able to reconfigure the armor's structure on demand. Limbs could become thrusters, the chest could open into a massive cannon array, even his basic locomotion could shift from bipedal to whatever configuration the situation demanded. But like all good things, the experience had to end. The Omnitrix began flashing red warnings, accompanied by increasingly urgent alarm tones that echoed through the factory space. The force separation was jarring. One moment Ben existed as a distributed technological entity, the next he was merely human again, standing beside an inert pile of armor components that had resumed their original configuration. Unfortunately, he said, brushing imaginary dust from his clothes, upgrades enhancements only persist while the merger is active. Once separated, everything reverts to baseline functionality. The limitation was frustrating but not unexpected. It meant that while he could operate the Iron Man armor as upgrade, he couldn't create a permanently enhanced version for later use. The practical implications were significant. He couldn't exactly carry several hundred pounds of armor components around New York, and keeping them hidden from Stark's search efforts would be an ongoing challenge. If only I could access malware's capabilities instead, Ben mused, contemplating alternatives. Complete technological absorption and permanent integration would solve a lot of problems. Malware, the corrupted mechamorph, possessed abilities that far exceeded normal upgrade parameters. Where upgrade could merge temporarily, malware could literally devour technology, incorporating it permanently into his structure and replicating it indefinitely. He'd even managed to copy and corrupt the Omnitrix itself in the original timeline. But accessing malware would require deliberately corrupting the Omnitrix's genetic templates, risking damage to the entire system. The potential benefits weren't worth that level of risk. Better to work with what I have, Ben decided pragmatically. The remainder of the evening passed in cycles of experimentation and forced timeouts as Ben explored different alien transformations and their potential applications. By the time genuine darkness settled over New York, he'd gained a comprehensive understanding of his current capabilities and their limitations. Time to head home. Nighttime in New York City was never truly safe, but some areas were worse than others. The stretch of blocks between May Parker's workplace and the nearest subway station fell definitively into the worst category. May huddled deeper into her coat as another gust of wind cut through the urban canyon between buildings. Years of demanding work had taken their toll on her slight frame, and the gray in her hair seemed more pronounced under the harsh streetlights. She checked her watch again, anxiety gnawing at her stomach. Peter had promised to pick her up after school ended, but that had been hours ago. Every passing shadow made her grip her purse tighter, every unexpected sound sent her heart racing. Where could he be? She whispered to herself, scanning the empty street for any sign of her nephew. The rational part of her mind suggested that Peter had simply forgotten. Teenage boys weren't exactly known for their reliability. But Peter wasn't like other teenagers. He was responsible, considerate, the kind of young man who called if he was going to be even a few minutes late. Which meant something might be wrong. The thought sent ice through her veins. Peter had been acting strangely since the Oscorp field trip, secretive and distracted in ways that reminded her uncomfortably of his father's behavior before Richard and Mary had disappeared from their lives forever. Just as May was working up the courage to abandon her post and head home alone, a dark shape emerged from the shadows at the far end of the street. Her hand instinctively tightened around her purse strap, every urban survival instinct screaming warnings as the figure approached through the dim light. "Hi, Mom." Ben's voice carried across the empty street as he spotted the familiar figure huddled beneath a flickering streetlight, her slight frame seeming even more fragile in the harsh urban landscape. "Ben," May's voice cracked with a mixture of surprise and overwhelming relief. Her gray hair caught the light as she hurried toward him, her work-worn hands reaching out to grasp his wrist as if to confirm he was really there. The years had been hard on May Parker. Supporting a family on her limited income meant taking whatever work she could find, washing dishes, cleaning offices, the kind of backbreaking labor that paid barely enough to keep food on the table. Her hands bore the calluses and chemical burns of countless shifts, but she'd never once complained about the sacrifices required to raise two boys who weren't biologically hers. "How did you know to come?" she asked, her voice thick with emotion. "Because I was worried," Ben thought but didn't say. "Because in this universe, tragedy follows Spider-Man like a shadow, and I refuse to let it claim anyone else I love." He'd learned enough about the multiverse to understand that certain events seem to transcend individual timelines, cosmic constants that reasserted themselves regardless of specific circumstances. Ben S.R.'s death was one such fixed point, but Ben had discovered that preventing one tragedy often triggered others. The web of fate was remarkably resilient. That's why he'd reminded Peter about picking up May, and why he'd spent the evening monitoring police frequencies for any signs of trouble. His paranoia had been justified. Peter had indeed forgotten his promise, leaving May stranded in one of New York's more dangerous neighborhoods. Ben felt a surge of irritation at his cousin's thoughtlessness but quickly suppressed it. Getting angry wouldn't help the situation. Peter went to Oscorp to see Dr. Connors, Ben said carefully, offering a version of the truth that wouldn't worry her further. He couldn't make it, so I came instead. The mention of Dr. Connors made May's expression tighten with barely concealed anxiety. She knew about Kurt Connors' connection to Richard and Mary Parker, just as she knew that Peter's recent obsession with his parents' abandoned research was driving an invisible wedge between them. May had found the suitcase in their basement storage, had seen the way Peter's eyes lit up when he discovered his father's hidden files. Part of her was happy that he was finally learning about his heritage, but a larger part was terrified of where that knowledge might lead him. She'd raised both boys as her own sons from the moment they'd entered her life, pouring every ounce of love and devotion into giving them the stable home they deserved. But Peter's recent behavior, the secretiveness, the dangerous curiosity about his parents' work, made her wonder if that was enough. Maybe Peter didn't see her and Ben as their real family. Maybe they were just temporary guardians until something better came along. The thought was like a knife in her chest. Richard and Mary Parker had vanished without explanation, leaving behind only questions and a traumatized child. Despite multiple police reports and years of searching, no trace of them had ever been found. May and Ben had done their best to fill that void, but they could never replace what had been lost. Now she was terrified that Peter would follow the same path, disappearing into danger while chasing answers to questions that might be better left unasked. "Don't worry, Mom," Ben said gently, slipping his arm around her shoulders in a gesture of comfort. Peter's just overwhelmed by finally having access to information about his parents. It's natural for him to be curious after all these years. May nodded, tears threatening to spill from her eyes as she squeezed Ben's hand with desperate intensity, as if letting go might cause him to vanish like smoke. She wanted to ask if Ben ever thought about finding his own biological parents, if he ever felt the same burning need for answers that was consuming Peter. But the words stuck in her throat, weighted down by fear of the response. She had no legal right to keep either boy if they chose to leave. They weren't her biological children, and if they decided their futures lay elsewhere, she would have to let them go. The thought of losing either of them, or both, was almost unbearable. "Let's get home," Ben said firmly, maintaining his protective embrace. "I'm starving." Together, they walked through the darkened streets of Queens, their footsteps echoing in the relative quiet of the residential neighborhood. The familiar weight of Ben's presence beside her helped calm May's racing thoughts, his steady confidence an anchor in her sea of worry. When they reached the Parker house, Ben, SR, was waiting by the front door, his expression tense with barely controlled anxiety. The sight of Ben and May approaching together clearly surprised him. He'd obviously been expecting Peter. "Ben, May," Ben SR's voice carried a note of confusion. "Where's Peter?" "Peter had to see Dr. Connors about something," Ben repeated, maintaining the fiction for consistency. "He asked me to pick up Mom instead." Ben SR's weathered face creased with understanding that went deeper than Ben's simple explanation. The older man's eyes held a complexity of emotions, gratitude, concern, and a recognition that Ben was protecting Peter from potential consequences. Throughout their lives together, both boys had proven themselves responsible and caring, but Ben had always displayed a maturity beyond his years. There were times when Ben SR felt that Ben's presence in their family was nothing short of miraculous, a gift from Providence when they'd needed it most. "Thank you," Ben SR said simply, his voice rough with emotion. "It's nothing," Ben replied with genuine conviction. "This is what family does. You can count on me for anything like this in the future. I'd like to take you up on that," Ben SR said with a tired smile, "but you left for school so early this morning that I barely saw you." He placed a heavy hand on Ben's shoulder, the gesture conveying years of accumulated affection and pride. "Go ahead and take May inside. I'll wait out here for Peter." "It's getting cold," Ben protested, gently attempting to guide Ben SR toward the door. "You should wait inside where it's warm." But Ben SR remained immovable, his expression gentle but resolute. "No, I think it's better if I wait here. Peter and I need to have a conversation." Despite Ben's enhanced strength, which could easily have lifted Ben SR off his feet, something about the older man's determination made him impossible to budge. It wasn't physical resistance, it was the moral weight of parental responsibility. Ben knew exactly what his dad was planning. The conversation would be about responsibility, about family obligations, about Peter's recent behavior and the dangers of obsessing over the past. And Ben knew that Peter, high on new powers and consumed with questions about his parents, would react badly. The argument that followed would drive Peter from the house in anger, creating the exact circumstances that had led to his dad's death in other timelines. Even though Dennis Carradine was no longer a threat, Ben couldn't shake the feeling that fate would find another way to claim its intended victim. The Sandman, perhaps, or some other criminal drawn by the cosmic need to maintain narrative balance. Every instinct screamed at Ben to prevent the confrontation entirely, to find some way to defuse the situation before it could explode. But he also understood that some conversations couldn't be avoided indefinitely. Peter's behavior was becoming increasingly reckless, and Dad's concerns were entirely justified. "All right," Ben said finally, accepting the inevitable. "But if it gets too heated, call for me." He guided May toward the house, feeling the weight of impending tragedy like a physical presence. "I'm worried about what's going to happen," May whispered as they crossed the threshold, her intuition picking up on the tension even without Ben's advanced knowledge. "It'll be okay," Ben assured her, though his confidence was somewhat forced. "Maybe we should start dinner. They'll probably both be hungry after." After they talked things through, May managed a weak smile at his diplomatic phrasing. "You're right, neither of you boys would ever really fight with us, not seriously." She spoke with the conviction of someone trying to convince herself as much as her companion, but her actions betrayed her anxiety as she headed directly for the kitchen. "Exactly," Ben agreed, following her. "And if Peter does get out of line, I'll remind him how to behave properly." "No fighting in this house," May said automatically, opening the refrigerator with practiced efficiency. "What would you like for dinner?" "Something substantial," Ben replied, settling into his usual chair at the kitchen table. "Fried chicken, pork chops, whatever's easiest. I'm so hungry I could eat an entire cow." The statement wasn't hyperbole. Ben's spider abilities were still developing, his body undergoing constant biological refinement that required massive caloric intake to sustain. The process was more dramatic than typical adolescent growth spurts, demanding nutritional resources that sometimes left him feeling perpetually famished. Interestingly, his alien transformations didn't seem to tax his human physiology. Those changes drew energy directly from the Omnitrix's power reserves rather than his biological systems. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached the front door, followed by the unmistakable jingle of keys. Peter sprinted through the darkening streets of Queens, his enhanced physiology pushing him far beyond normal human endurance. Even so, he was breathing hard by the time he reached the familiar front steps of the Parker house. His mood had been soaring when he'd left Oscorp earlier, working alongside Dr. Connors. He'd finally managed to crack the genetic puzzle that had been tormenting the scientist for months. Using the formula from his father's hidden research, they'd successfully regenerated a lab mouse's severed limb, a breakthrough that could revolutionize medicine and save countless lives. But euphoria had turned to panic the moment Peter noticed how late it had become. Ben's repeated reminders about picking up Aunt May echoed in his mind like accusations, and the sick feeling in his stomach had only intensified when he'd rushed to May's workplace only to find it empty. Now seeing Uncle Ben's stern expression waiting by the front door, Peter felt his heart sink even further. "Uncle Ben, where's Aunt May?" Peter called out before he'd even come to a complete stop, his voice cracking with barely controlled fear. The frantic journey home had pushed even his enhanced stamina to its limits. He bent over with his hands on his knees, lungs burning and throat raw, but his eyes remained fixed on Uncle Ben with desperate intensity. What if something had happened to May because of his negligence? What if she'd been mugged, or worse, while waiting for a nephew who never came? The thought was unbearable. Ben Sr. His expression softened as he took in Peter's obvious distress. Whatever lecture he'd been planning seemed to evaporate in the face of his nephew's genuine anguish. "Ben picked her up," Uncle Ben said gently. "He told us you'd asked him to go instead." Relief flooded through Peter like a physical force, leaving him weak-kneed and trembling. May was safe, but close on the heels of that relief came a crushing wave of guilt and gratitude. Ben, who'd reminded him repeatedly not to forget, had covered for him once again, had literally saved him from the consequences of his own thoughtlessness. "I'm so sorry," Peter whispered, unable to meet Uncle Ben's eyes. "I got caught up in the research and completely lost track of time. I never meant for this to happen." "Everyone makes mistakes, Peter," Ben Sr. said, his voice warm with understanding. "You're very much like your father in that way. When Richard got focused on something important, the rest of the world just disappeared for him." Ben Sr. His words carried genuine affection rather than criticism. Despite their different paths in life, Ben Sr. had always admired his brother's brilliance and dedication. He wanted Peter to follow in those footsteps, to achieve the kind of meaningful work that could change the world. "But your father always believed that with great power comes great responsibility," Ben Sr. continued, stepping forward to embrace his nephew. The physical contact seemed to ground Peter, offering comfort in the midst of his emotional turmoil. "You're growing up, Peter, and while May and I aren't your biological parents—" "Don't say that," Peter interrupted, his head snapping up with sudden urgency. You and Aunt May are Ben SR held up a gentle hand asking for patience. It's okay, Peter, we know the truth and so do you. May and I have no problem with you or Ben exploring your family history. That's your right and we would never try to stop you. His voice grew more serious, weighted with years of accumulated love and concern. But even though we're not your birth parents, we love you just as much as if you were our own blood. I don't expect you to shoulder the full responsibility for this family, you're still a kid, but I do need you to remember that your actions affect people who care about you. Ben SR. Hands settled on Peter's shoulders, grounding him with their familiar weight. Do you understand what could have happened if Ben hadn't gone to pick up May tonight? Peter's throat tightened as he nodded. He'd spent the entire run home imagining worst-case scenarios, each more terrifying than the last. And do you think you were the only one worried? Ben SR pressed gently. May would have been even more frightened than you are right now, wondering if something had happened to you. I know, Peter managed, his voice barely audible. The guilt was overwhelming, cutting through the euphoria of scientific breakthrough like acid. For weeks, his new abilities had made him feel invincible, special, above the mundane concerns of ordinary life. Now he was confronted with the reality that his actions, or lack thereof, could genuinely hurt the people he loved most. Fortunately, everyone's safe, Ben SR said, his tone warming again. That's what matters. Just try to remember this feeling the next time you're tempted to lose yourself in something. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Peter nodded emphatically, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. At that moment, the front door swung open to reveal Ben leaning casually against the frame, a half-eaten pork chop in one hand and grease glistening on his chin. How long are you two planning to stand out here? He asked with deliberately casual humor. The food's getting cold. Both Peter and Ben SR turned to look at him, and Ben SR's expression brightened considerably. You must be starving, Ben SR said loudly, clapping Peter on the back. Go get something to eat. Then leaning closer to Peter's ear, he whispered, Ben's already covered for you once tonight. Just go along with whatever story he told May, all right? No need to worry her unnecessarily. Understood, Peter whispered back, nodding with renewed determination. Later that night, after what could generously be described as a feast rather than dinner, Peter and Ben squeezed into Ben's cramped bedroom, both of them feeling pleasantly stuffed. I never imagined I could eat that much, Peter said with a satisfied burp, sprawling across Ben's bed. I think I consumed about 3,000 calories. Apparently our enhanced metabolisms require significantly more fuel, Ben replied, claiming the other half of the bed. If we keep eating like this, Dad's grocery budget is going to bankrupt the family. Ben had been pleasantly surprised by how smoothly the evening had gone. He'd expected shouting, slammed doors, and Peter storming off into the night. Instead, Dad had managed to communicate his concerns while maintaining the family bond that held them all together. But that success created new problems. We need to find a way to contribute financially, Ben said thoughtfully. Dad and Mom were managing just fine before we became human garbage disposals. Peter nodded seriously, Uncle Ben's words about responsibility still echoing in his mind. With great power comes great responsibility. Now that we have these abilities, maybe it's time we started taking some responsibility for this family. He paused, then brightened as an idea occurred to him. What about underground boxing? With our strength and reflexes, nobody could touch us. We could make serious money. Absolutely not. Ben's response was immediate and emphatic, his tone sharp enough to make Peter blink in surprise. The last thing they needed was Peter getting involved in illegal fighting circuits. That path led to complications Ben had no desire to navigate, criminal contacts, moral compromises, and worst of all, the kind of attention that could expose their abilities to the wrong people. Peter's thoughts shifted direction, his expression growing more thoughtful. Maybe we should be thinking bigger picture, he said, pulling up a chair to sit closer to Ben's bedside. Like Uncle Ben said, we've been given incredible abilities. That's not just a gift, it's a responsibility. We have an obligation to use our powers to make this world a better place, Peter continued, his voice gaining conviction as he warmed to the theme. So? Ben propped himself up against his pillow, regarding Peter with an expression that was difficult to read. Peter shifted uncomfortably under his cousin's scrutiny, sensing skepticism where he'd expected enthusiasm. So we become heroes, Peter said, his excitement building as he began to pace the small room. Like Iron Man, we could choose appropriate code names, Human Spider maybe, or the Spider Duo, what do you think? If you want to be a superhero, go for it, Ben replied, turning onto his side to face away from Peter. You have my blessing, but count me out. The dismissal was gentle but firm. Ben harbored no cynicism toward heroism itself. Peter's idealism was admirable, even noble. But Ben simply didn't share that particular passion. He had other priorities, other responsibilities that took precedence over cosmic do-gooding. Count you out? Peter's voice cracked with disbelief. But we're a team, we got these powers together, doesn't that mean something? It means we both have enhanced abilities, Ben said pragmatically. It doesn't mean we're obligated to use them the same way. He sat up again, meeting Peter's eyes with serious intensity. What exactly do you think you'll gain from being a hero? Gain. Peter seemed taken aback by the question. It's not about personal gain, it's about helping people, making a difference. That's a nice sentiment, Ben interrupted, but it's not what you were just talking about. You mentioned fame, admiration, people cheering for you. That sounds like personal gain to me. Peter's cheeks flushed. Well, sure, it would be nice to be appreciated, to be someone special instead of just nobody. The admission hung in the air between them, raw and honest. Here's the problem with that thinking, Ben said, his voice taking on a harder edge. Even if you become the most beloved hero in the world, they won't be cheering for Peter Parker. They'll be cheering for Spider-Man. But Spider-Man is Peter Parker, Peter protested, though uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Ben's expression grew deadly serious, and Peter felt something primal stir in his chest, the same biological alarm that prey animals experienced when confronted by apex predators. No, Ben said with absolute finality. Spider-Man can never be Peter Parker. The intensity of Ben's stare was overwhelming, as if he'd suddenly transformed from beloved cousin into something far more dangerous. Think about this logically, Ben continued, rising from the bed and placing his hands on Peter's shoulders. Despite Peter's enhanced strength, he found himself completely unable to resist as Ben guided him to the desk chair. Do you honestly believe you could pull a Tony Stark, stand in front of a room full of reporters and announce, "I am Spider-Man"? Ben's voice took on a mocking inflection as he mimicked Tony's trademark arrogance. Tony Stark can afford that kind of transparency because he's Tony Stark. He has billions of dollars, private security, political connections, and enough technological firepower to level a small country. Even without the armor, no street-level criminal could meaningfully threaten him or his loved ones. Ben's grip tightened slightly, demanding Peter's full attention. But what do you have? What's protecting mom and dad, your family, when every psychopath you've ever defeated decides they can't hurt you directly, so they'll hurt the people you love instead? The blood drained from Peter's face as the implications sank in. In his mind's eye, he could see Uncle Ben and Aunt May, helpless, vulnerable, targeted by criminals seeking revenge against a hero they could never directly reach. They'd become targets, Peter whispered, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. I'm glad your brain is still functioning, Ben said with grim satisfaction. He'd seen this pattern play out across countless timelines and comic iterations. Spider-Man's secret identity wasn't just a convenience, it was a life-or-death necessity. Every time Peter's identity was compromised, the people he loved paid the price. Gwen Stacy, Aunt May, Mary Jane, the list of casualties was both extensive and heartbreaking. I understand, Peter said, nodding vigorously. You're right about the secret identity, but that doesn't change the fundamental truth. I still need to help people. With great power comes great responsibility, right? Ben studied his cousin's face, seeing the determination that no amount of harsh reality could diminish. Peter Parker would become Spider-Man regardless of the obstacles or consequences. It was as inevitable as gravity. And maybe that was okay. Peter had spent his entire life being overlooked, dismissed, ignored. He was the kid who got shoved into lockers, whose romantic interests never even noticed his existence. The opportunity to become someone special, even if that someone had to remain secret, might be exactly what he needed. If you're really committed to this path, Ben said, moving to his desk and pulling out a stack of draft paper, then you're going to need proper equipment. Wait a minute, Peter said, his eyes widening as Ben began spreading out detailed sketches. You said you didn't want to be a superhero. I don't. But you secretly designed an entire costume and even came up with the name Spider-Man. Ben paused in his preparation, suddenly aware of how this might look from Peter's perspective. Some people claim they have no interest in becoming superheroes, yet somehow manage to design complete costumes and even settle on heroic codenames in their spare time. Peter stared at Ben with barely contained amusement, his expression somewhere between impressed and incredulous. Didn't you just tell me you had no intention of being Spider-Man? He asked, unable to keep the teasing note out of his voice. I don't, Ben replied with practiced nonchalance. I'm just concerned that whatever costume you cobble together will be so embarrassing that I'll have to disown you when you inevitably get photographed. The truth was more complex than Ben's deflection suggested. This universe seemed to blend elements from multiple Spider-Man iterations, and he had no idea which version of the costume Peter might naturally gravitate toward. If they ended up with something resembling Tom Holland's glorified pajamas, Ben might have to stage an intervention purely on aesthetic grounds. That's actually kind of thoughtful, Peter admitted, leaning over the desk to examine Ben's sketches more closely. So do you want the designs or not? Yes, absolutely. After careful consideration, Peter selected a design based on the classic red and blue color scheme that had defined Spider-Man across multiple universes. While he expressed interest in more advanced options like the Iron Spider armor or various mystical variants, both boys had to acknowledge that their current skill sets weren't quite ready for that level of complexity. The web shooters are definitely the right approach, Peter said, studying Ben's technical diagrams with growing excitement. But creating the actual webbing material is going to be a serious challenge. Ben nodded, having anticipated this obstacle. In Tobey Maguire's universe, Spider-Man had possessed biological web spinnerets as part of his mutation. Andrew Garfield's version had relied on synthetic webbing developed by Oscorp, requiring only the mechanical launchers. But this timeline appeared to lack both advantages: no organic webbing capability and no readily available synthetic alternative. I think I might have an idea, Peter said suddenly, his eyes lighting up with inspiration. Something involving protein polymer chains and controlled cross-linking. Sounds promising, Ben said, placing a supportive hand on Peter's shoulder. Just remember to include a degradation agent in the formula. Otherwise, New York's going to look like the inside of a giant spider web within a month. With that gentle push, Ben ushered the still contemplating Peter out of his room, closing the door behind him to reclaim some privacy. Settling back at his computer, Ben turned his attention to more pressing concerns. As he'd told Peter, possessing extraordinary abilities came with responsibilities, but that didn't necessarily mean donning a costume and punching criminals. Ben's responsibilities lay with his family, and right now, that meant finding ways to improve their financial situation. More money, he murmured to himself, and a better life for Mom and Dad. The idea that had been surfacing in his mind for days refused to fade. Establishing his own technology company, Primus Technologies, perhaps growing into an industry leader that could rival even Oscorp. But startup capital is always the problem, Ben acknowledged grimly. His only significant technological assets were Tony Stark's armor and the Omnitrix itself. The armor presented obvious complications. Most of its innovations were covered by existing Stark Industries patents, and any attempt to commercialize them would invite immediate legal challenges. Some companies like Hammer Industries managed to dance around patent restrictions through government contracts and creative interpretations, but Ben had no interest in becoming an arms dealer. The Omnitrix represented far more promising possibilities. As a level 20 technology, its capabilities extended well beyond simple transformation. The device incorporated advanced communication systems capable of instantaneous contact across galactic distances, matter transmission capabilities, and sophisticated nanotechnology that reconstructed clothing during each transformation sequence. Nanotechnology would be an excellent market entry point, Ben mused, but the technological gap is enormous. Even with gray matter's knowledge, bridging that gap would require resources I simply don't have. The fundamental problem remained unchanged. Serious technological development required serious capital investment. Robbing street-level criminals might cover household expenses, but it wouldn't fund the kind of research and development necessary to compete with established corporations. Targeting more significant criminal enterprises, the Kingpin's operation, the Hand's various schemes, would provide substantially better returns but also dramatically increase his exposure risk. He needed to maintain careful balance between his spider abilities, which could reasonably be explained as a byproduct of the Oscorp incident, and his alien transformations, which absolutely could not. SHIELD would inevitably learn about Peter's Spider-Man activities, and by extension, Ben's enhanced abilities. The key was ensuring they saw exactly what he wanted them to see, a young man with spider powers who'd chosen family responsibility over superheroism. Let them focus on that narrative while the Omnitrix remained completely hidden. Then there's really only one viable option, Ben concluded, reaching for his phone. If he couldn't generate startup capital through criminal enterprises without unacceptable risk, he'd have to find legitimate investors. And conveniently, he happened to know someone with considerable financial resources and a desperate need to prove himself. Despite the late hour, the call connected quickly. "Hello, Harry Potter." "Don't call me that." Harry Osborn's voice cracked with immediate irritation, just as Ben had expected. After a moment to compose himself, Harry's tone grew more curious. You never call unless something's wrong. How's Peter doing lately? Always asking about Peter first, Ben noted with amusement. And you both insist you're just friends. He's doing great, Ben replied honestly. I'd say he's never been better, actually. Peter was indeed experiencing the euphoria of someone who just discovered their life's calling. Like a recent graduate receiving their dream job offer, he had no idea what challenges lay ahead. He was simply thrilled to have a purpose. What about you? Harry asked, clearly suspicious. I don't believe you're calling just to chat, especially at this hour. Ben could practically hear Harry settling in for what he assumed would be a heartbreak confession or relationship drama. Poor Harry was probably preparing to simultaneously mock and comfort his old friend through some romantic disaster. Instead, Ben delivered words that cut straight to Harry's deepest insecurities. Harry, I remember you mentioning how much you wanted to impress your old man, right? There was a long pause on the other end of the line. I have a proposition for you. So what's this proposition of yours? Harry had managed to slip away from his boarding school for their clandestine meeting, and now the two teenagers sat across from each other in a corner booth of a small diner. Harry took a tentative sip of his milkshake, then immediately made a face of pure disgust. What is this stuff? It tastes like sweetened chalk. I'm not particularly fond of it either, Ben replied, though he continued drinking his own shake with mechanical determination. It was his first time trying this particular establishment's product, and the experience was proving educational in all the wrong ways. Still, waste not, want not, he'd ordered it, so he'd finish it. Enough about the drink, Harry said, pushing his glass away with obvious distaste. What's this proposition you mentioned? Harry had confirmed Peter's absence the moment he'd walked into the diner. The three of them had been friends since childhood, Harry and Peter especially, their bond predating Peter's placement with the Parker family. After Peter had been sent to live with Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Harry had been a frequent visitor, which was how Ben had got to know him properly. Due to Ben's more mature mindset, he'd often assumed an older brother role in their childhood dynamics, offering advice and guidance that the other two had generally accepted without question. Harry still trusted Ben's judgment implicitly, which was why he'd responded so quickly to the cryptic phone call. Besides, as Ben had correctly identified, Harry was desperate for any opportunity to earn his father's approval. Norman Osborn was a demanding parent whose standards seemed perpetually out of reach. Harry excelled academically, demonstrated financial responsibility unusual for someone his age, and avoided the typical rich kid pitfalls of drugs and reckless behavior. Yet none of these achievements seemed to register with Norman, who treated his son with a mixture of indifference and barely concealed disappointment. What Harry didn't understand was that his father's coldness stemmed from grief as much as disappointment. Harry's birth had resulted in complications that ultimately claimed his mother's life, a loss that Norman had never truly processed. In Norman's twisted logic, every interaction with Harry served as a reminder of what he'd lost. I want to start a company, Ben said simply. Start a company. Harry couldn't quite hide his disappointment. When Ben had called with promises of a plan to impress Norman Osborn, Harry had been hoping for something more substantial. Starting a company sounded impressive in theory, but the reality was far more mundane. Even if Harry liquidated all his available assets, trust fund distributions, savings, gifts from various relatives, the capital wouldn't be sufficient for anything that might catch Norman's attention. A small startup might provide modest returns, but Norman Osborn didn't notice modest anything. He was a man who operated on a scale that dwarfed most Fortune 500 companies, and his scientific achievements had redefined entire fields of research. I'll certainly support you if that's what you want to do, Harry said, quickly mastering his disappointment. Based on his understanding of Ben's character, there had to be more to this proposal than met the eye. Ben wasn't the type to take risks without careful calculation, so if he was suggesting this course of action, he must have identified a viable path to profitability. It just wouldn't be enough to impress Norman Osborn. Still, if this venture could help improve the Parker family's financial situation, Harry was happy to contribute. The Parkers had always treated him like family, and he'd noticed the subtle signs of economic strain during his visits. The careful meal planning, the mended clothing, the way certain conversations stopped when he entered the room. Can you give me more details about what you have in mind? Harry asked. Ben could practically read Harry's thoughts from his expression, polite interest masking skeptical disappointment. Anyone would react similarly to a teenager announcing plans to start a company and build an empire. But Ben's next words transformed Harry's expression entirely. Nanotechnology. Harry blinked several times, then began to laugh. Okay, you got me very funny, but seriously, what's the actual business plan? When Ben didn't join in the laughter, Harry's amusement faded rapidly. Wait, are you actually serious? Why would I ask you to travel all this way for a joke? Ben replied calmly. Harry's mind raced through the implications. Nanotechnology wasn't just science fiction anymore, the field existed, with legitimate research being conducted by major universities and corporations. But the technology was still in its infancy, protected by extensive patent portfolios, and required massive capital investment just to achieve basic functionality. Ben, even Oscorp would need to think twice before entering the nanotechnology market, Harry said, shaking his head. My allowance isn't going to fund that kind of research and development. He studied Ben's confident expression with growing confusion. This wasn't the cautious, pragmatic person he remembered from childhood. Had years of separation changed Ben so dramatically? Had he become the kind of person who confused ambition with delusion? Harry felt a pang of loss for the steady, reliable friend he'd known. Still, their shared history prevented him from simply walking away. Which turned out to be fortunate because Ben reached into his backpack and withdrew a thick folder. You might think I'm delusional, Ben said, placing the documents on the table between them, but I've already achieved some preliminary results. The folder contained work Ben had completed during his gray matter transformations. While he couldn't study the Omnitrix itself in that form, Azimuth had been too clever for such obvious workarounds. The inherited Galvan knowledge was more than sufficient for current Earth-based technology challenges. The gap between civilizations was almost comical. Ben 10's universe operated under Level 2 technology restrictions for Earth, while Galvan's science had achieved Level 20 status. What counted as elementary knowledge for a Galvan child would be revolutionary breakthrough science for human researchers. Harry opened the folder with obvious skepticism, then began reading with increasing bewilderment. Ben had chosen nanotechnology specifically because of this knowledge gap. While the field existed on Earth, current achievements barely scratched the surface of what was possible. The concepts Ben was presenting, based on technologies that wouldn't emerge for another decade in the natural timeline, represented quantum leaps beyond anything currently available. Of course, the documents contained only theoretical frameworks. Actual implementation would require significant time and resources, even with Galvan-level understanding. It was like a modern engineer being transported to ancient Rome. All the knowledge in the world wouldn't help without appropriate materials and manufacturing capabilities. Tony Stark had managed to build the Mark I only because his captors had provided him with weapons-grade materials. Without that foundation, even his genius would have been useless. But Ben was confident that the theoretical work alone would be sufficient to convince Harry of the project's viability. He watched Harry's expression cycle through confusion, concentration, and something approaching alarm. Any questions? Ben asked when Harry finally closed the folder. Questions, Ben? I don't understand any of this, Harry said, his voice strained. The level of complexity here. It's like trying to teach quantum physics to elementary school students. Harry's engineering background was solid for his age, but these documents assumed knowledge that simply didn't exist yet. The proposals weren't just about nanotechnology. They described self-replicating systems, programmable matter, molecular-scale manufacturing processes that sounded more like magic than science. If I showed this to my father, he'd probably lecture me about wasting time on science fiction instead of focusing on real business opportunities, Harry said, sliding the folder back across the table. This is too far ahead of anything currently possible, Ben. I want to support you, but you can't build a company around concepts from comic books. Ben's first reaction was surprise, followed quickly by self-recrimination as he identified his error. I forgot that gray matter's cognitive patterns influence my thinking while transformed, he realized. What seems straightforward from a Galvan perspective might be incomprehensible to human scientists. The fundamental problem was one of intellectual scale. Even the least intelligent Galvans were considered universal-class scientists, capable of working alongside beings like Azimuth himself. Earth's most brilliant minds were operating with cognitive limitations that made advanced Galvan concepts literally unthinkable. Ben had made the classic mistake of being too far ahead of his time. His proposals weren't wrong, they were simply beyond current human understanding. He needed to recalibrate his approach, starting with technologies that Earth's scientific community could actually comprehend and implement. Ben couldn't exactly transform into gray matter in front of Harry and a diner full of witnesses to produce additional technical documentation. He was stuck with what he'd already prepared, which meant relying on persuasion rather than evidence. Harry, I know this seems impossible, Ben said, meeting his friend's skeptical gaze with steady determination. It probably sounds like pure fantasy, but I promise you I can make this work. I give you my word. The sincerity in Ben's voice carried weight that mere technical specifications couldn't convey. Despite the years of separation, Harry recognized the tone. It was the same steady confidence that had defined Ben throughout their childhood, the unwavering reliability that had made him a natural leader among their small group. Harry found himself wavering. The documents were incomprehensible, the timeline seemed impossible, and the financial requirements were staggering. But this was Ben, the same person who'd never once broken a promise or led them astray. What if he's actually serious, Harry thought. What if those formulas really do represent breakthrough science that I'm just too limited to understand? After all, this was Ben Parker, methodical, careful, never prone to wild fantasies or impossible schemes. All right, Harry said finally, taking a deep breath as if preparing to jump off a cliff. He reached for the technical folder again. I'll show this to my father. Oscorp has dozens of experts who could evaluate whether this is feasible. If there's real potential here, maybe Dad would be willing to fund a new research division. Harry's commitment was touching in its loyalty. He was prepared to risk his father's scorn and disappointment purely on the strength of their friendship. But before Harry could secure the documents, Ben's hand slammed down on the folder with tremendous force. Crack. The tempered glass table surface exploded into countless fragments, each piece no larger than a fingernail. The sound was like a gunshot in the quiet diner, causing every patron to turn and stare in shock. Ben. Harry stared at his friend in bewilderment, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Sorry, Ben said quickly, clearly as surprised by the destruction as anyone else. The glass quality must have been really poor. The diner staff rushed over in a panic, checking for injuries and offering profuse apologies for the apparently defective furniture. The manager even attempted to provide financial compensation, which both boys politely declined. Everyone present accepted the explanation that the glass had simply failed catastrophically. No one suspected that a teenage boy could generate enough force to shatter tempered glass with his bare hands. After the commotion died down, Ben and Harry decided to continue their conversation somewhere more private. They walked along the East River, the Manhattan skyline glittering across the water as evening settled over the city. Don't show those documents to Norman, Ben said, the river breeze ruffling his hair. I'm not looking to partner with Oscorp, Harry, just with you. Ben had no intention of sharing advanced technology with Norman Osborn, especially given the man's eventual transformation into the Green Goblin. Even in his current state as a respected businessman and scientist, Norman operated within a corporate structure filled with shareholders and board members who would demand their cut of any breakthrough innovations. Ben could handle those complications if necessary, but why invite unnecessary trouble? Do you understand? Ben pressed, pointing at Harry's chest for emphasis. It's just you and me. Maybe Peter joins us eventually, but no involvement from Oscorp or any other established corporation. Harry stopped walking, staring at Ben with obvious surprise. Just us. That's right, Ben confirmed, leaning against the riverside railing. Oscorp isn't controlled solely by your father. I don't want other people interfering with my company's direction. Ben's ultimate goal was building Primus Technologies into something that could rival or exceed Stark Industries. Starting with a clean slate, free from external investors and their competing agendas, seemed like the wisest approach. I understand your concerns, Harry said, nodding slowly. To be honest, if those shareholders saw an opportunity, they'd probably carve up Oscorp itself and not leave a single bone for the Osborn family. Exactly, that's what I'm trying to avoid. Besides, Ben added with calculated appeal to Harry's deepest insecurities, if you succeed without Oscorp's resources backing you, don't you think Norman would be more impressed? Building something from nothing using only your own capabilities. The suggestion hit its mark perfectly. Harry's expression brightened as he considered the implications. You're right, but Ben, developing nanotechnology without Oscorp's financial resources. Harry shook his head with obvious concern. Building even a basic nanoscale laboratory would cost millions just for the initial setup. We don't have to start with nanotechnology, Ben replied after a moment's consideration. The advanced nanobot concepts were indeed too far ahead of current capabilities. His advantage lay in having working examples to reverse engineer rather than developing everything from theoretical foundations, which would significantly reduce research costs and development time. What are you thinking instead? Harry asked. Ben's mind immediately turned to Tony Stark's armor. The Mark III contained numerous technologies that could be adapted for civilian applications. More importantly, with gray matter's enhanced intellect, Ben could fully understand and improve upon Stark's innovations within a reasonable timeframe. He could develop upgraded components and systems, then license or sell the improvements to interested parties. Something much more manageable, Ben said with a confident smile. I estimate we'll need about $10 million in startup capital. Harry's expression grew pained. He'd been expecting to invest a few $100,000 in his friend's small business venture, not commit to funding a major technological enterprise. I guess I'll have to sell a few cars, Harry said with resignation. The subsequent discussion of equity distribution proceeded more smoothly than Ben had anticipated. Young Harry approached the arrangement with friendship rather than business acumen, showing no interest in maximizing his ownership stake or protecting his investment through complex contractual arrangements. Money isn't really important to me, Harry said with a dismissive shrug. You asked for help, so I'm helping. It's that simple. Besides, he continued, clapping Ben on the shoulder, I'll inherit Oscorp eventually. Even if my father isn't satisfied with my performance, I'm still his only son. The best way you can repay me is by making our company successful enough to change how he sees me. I won't let you down, Harry, Ben promised with absolute sincerity. As Ben prepared to leave, having accomplished his primary objective, Harry grabbed his arm. Wait a minute. Something wrong? Ben asked. Seriously, Harry's voice carried mock outrage. I just agreed to give you my entire life savings, and I might have to sell my car collection, and you're planning to abandon me on a street corner. Why are you making me sound like some kind of user who disappears the moment he gets what he wants? Because that's exactly what you're doing, Harry accused. The least you could do is buy me dinner. Without waiting for a response, Harry hooked his arm around Ben's shoulders and began steering him toward Queens. It's been ages since I've seen Peter. I finally escaped from boarding school. I'm not going back until absolutely necessary. After all that negotiation, it really was about Peter the whole time, Ben thought with amusement, and you both still insist you're just friends. Ben rolled his eyes but didn't protest. Harry and Peter did share a special bond, having known each other since early childhood. Their friendship had a natural ease that Ben, with his more mature perspective, sometimes struggled to match. When they reached the Parker house, Ben, SR, and May were still at work. The family's financial pressures meant longer hours for both adults. Ben, SR, often worked double shifts while May juggled multiple part-time jobs. For years, both Ben and Peter had wanted to contribute through after-school employment, but Ben, SR, had insisted they focus on their education instead. Peter, however, was home. The incident with Aunt May had prompted some serious self-reflection about his priorities. While he hadn't abandoned his interest in his parents' research, he'd recognized the need to balance that curiosity with attention to his living family members. Consequently, he'd spent the past few days working on his Spider-Man equipment rather than visiting Dr. Connors. He'd already provided the crucial formula that would solve the cross-species genetic puzzle. There was no urgent need for additional collaboration. I'll check on the doctor's progress with the serum later, Peter muttered to himself as he fine-tuned the mechanical components spread across his desk. Web shooters. The design had come to him with surprising ease, as if the knowledge had been waiting in his subconscious. The synthetic webbing formula had proved equally intuitive. Somehow, his enhanced biology understood exactly which enzymes and proteins needed to combine to create the desired adhesive properties. All that remained was completing the costume and perfecting the delivery mechanism. I don't know where Ben disappeared to this time, Peter said with mild frustration. He claims he doesn't want to be a superhero, but he won't help me with any of the technical work. Despite his complaints, Peter was already planning to surprise his cousin with a second costume. Even if Ben insisted he had no interest in heroic activities, Peter wasn't about to exclude him when something exciting happened. This design should work perfectly for him, Peter said, selecting an alternative color scheme from Ben's original sketches. Just then, his enhanced hearing picked up footsteps on the front porch, followed by the distinctive sound of the door opening. His newly developed spider sense tingled faintly, not with danger but with recognition. Ben must be back, Peter said, gathering the costume designs to show his cousin the options. But as footsteps approached his room, Peter heard an unexpected voice calling up the stairs, one that made him grin with genuine excitement. I think these stairs are about ready to collapse, Harry's voice complained as he climbed the creaking wooden steps. According to family tradition, you should call them Uncle Stairs, Ben replied with dry humor. But don't worry, they don't have osteoporosis, so they won't actually fall apart. Harry reached Peter's door just as it swung open, revealing Peter with an armful of superhero costume designs. Long time no see, Pete, Harry called out enthusiastically, then paused as his gaze fell on the sketches in his friend's hands. Long time no see, Pete, what's all this? Nothing. Peter practically jumped out of his skin, his newly enhanced reflexes almost sending him to the ceiling in surprise. "Harry, I can't believe it, you look so different. Aren't you supposed to be at boarding school?" Peter quickly shoved the costume designs behind his back while positioning himself in the doorway to block Harry's view of his room's interior. The space beyond was littered with web shooter prototypes, chemical equipment, and fabric samples that would raise far too many questions. Harry allowed himself to be distracted by Peter's nervous energy. "Ben called me, so I decided to break out for a day. That place really is like a prison. We've barely seen each other since your dad sent you away," Peter said, his genuine excitement overriding his anxiety. If his room hadn't been transformed into a superhero workshop, he would have invited Harry inside immediately. Instead, he stepped fully into the hallway and pulled the door firmly shut behind him. "How about we play some games? Ben borrowed something new from a classmate a few days ago." "A new game? Perfect. I'd be excited to play Pong at this point," Harry replied enthusiastically, then paused to study his friend more carefully. "Pete, you've grown." The changes were dramatic. Peter was no longer the scrawny, undersized kid Harry remembered. He'd gained several inches in height, developed visible muscle definition, and most noticeably had abandoned his thick-rimmed glasses. "Did you get laser surgery?" Harry asked. "Contact lenses," Peter said quickly, guiding Harry toward Ben's room. He felt guilty about using Ben's computer without permission, but redirecting Harry's attention took priority over propriety. Peter powered up the system and loaded one of Ben's games, handing Harry a controller. "By the way, where's Ben?" "Downstairs in the kitchen, I think," Harry said, gripping the controller like a steering wheel, his attention already absorbed by the screen. "Come on, let's start." The irony wasn't lost on either of them. Harry's bedroom back home contained a state-of-the-art gaming setup with the latest hardware and cutting-edge graphics capabilities. By comparison, Ben's modest computer was practically prehistoric. Yet somehow, Harry felt more excited about this simple game than any of his expensive equipment had ever made him. He hadn't yet learned that the best gaming experiences had nothing to do with technology and everything to do with friendship. A few minutes later, Ben appeared with 3 glasses of juice, watching those two with amusement. There was something distinctly parental about the scene, 2 teenagers completely absorbed in their entertainment while he provided refreshments. "Come join us, Ben," Peter called out, though his initial panic had transformed into genuine gaming enthusiasm. "I've got other things to handle," Ben replied, setting down the drinks. "You two have fun." He wasn't lying. Despite securing Harry's financial backing, countless practical details demanded attention. The money wouldn't arrive for several days, and even when it did, $10 million wouldn't stretch as far as most people imagined in high-tech development. "First priority is finding laboratory space," Ben mused as he settled in the living room with a notebook. "Then equipment acquisition, market research, and establishing distribution channels." The gray matter transformations had filled his mind with advanced weapons technology, but Ben had no intention of entering that market. While Stark Industries' withdrawal from arms manufacturing had created a temporary vacuum, Ben refused to profit from military interventions. "Focus on consumer applications," he decided, "civilian technology that improves daily life." This approach offered multiple advantages. Consumer electronics required less sophisticated manufacturing equipment, reducing startup costs significantly. More importantly, the technological landscape of 2008 was still relatively primitive. Apple had only released the iPhone 3G, and most people carried flip phones or basic smartphones. "But I need to move fast," Ben realized. "In a few years, alien technology is going to accelerate Earth's development exponentially." The Battle of New York would mark a turning point. When Loki's Chitauri invasion failed, the abandoned alien technology would trigger a technological revolution that would make his current advantages obsolete within a decade. Then there was the larger cosmic threat looming in the background. Thanos represented a challenge that dwarfed all earthly concerns, though Ben wasn't sure this universe would follow the exact same timeline he remembered from the films. Still, those were problems for the future. His immediate concern was more practical. He needed a secret laboratory, preferably something like the hidden facility from Spider-Verse. But that would require extensive construction, which meant involving Mom and Dad in at least some capacity. Ben opened his notebook and began sketching preliminary plans. Though without Harry's financial contribution actually in hand, everything remained theoretical. Meanwhile, several miles away in Manhattan, Dr. Kurt Connors was facing a crisis that would reshape his life forever. The laboratory door burst open as a group of Oscorp executives invaded his sanctuary, their expensive suits and predatory expressions transforming the sterile research space into something resembling a corporate boardroom. "Dr. Connors," the lead executive said with barely concealed contempt. The man moved through the lab with casual arrogance, his gaze settling on a small vial of green serum sitting on the main workbench. He picked it up with the proprietary air of someone claiming ownership. "You've succeeded," he announced. Connors hadn't yet grasped the true nature of this visit. His excitement over the breakthrough overcame his caution as he eagerly explained his progress. "Not completely," he said, his remaining hand gesturing enthusiastically. "The trials have only been conducted on laboratory mice so far, but the results are promising. Give me just a little more time and I can refine the formula for—" "There is no more time," the executive interrupted with brutal finality. Connors felt his enthusiasm drain away, replaced by growing alarm. "Mr. Osborne has run out of patience. Human trials begin immediately." "What? No." Connors stepped forward, his scientific ethics overriding his physical limitations. "The serum isn't ready for human testing. The risks are completely unknown. I said there's no time for your perfectionist delays, Connors. You've stalled long enough." The executive's tone carried the casual cruelty of someone accustomed to absolute authority. In his mind, Connors was just another employee, and a disabled one at that, which made him inherently expendable. "This isn't a request," the man continued coldly. "It's an order." Connors moved to block the executive's path, his scientific integrity overcoming any concern for his job security. "I will not allow you to endanger innocent people with an untested formula." He devoted his career to helping the millions of people living with physical disabilities. The thought of his research being weaponized or rushed into premature human trials violated everything he stood for. "Then you're no longer useful to us." The executive's expression didn't change as he gestured to his companions. Immediately, they began systematically removing equipment and research materials from the laboratory. The serum, of course, was their primary target. "What are you doing?" Connors demanded, trying desperately to intervene, but his disability made physical resistance impossible. When he attempted to stop them, one of the men casually shoved him aside, sending him crashing to the floor with humiliating ease. "I'm simply reclaiming Oscorp property," the executive said with mock patience. "This is my life's work," Connors shouted from the ground, his voice carrying the anguish of a man watching his dreams being stolen. "My invention." The sound was raw and primal, like a wounded animal backed into a corner. "No," the executive replied with detached amusement. "It belongs to Oscorp." He tucked the serum vial into his suit jacket with casual indifference, then deliberately stepped on Connors's empty sleeve, the fabric where his missing arm should have been. "Oscorp funds your research, Connors. Without our support, what possible value could someone like you have?" The words hit with surgical precision, targeting every insecurity and fear that Connors had carried since losing his limb. In that moment, his heart shattered as completely as his body had years before. Lying on the cold laboratory floor, watching his life's work disappear into corporate hands, Dr. Kurt Connors felt something fundamental break inside him. After Harry left following dinner, Ben was preparing to help May with the dishes when Peter grabbed his arm and pulled him into the bedroom. "I can't believe we got to see Harry today," Peter said, stretching contentedly. "It's been way too long since the three of us hung out like that." The afternoon of gaming had clearly been exactly what Peter needed. A return to simpler times when his biggest concern was beating the next level rather than stopping criminals or investigating family mysteries. "I've almost finished my costume," Peter continued, his excitement building. "So I wanted to ask if you'd like one too. I know you don't plan on being a superhero like me, but don't you want to experience swinging through New York's skyline? It has to be incredible." Ben had been preparing to decline, but something in Peter's description gave him pause. The pure joy in his cousin's voice was infectious, and Ben found himself genuinely curious about the experience. He selected one of the more elaborate designs from Peter's collection, a variation on the classic red and blue scheme that incorporated additional armored plating for protection. "Perfect choice," Peter said approvingly, then reached toward Ben's wrist. "Now let me have your watch so I can convert it into a web shooter." "I don't have any spare timepieces to modify." The web shooter on Peter's own wrist had been cobbled together from a discarded watch and looked distinctly homemade, but it functioned perfectly. "What are you doing?" Ben jerked his hand away instinctively, panic flashing across his features. The thought of Peter dismantling the Omnitrix was absolutely terrifying. "Converting it into a web shooter," Peter repeated, confused by Ben's reaction. "I told you I don't have any extra watches." "No need," Ben said quickly, already backing toward the door. "I can handle the web shooter situation myself." As he reached the doorway, Ben paused and glanced at Peter's computer screen, which displayed a photo of Liz Toombs. "By the way," Ben said with deliberate casualness, "I don't think Liz is right for you." He wasn't sure where to begin with Peter's questionable taste in romantic interests. Liz was undeniably attractive, but she was also superficial and status-conscious, exactly the type of person who would never give ordinary Peter Parker a second glance. Still, Ben supposed it could be worse. At least Peter's preferences ran toward conventionally appealing people rather than genuinely problematic choices. Peter's face darkened as he quickly closed the browser window. "Thanks for the unsolicited relationship advice," he said sarcastically, then began physically pushing Ben toward the door. "Anyway, I'm planning to go out tonight for my first patrol. I was going to invite you along, but since your costume isn't ready yet, you'll have to wait for next time." The door slammed shut with pointed finality. Ben stood in the hallway, impressed despite himself. Peter's newfound confidence was remarkable. He was already trash-talking like a seasoned superhero despite never having worn the costume. Apparently, spider powers came with enhanced self-assurance as a bonus feature. This transformation was actually healthy for Peter, who'd spent years being overly self-deprecating. Ben was genuinely happy to see his cousin embracing a more positive self-image. Later that evening, Ben lay in bed listening for sounds from the adjacent room. When he heard the faint scraping of claws against the wall, he knew Peter was making his move. Through his window, Ben glimpsed a red and blue figure carefully examining his apparently sleeping form. Peter's body language radiated excitement and disappointment in equal measure. Clearly, he'd hoped to show off his costume before departing on his maiden superhero voyage. "Maybe next time," Peter whispered to himself, then fired a webline and swung into the night with obvious enthusiasm. Ben waited until Peter disappeared into the urban landscape before rising from his bed and activating the Omnitrix. He had multiple reasons for following his cousin: concern for Peter's safety, curiosity about his own abilities, and a desire to test certain theories about their connected powers. "Last time I transformed into XLR8, my strength seemed enhanced, but I didn't inherit the spider sense," Ben mused, recalling his battle with Tony Stark. "The spider abilities strengthened my physical capabilities enough to damage the arc reactor, but the sensory aspects didn't transfer." Spider sense was notoriously inconsistent even in Peter's case, so that single incident wasn't conclusive evidence. To properly test the connection, Ben needed to transform and approach Peter directly. For tracking purposes, XLR8 would be ideal, he decided, activating the selection interface. But when the holographic display materialized, Ben found himself staring at an unexpected option, a twisted, elongated silhouette that seemed to writhe within the projection boundaries. Ben hesitated, his finger hovering over the activation control. Ghost Freak. The ectonurate species represented one of the Omnitrix's most dangerous templates, not because of their considerable power, but because of their unique nature. Unlike other alien forms, Ghost Freak retained the consciousness of its original donor, ZS Scaer, a being who'd voluntarily provided his DNA to Azimuth while concealing his true intentions. In the original timeline, ZS Scaer had eventually escaped the Omnitrix's control and become a recurring antagonist, his consciousness slowly corrupting the genetic template from within. But ignoring the problem won't make it disappear, Ben reasoned. If ZS Scaer is going to cause trouble eventually, I should understand what I'm dealing with. Moreover, Ghost Freak's abilities were perfectly suited for stealth surveillance. The timing seemed providential. Ben pressed the activation control. The transformation was unlike any other he'd experienced. His hands became razor-sharp talons while his entire body structure shifted into something that defied conventional biology. He resembled a floating specter wrapped in tattered fabric, legless and covered with ominous cracks that revealed glimpses of something darker underneath. A single eye wandered freely within the tears in his ghostly shroud, giving him an alien perspective on the world around him. "This is Ghost Freak," he said, his voice carrying an otherworldly resonance that sounded distinctly sinister. "But I still feel like myself," Ben noted with relief, examining his transformed hands. "Complete control, no foreign consciousness trying to influence me." Beyond the psychological comfort, Ben could sense the incredible power thrumming through his new form. He felt connected to some vast reservoir of dark energy, as if he could draw strength from the shadows themselves indefinitely. The darker the environment, the stronger ectonurites became. "I could probably lift a truck without strain," Ben realized, flexing his claws experimentally. The raw power was intoxicating, making him want to tear away the restraining fabric and reveal his true ghostly appearance to the world. But wisdom prevailed over impulse. Such dramatic reveals were best saved for actual emergencies. Still, the absence of the protective chains that normally bound Ghost Freak was concerning. In the original timeline, those restraints had been Azimuth's safeguard against ZS Scaer's consciousness. Their absence suggested either that this template was different or that Ben's situation was more dangerous than he'd realized. Find Peter first, Ben decided, postponing deeper analysis for later. He phased through the wall and took to the night sky, his intangible form allowing him to move through the city without any of the limitations that bound physical beings. Following Peter's swinging trajectory proved effortless. Within minutes, Ben had located his cousin. He maintained a distance of roughly 10 feet, close enough to observe but far enough to avoid accidental detection. If their spider senses were truly connected, this proximity should trigger some kind of response. Nothing happened. Peter continued his patrol completely unaware of Ben's presence. Transforming into aliens definitely dilutes the spider connection, Ben concluded. The physical enhancements transfer partially, but the psychic aspects are blocked by the alien DNA. Having satisfied his scientific curiosity, Ben prepared to return home. However, watching Peter's first superhero patrol proved to be an exercise in patience testing. Peter was extremely talkative. Every criminal encounter became an opportunity for elaborate banter, witty one-liners, and detailed explanations of why their behavior was problematic. The young man who'd been painfully shy just days earlier had apparently discovered an infinite reservoir of confidence and verbal creativity. "I had no idea he could talk this much," Ben muttered, covering his head with his hands as Peter launched into another extended monologue about the importance of civic responsibility. The combination of Peter's enthusiastic chatter and Ghost Freak's enhanced sensory input was giving Ben a headache that transcended normal biology. He can handle himself, Ben decided, retreating into the darkness. I'm going to enjoy the rest of my night. Free from Peter's enthusiastic commentary, Ben drifted through the night sky above New York City like a vengeful spirit. From this ethereal vantage point, the city spread below him like a constellation of earthbound stars. The lights traced intricate patterns through the urban landscape, creating an illusion of beauty that masked the harsh realities beneath. Beautiful from a distance, Ben mused, his ghostly voice carrying an otherworldly resonance. But if you look closer, you'll find that beneath all this prosperity lies nothing but filth and corruption. For those fortunate enough to occupy society's upper echelons, New York truly was the capital of the world. A glittering empire where the wealthy held court in glass towers, indulging every desire while money flowed like wine. Their parties stretched through the night, their luxuries beyond imagination, their every whim catered to by armies of staff. But for the vast majority struggling below, that glittering world might as well exist on another planet. The lights that painted the darkness so beautifully belonged to others. The poor gathered in the shadows those lights created, invisible and forgotten. The towering skyscrapers that defined the city's skyline weren't monuments to human achievement. They were prison walls, pressing down on the people trapped beneath them, making it difficult to breathe, impossible to escape. Those who lived at the bottom had once harbored dreams of prosperity, had fought and sacrificed for their chance to climb higher. But this merciless city had crushed those dreams with systematic efficiency, grinding hope into dust beneath the weight of economic reality. The prosperity belonged to a select few, built on the backs of countless others. New York was simultaneously the shining beacon of American success and a monument to American inequality. The same city, viewed through different eyes, revealed completely different truths. What made it even more tragic was understanding how that minority's prosperity had been achieved through the systematic exploitation of everyone beneath them. They stood atop their crystal towers like vampires, draining every drop of blood from the working class, breaking every bone to suck out the marrow, leaving behind desiccated corpses to form the foundation of their empire. Every brick in every building, every dollar in every bank account was stained with the blood of people like Ben Sr. and May, hardworking individuals whose labor created wealth they would never see. The builders of the city would never own the city. Those born in poverty would likely die in poverty, trapped in cycles of struggle that no amount of personal effort could break. In this gleaming metropolis, they were treated like vermin. But things are going to change, Ben said, his eye glowing with spectral fire. I'm going to change everything. Not the entire city, of course, that was beyond even his capabilities. But he could change things for his family, could ensure that the people he loved would never again worry about money or security. Of course, he understood the challenges that lay ahead. Once he began generating real profits, the financial predators would emerge from their boardrooms like sharks drawn to blood. They would try to devour his company completely, absorbing every innovation and leaving him with nothing, just like poor Dr. Connors. Ben's thoughts turned to the scientist because he happened to be passing over Oscorp Tower at that very moment. Through the building's windows, he could see a familiar figure, Dr. Connors, clutching his arm in obvious pain and humiliation as he climbed into a taxi. So he went through with it, Ben observed, made himself the first test subject to prevent them from using innocent victims. Tonight, Dr. Kurt Connors would become the lizard. Connors is brilliant, Ben mused, already formulating recruitment plans. Maybe I can offer him a position once this transformation crisis resolves itself. In fact, several of Spider-Man's future adversaries would make excellent additions to a legitimate research company. Dr. Connors, Dr. Otto Octavius, both were genuinely motivated by desires to help humanity, only to be corrupted by circumstance and desperation. Still, Ben chose not to follow Connors immediately. The Doctor's transformation into the lizard would serve as an excellent first challenge for Peter's superhero career. There was no need to interfere with that natural development. Besides, Ben had his own objectives to pursue. Leaving Oscorp behind, Ben flew in the opposite direction until he reached an even more impressive structure, the newly built Stark Tower, the gleaming spire that dominated Manhattan's skyline like a monument to technological achievement and personal ego. Ever since appropriating Tony's armor, Ben had been eager to examine the arc reactor more closely. Cold fusion had remained theoretical for decades, yet somehow Tony had not only achieved it but miniaturized the technology to power a personal suit of armor. Even Obadiah couldn't replicate it despite having access to the original, Ben reflected. The technological sophistication must be extraordinary. Ben phased through the tower's exterior glass, his form now completely translucent. In the darkness, he was essentially invisible unless someone looked directly at him with perfect lighting. Beyond the reactor, Tony's artificial intelligence represented another fascinating study opportunity. Jarvis's sophistication bordered on true consciousness. He displayed emotional responses, creative problem-solving, and genuine personality traits that exceeded anything currently available in the market. Granted, Ben could probably develop similar technologies using gray matter's knowledge, but studying existing examples would dramatically accelerate the process. Despite the late hour, Stark Tower still buzzed with activity. The building's lower floors contained dedicated workaholics pulling all-nighters, their dedication to corporate productivity both admirable and depressing. Ben ascended directly to the penthouse levels, Tony's private workshop and living space, where most of his serious inventions took shape. To Ben's surprise, Tony himself was still present, hunched over a workbench with obvious exhaustion weighing on his shoulders. Why isn't he out with some supermodel right now? Ben wondered. This is definitely not his usual nighttime routine. Tony's behavior made more sense when Ben considered the circumstances. Having his armor stolen by an unknown entity had clearly rattled the inventor's confidence. He was probably working around the clock to develop replacement technology. "Sir," Jarvis's voice interrupted the workshop's relative quiet, "I'm detecting unusual activity on the Williamsburg Bridge. A large reptilian creature has been sighted." Security footage materialized in holographic displays around the room, showing blurry images of something that resembled a bipedal alligator rampaging through traffic. Tony immediately abandoned his current project, moving to examine the footage more closely while reaching for a glass of green liquid that looked distinctly unappetizing. "What is this supposed to be?" Tony muttered, studying the creature. He'd initially expected another encounter with XLR-8, but this new threat appeared completely different, more like a miniature Godzilla than the sleek predator who'd stolen his armor. "This is almost as disgusting as chlorophyll juice," Tony complained, taking a reluctant sip of the green concoction and immediately grimacing. "I have that Dino Boy to thank for this charming dietary requirement." On the positive side, Jarvis observed with characteristic dry wit, XLR-8's damage to your arc reactor has actually slowed the progression of palladium poisoning. Your inability to use the armor during recovery has been medically beneficial. Tony's current armor was still under construction, leaving him effectively powerless to respond to threats. The irony wasn't lost on him. "I should have built backup suits years ago," Tony said, forcing down another mouthful of the medicinal drink. "Always have redundancies for critical systems." As he spoke, additional footage caught his attention, a brief glimpse of a red and blue figure swinging past the camera's field of view. Tony leaned forward, intending to ask Jarvis for enhanced analysis of this new element. But before he could speak, his body suddenly froze in place, muscles locked as if someone had activated a paralysis device. No one in the room noticed the translucent, ghostly shadow that had silently invaded Tony Stark's body. Ben slipped into Tony's body like a ghost passing through a veil. The moment he settled into the familiar form, black and red markings appeared around both of Tony's eye sockets, the telltale signs of Ghost Freak's possession. When the eyes opened again, the consciousness controlling this body was no longer Tony Stark's. This was one of the Ectonurite's most terrifying abilities. In theory, they could permanently seize control of another being's body, trapping the original consciousness in an endless sleep. However, the Omnitrix's safeguards limited Ben's time. He couldn't maintain the possession indefinitely. More than 20 minutes had already passed since he'd left home. This time constraint was precisely why he'd chosen to possess Tony rather than wait for the billionaire to leave the workshop before making his move. Deep within Tony's consciousness, Ben regarded the other presence with wary caution. Tony Stark's own consciousness had fallen into the deep slumber that typically accompanied Ghost Freak's possession. Under normal circumstances, if Ben didn't voluntarily release control, Tony might never wake up. But this other presence, this ball of brilliant light, remained stubbornly alert despite the psychic intrusion. Could it be the Wisdom Stone? Ben wondered. As a devoted comic book fan in his previous life, Ben had heard theories about the seventh Infinity Stone. According to some storylines, Tony Stark's genius-level intellect stemmed from possessing the Wisdom Stone, a cosmic artifact that existed as a tumor-like growth in his brain. Of course, not every version of Tony across the multiverse carried this particular burden. The only reference I can find on this theories was on the Ultimate Timeline. The dormant presence before him likely was that very stone, and Ben couldn't shake his unease. He had no idea whether the Wisdom Stone's power could analyze 20th-level cosmic technology like the Omnitrix. After all, the watch was Azimuth's masterpiece. Even brilliant minds like Albedo and Dr. Psychobos couldn't fully replicate its construction. Even Albedo's ultimate evolution paled in comparison to Azimuth's pure intellect. The Wisdom Stone might not be able to dissect the Omnitrix's secrets, but Ben wasn't willing to take that risk. Get the information and get out, he decided. Just then, Jarvis's voice cut through his thoughts. Sir, are you experiencing any difficulties? The AI had been waiting for Tony to respond to its earlier query, but when its creator had suddenly gone silent, Jarvis found itself in an unprecedented situation. As an artificial intelligence, it had no protocol for questioning Tony's behavior directly. I'm fine, Jarvis, Ben replied, shaking Tony's head and forcing a casual tone. Actually, let me take a look at your underlying code. I'm thinking about some upgrades. You seem different today, sir. Jarvis's voice carried a note of uncertainty that made Ben's pulse quicken. But as a program, the AI was caught in a logical paradox. Tony appeared unchanged from a physical standpoint, which meant Jarvis had no grounds to refuse the order. Code cascaded across the holographic displays, streams of complex programming flowing past Ben's eyes. He tried to memorize what he could, though he understood precious little of it. I should have brought a USB drive, he thought ruefully. He'd never expected to become Ghost Freak tonight, so naturally he'd come unprepared. Memory would have to suffice. By the way, Jarvis, Ben said, remembering something crucial, where's the spare arc reactor? He recalled that Iron Man possessed multiple reactors. If he planned to appropriate one for study, he couldn't very well remove the one keeping Tony alive. Did you forget that you gave it to Miss Potts? Jarvis asked, and Ben could swear he detected a note of suspicion in the AI's voice. Tony's behavior was becoming increasingly erratic. If Jarvis hadn't been monitoring Tony continuously, it would have suspected someone was impersonating its creator. Oh right, of course. Ben let out a soft curse under his breath. He had no idea if Pepper Potts was still in Stark Tower, and the thought of confronting her while wearing Tony's face made his skin crawl. As if summoned by his thoughts, the workshop door burst open. The strawberry blonde executive strode in with determined purpose, her heels clicking against the polished floor. The sudden appearance of the real Pepper Potts sent a jolt of panic through Ben, but he quickly reminded himself that to all appearances he was Tony Stark. There was nothing to fear. You've locked yourself down here for days just to work on those, Pepper paused, her frown deepening as she gestured at the armor components scattered around the workshop. Things. Her voice carried a mixture of frustration and genuine concern. Ms. Potts, Jarvis interjected helpfully, Mr. Stark has only slept 3 hours in the past 72 hours. The AI's report only deepened Pepper's worry. She stepped closer, studying Tony's haggard features with growing alarm, her hand rising instinctively toward his face. Wait, Pepper, I'm fine, Ben said quickly, taking a step back to avoid her touch. He looked at her with what he hoped passed for Tony's characteristic deflection of concern, but internally he was panicking. If this continued, the situation could develop in directions he absolutely couldn't handle. Don't get any ideas, he told himself firmly. This is already complicated enough. He shook his head, clearing away the unwanted thoughts. Honestly, Pepper Potts wasn't his type anyway. Even the famous Black Widow had never struck him as particularly attractive. Are you kidding me? Look at those dark circles. Pepper grabbed a mirror from Tony's workbench and thrust it toward his face. You look like you haven't slept in a week. Ben time was running short. His possession had already lasted nearly 30 minutes, and Pepper's interruption was eating into his remaining window. Fortunately, he'd managed to scan through the AI's underlying code structure. While he couldn't remember the specifics, memory was tied to brain function. Once he transformed into gray matter, he might be able to recall everything he'd observed. I don't need to remember every detail, Ben reasoned, just the general architecture. Gray matter can fill in the gaps, but right now he needed to extract himself from this situation before his time ran out. Hey Pepper, do you know where I keep my emergency snacks? Ben asked quickly, hoping to send her away. I'm starving, I need to eat something. Pepper looked at him with that long-suffering expression she'd perfected over years of managing Tony Stark's chaos. Sometimes she really did feel more like his mother than his CEO. She sighed in resignation. I'll get you something. As Pepper turned to leave, Ben caught himself appreciating her silhouette. The tailored business suit emphasized her figure in ways that even Tony's memories found appealing. Watching her walk away, Ben found himself thinking, don't look back, Pepper, I'm Tony. The irony of the situation hit him like a slap. Don't tell me I really am Tony right now. Ben shook his head at the absurdity of it all, then began the delicate process of separating from Tony's body. Like a cicada shedding its shell, Ghost Freak's essence peeled away from Tony's unconscious form. This time, Jarvis caught a glimpse of his translucent shadow in the workshop's dim corners. The AI immediately began activating high-precision cameras to confirm the anomalous reading. But before the sensors could lock onto the target, Ben had already merged with the surrounding darkness and vanished completely. Jarvis processed this information with the digital equivalent of bewilderment. Could it be that even artificial intelligence was capable of experiencing hallucinations? This is all we have on hand, Pepper said, returning with an assortment of snacks. I'll text Happy to grab some burgers from that place you like. Why are you here? Tony accepted the food with a blank expression, blinking in confusion. Everything around him felt strangely unfamiliar, as if he were seeing his own workshop through someone else's eyes. Jarvis, why is your underlying code displayed? Sir, you were the one who requested access to the code, Jarvis replied with characteristic precision. Really? Tony looked dazed, as if he'd just awakened from a vivid dream. I don't remember asking for that. That's because you need to rest. Pepper snapped, her frustration finally boiling over. You've had 3 hours of sleep in 3 days. You're going to work yourself to death and then I'll have to find a new boss. Am I really that tired? Tony rubbed his temples, trying to shake off the disorientation. He felt exhausted, but something deeper nagged at him, a sense that things weren't as simple as mere fatigue. I guess I'm just overtired. It's not like the place is haunted, right? He laughed, but the sound carried a nervous edge. Sir, you should rest immediately, Jarvis said, deactivating the holographic displays. The AI had originally intended to mention the shadow it had detected, but seeing Tony's obvious exhaustion, it decided against raising additional concerns. Besides, it hadn't managed to activate the high-precision cameras in time. While it had recorded something, the image was too blurred to identify clearly. The workshop's dim lighting could easily create misleading shadows. It couldn't really be a ghost, could it? Jarvis, an artificial intelligence built on scientific principles, naturally dismissed such supernatural possibilities. Outside Stark Tower, Ben scaled the building's glass exterior with practiced ease. The bioelectric charge coursing through his body provided strong adhesion, allowing him to maintain his grip even on the smooth surface. He dropped into a dark alley and emerged onto the street, glancing back at the towering structure. The distinctive Stark logo glowed against the night sky like a beacon. Without lingering, he headed toward the subway station. Nearly an hour passed before he returned to Queens. Rather than risk the front door, he scaled the wall to his window, the same route he'd used to leave. Before entering, he glanced across at the neighboring apartment. Mary Jane Watson's window was dark. This universe's version of MJ had only recently moved in with her aunt, and she was quite different from the redhead he remembered from the movies. Peter's not back yet, Ben observed, slipping through his window. Instead of going to sleep, he immediately powered up his computer and activated the Omnitrix, transforming into gray matter. This old machine's performance isn't nearly enough to support Jarvis-level AI, Ben muttered, his tiny fingers flying across the keyboard with inhuman precision. As he'd expected, gray matter's enhanced cognitive abilities allowed him to recall Jarvis's code structure with perfect clarity. The underlying architecture flashed through his mind like a series of photographs, and even the sections he'd initially forgotten could be reconstructed based on his enhanced understanding of programming principles. He typed rapidly, copying the code framework onto his hard drive. Now I just need to wait for Harry's money to arrive and buy a supercomputer. The initial investment would be staggering. A supercomputer alone might cost nearly $10 million. It's more cost-effective to buy components, he reasoned, pinching his chin thoughtfully. Purchasing a finished product would be too expensive. I could buy a slightly outdated supercomputer and modify it myself. That would save considerable money. But even with careful budgeting, the funds would be insufficient. Harry could personally contribute tens of millions at most, and that would require selling some of his valuable collections. But Ben needed more than just a supercomputer. If the first product is primarily a smartphone, I'll need several production lines, and advertising costs will be enormous. Even with R&D expenses minimized, the financial requirements were giving him a headache. I still need more money, but who else do I know besides Harry with that kind of capital? His mind raced through possibilities, and suddenly he thought of a particular girl. Felicia was indeed wealthy. Most of the Hardy family's fortune came from her father, the master thief known as Black Cat, who had later established a foundation to ensure the wealth could be inherited legally. Should I sacrifice myself for a rich woman? Ben wondered, remembering Felicia's beautiful face and striking figure. The idea wasn't entirely unappealing. More importantly, Felicia had two distinct personas after becoming Black Cat, the gentle, quiet platinum blonde and the wild, captivating white-haired thief. Who wouldn't be attracted to someone both gorgeous and rich? But ultimately, Ben abandoned the idea. In reality, Felicia couldn't provide substantial funding. After the original Black Cat disappeared, control of the Hardy Foundation had passed to Felicia's mother. Ben had encountered this woman several times at school events. She was greedy, petty, and thoroughly materialistic. She would never invest in an unknown like Ben, and even if she did, she'd demand the majority of the profits. Difficult woman, he muttered. Just then, the Omnitrix symbol flashed red, signaling the end of his transformation time. He quickly leaped from the desk, reverting to human form midair. After saving his work, he shut down the computer and collapsed onto his bed. Suddenly, his spider sense tingled with alarm. Ben quickly looked toward the window and saw Peter clinging to the glass like an oversized frog, peering inside. When Peter realized Ben was awake, he immediately opened the window and tumbled into the room. "Oh, you're up," Peter said breathlessly. Before Ben could respond, he launched into a detailed account of the night's events. "You won't believe what happened. I ran into a lizard man." He reached for the zipper on his back. "Do you know how big his claws were? And those teeth?" Only after peeling off the spider suit did he look relieved, like someone who'd walked 10 miles in shoes that were too small and finally taken them off. "Lizard man? I know Zarbek is a lizard man," Ben teased from his bed. "Have the lizard people already conquered America? I think your little brain must be overwhelmed by the heat." After all, everyone knew it was cephalopods, not reptiles, that secretly ruled America. The noble Statue of Liberty was just someone else's pet. "No, I'm serious. You should have come with me. We could have caught him together," Peter said, rubbing his reddened skin where the suit had chafed. "But I let him get away. Next time I'm definitely putting talcum powder on before I put on this suit. I'm getting heat rash." Early the next morning, Ben glanced at his old flip phone as he stepped out of his room. Harry had sent him a text confirming that the funds had been transferred and all the preliminary paperwork was complete. "Harry's pretty efficient," Ben muttered with approval. Having a wealthy friend certainly had its advantages. Even if Ben had the money, starting a company at his age would have been nearly impossible without the right connections. But with Harry's resources and legal standing behind him, those obstacles vanished. They'd arranged to meet at Williamsburg Bank after school to open a business account, followed by trips to the tax office and state government building. Ben had been itching to skip school and handle everything in the morning, but Harry apparently had other commitments. As he headed downstairs, another door opened behind him. Peter emerged, hurriedly pulling on his jacket as he hopped down the stairs. "Want to come with me to Oscorp today, Ben?" Peter asked. "What's at Oscorp?" Peter glanced toward the kitchen, making sure May was still busy with breakfast, then lowered his voice conspiratorially. "That lizard creature from last night might show up again. Dr. Connors is a reptile expert. I figure he might be able to analyze the thing's behavior patterns or weaknesses." At this point, Peter had no reason to suspect that Connors had become the very monster he was hunting. "Sorry, I've got other plans," Ben replied. Peter's expression grew suspicious. "Other plans? You've been really busy lately. You used to come straight home after school. I never saw you doing anything else. Are you hiding something from me?" "Mind your own business, little brother," Ben said, settling at the breakfast table. "Good morning, boys." Ben Essar looked up from his newspaper as they entered. "This world's getting stranger every day. Now we've got lizard monsters running around. Wait, Uncle Ben, how do you know about lizard people? Peter asked, startled. It's in the paper. Ben SR spread the newspaper for them to see. The headline read, Masked Spider Freak and Lizard Monster, two monster creature terrorize Williamsburg Bridge. What do you mean monster? Peter protested indignantly. Spider-Man was saving people, how can they report it like this? Ben glanced at the masthead. The Daily Bugle, that explains everything. He wasn't surprised by the Bugle's hostile coverage. J. Jonah Jameson had always been Spider-Man's biggest critic, treating the web-slinger like a public menace regardless of his heroic actions. They're calling the spider guy a monster. Why does that bother you so much? Ben SR asked curiously. Well, Peter stammered, struggling to defend himself without revealing his identity. I think he's doing good work, like you always told me. If you have the ability to help others, you should use it. That's admirable in theory, Ben SR said thoughtfully, but how well do you really know this Spider-Man? It stung to have his best efforts questioned, especially when Peter couldn't defend himself openly. The frustration was written all over his face. Seeing his adoptive brother's distress, Ben decided to intervene. At least he's got good reviews on YouTube. It was true. Despite the Bugle's negative coverage, the blurry footage of the masked hero battling the lizard creature on Williamsburg Bridge had gone viral, earning thousands of likes. Though it was only Peter's first major public appearance, his rescue of cars dangling over the East River had won him considerable online support. With Iron Man currently the world's only known superhero, Spider-Man's emergence was filling an obvious void. I believe time will prove Spider-Man's worth, Ben added meaningfully. What do you think, Pete? Peter was easily reassured. After Ben's words, he settled happily at the table, ready to enjoy breakfast with his family. After the meal, both boys prepared to leave for school. Aren't you heading to work, Dad? Ben asked. Ben SR usually left for his job around this time, but today he remained at the table with his newspaper. Ben SR's expression grew uncomfortable. I'm taking a half day this morning. Want me to drive you to school? No thanks, both boys replied. After they left the house, Ben SR sighed heavily and looked at his wife with exhausted eyes. I don't know how to tell them I lost my job, May. 35 years as a technician and they want to reduce costs and increase profits, he said bitterly. He'd been sitting with the newspaper not to read the news, but to scan the classified ads for employment opportunities. Don't worry, Ben, May said gently, moving to embrace him. We've weathered worse storms than this. But the boys need to go to college, Ben protested. If Peter and Ben's grades were poor, it wouldn't matter, but one's a genius and the other works incredibly hard. They deserve that opportunity and I can't let money stand in their way. May held him tighter. You'll find something. Outside, Ben and Peter walked in stunned silence. I had no idea, Peter finally said, his voice shaky. He never said anything. Dad didn't want us to worry or feel like we might lose opportunities that could change our lives, Ben explained. They continued toward the bus stop together. Ben, we need to find a way to help him, Peter said with newfound determination. We're not kids anymore. You're absolutely right, Pete. Ben nodded, then smiled as an idea occurred to him. Actually, I know a perfect way for you to make money. Remember the Daily Bugle? Peter nodded reluctantly. They wrote that horrible article about Spider-Man, but I'm sure they'll come around eventually. Ben doubted Jameson would ever stop vilifying Spider-Man, but he kept that opinion to himself. Here's the thing, they're actually paying for pictures of Spider-Man. Those YouTube videos are way too blurry to be useful. Peter's eyes lit up with understanding. You're right, I have a camera and I know exactly where to find Spider-Man. After all, who could argue that Peter Parker taking photographs of Spider-Man and selling them wasn't the ultimate form of welfare fraud? Peter had always loved photography. His old camera was a second-hand model he'd bought after months of saving, but despite its age, it performed admirably. The two boys walked toward the bus stop, where a familiar figure was already waiting. Mary Jane looked stunning in the morning light, her fiery red hair cascading over her shoulders, dimples appearing when she smiled. Good morning, Mary Jane, Ben replied to her greeting. Peter stammered his own hello, then pressed his lips together and fell silent. He'd never been comfortable around girls, not just Mary Jane, but also Liz Allen, his current crush. Even when he saw Liz in the hallways, he couldn't work up the courage to approach her. Mary Jane seemed particularly interested in Ben, and the two fell into easy conversation, leaving Peter feeling like a third wheel. He'd grown accustomed to this dynamic over the years. Compared to unknown Peter Parker, Ben had always been popular. He excelled academically and athletically. Flash constantly tried recruiting him for the baseball team and sometimes dragged him to basketball games. Ben had politely declined every invitation. Would you like to come watch our rehearsal this weekend? Mary Jane asked hopefully. I've started a band with some friends. Gwen Stacy from your class is in it too. I'm the lead singer. I'm not sure if I'll have time, Ben replied diplomatically. He could already imagine how busy the coming weeks would be. Watching beautiful girls perform on stage was certainly appealing, but it couldn't compete with the machines waiting in his future laboratory. Honestly, Ben didn't love science for its own sake, but he was desperate to change the Parker family's current circumstances. Are you planning to pursue singing professionally? Singer, actress, who knows? Mary Jane clearly hadn't mapped out her future yet. When the school bus arrived, Mary Jane separated from them to sit with her friends. Flash spotted Ben and called out while embracing his girlfriend Liz. Morning, Ben. Got time for baseball this afternoon. Good morning, Ben, Liz added with an enthusiastic wave. Peter's expression darkened further at the interaction. No time, I've got other commitments, Ben replied. Flash gently pushed Liz aside. Move over. Then he displaced Peter, who'd been following Ben, and leaned in conspiratorially. Did you hear what happened on the Williamsburg Bridge last night? Spider-Man versus the Lizard Man? Of course I know about it. Ben glanced at Peter, who immediately averted his gaze. Spider-Man? That's a way better name than whatever the Daily Bugle called him, Flash nodded approvingly. If Jameson was Spider-Man's biggest critic, Flash Thompson was his most devoted fan. He abandoned his girlfriend to discuss the masked hero at length with Ben. Liz fumed at being ignored. She turned to Peter, who'd also been left behind, and pulled him to another seat. She must like me. Peter declared earnestly as they walked through the school gates. Did you see her sitting with me? Right there on the bus, I could smell her perfume. His expression grew dreamy. Could you please stop being such a creep? Ben rolled his eyes. There's really no hope for this hopeless romantic, he thought. You were just sitting on the bus and you didn't say a single word to her. Besides, she only sat with you because Flash ditched her. Liz wasn't a bad person, but she was drawn to the spotlight. She wouldn't notice someone as unassuming as Peter Parker. Ben shook his head and headed toward his classroom, leaving Peter behind. As soon as he entered the room, he spotted Felicia bent over her textbook, studying intently. You're working really hard, he said, setting down his backpack. Given Felicia's background, she didn't need to study so diligently. The Hardy Foundation's resources could easily support her as a socialite. You're not late today. Felicia had actually seen Ben at the school gates, but she'd been nursing her anger and planned to ignore him. However, seeing that Ben approached her immediately upon entering the classroom, her irritation melted away. My father always told me that whatever I do, I should give it my absolute best, Felicia said proudly. Like if you enjoy basketball, don't settle for being a cheerleader, get on the court and play yourself. That's how he taught me to pursue perfection and excellence. As she spoke, loneliness flickered across Felicia's features. She wasn't naturally gifted and constantly strived for an ideal she couldn't quite reach. Worse, the father who'd instilled these values in her had vanished long ago. In that moment, she resembled a stray kitten, pitiful and vulnerable. But she also possessed the resilience of a wild cat. She quickly composed herself, meeting Ben's eyes directly as she renewed her invitation. So, want to join a study session sometime? I asked Gwen, but she's busy with the band, so it would just be you and me. No time, Ben wanted to say. But when the words reached his lips, he heard himself saying, maybe we could arrange something. Felicia practically bounced out of her chair. She hadn't expected Ben to actually accept her invitation this time. Just the two of them, it was almost like a date. The thought made Felicia feel like pink bubbles were floating around her entire body. It depends on my schedule, Ben clarified. He watched Felicia practically spinning with joy and thought, Harry's funds alone won't be enough. If we're really short on capital, I might need to approach the Hardy Foundation. This wealthy girl could be a future investor. I should maintain good relations with her. After school, Felicia reminded him, don't forget about the study session. Ben left the building and parted ways with Peter at the subway station. While Peter headed to Oscorp as planned, Ben's destination was the Williamsburg Bank. The building was distinctly European in style, featuring a domed roof and four-sided bell tower that gave it a castle-like appearance. Ben, over here. Harry emerged from a Rolls-Royce and waved enthusiastically. Ben started to respond but froze mid-motion. Harry hadn't come alone. Another figure stepped out of the luxury vehicle, a middle-aged man in an impeccable suit. His stern face was angular, with downward curving wrinkles that gave him a perpetually disapproving expression. His graying temples were perfectly groomed, and his mere presence radiated an intimidating authority. Ben's heart sank as recognition dawned. Norman Osborn. The moment Ben spotted Norman Osborn, he knew things could get complicated. This man was dangerous, that much was certain. Still, Norman's presence wasn't entirely unexpected. Ben needed Harry's cooperation and substantial funding. Such a significant venture couldn't be hidden from Norman Osborn indefinitely. Even if the billionaire didn't monitor Harry's every move, he was still the boy's father. The only encouraging sign was that Ben's spider sense remained silent. At least he didn't have to worry about Norman suddenly mounting a glider and hurling pumpkin bombs at him. "Hello, Mr. Osborn," Ben said, ignoring Harry's nervous gestures behind Norman's back. Whatever happened, he wouldn't abandon his plans just because Norman was here, nor would he allow Oscorp to interfere with his company. The moment Norman saw Ben, his stern expression softened into a genuine smile, one that surprised Ben with its apparent sincerity. "Hello, Ben. It's been years since I've seen you. You've grown up considerably." Norman placed an affectionate hand on Ben's shoulder. In that moment, he seemed less like the CEO of Oscorp and more like an ordinary elder taking interest in the younger generation. "I learned about your company plans from Harry. Don't blame him, I discovered it myself," Norman continued. "You know, I've only met you and Peter a handful of times, but I always knew you both were exceptional." His voice carried genuine conviction. "I've always believed you would achieve great things." Norman was speaking the truth. Despite their limited interactions, he'd been struck by Ben's adult-like maturity even as a child. He admired Ben's composure tremendously. In comparison, he often felt Harry remained perpetually childish. "Harry, I've told you countless times that you should learn from Ben and Peter." While praising the Parker boys, Norman couldn't resist pressuring his own son. Ben clearly saw the shame and disappointment flash across Harry's face. The young Osborn seemed to shrink into himself, obviously dreading his father's criticism. "Mr. Osborn, Harry is actually quite capable," Ben interjected diplomatically. "Please, I'm his father, how could I not know him?" Norman waved dismissively, clearly wanting to change the subject. "I understand you're planning to enter the nanotechnology field. I studied nanotech in my younger days. It's not easy territory." Norman had indeed made significant contributions to nanotechnology, though like many scientists, he'd eventually moved on to other pursuits. Oscorp's focus had shifted to human enhancement research, partly due to his personal health concerns and partly because of their military contracts. The Defense Department had been chasing that super-soldier serum for decades. "I've read your research," Norman added. When Ben heard the question, he knew they'd reached the crucial moment. An investment of tens of millions might not devastate Oscorp, but as a businessman, Norman couldn't simply watch it disappear without understanding the potential returns. For Ben, the real test was convincing Norman that his ideas were viable while preventing Oscorp from taking control of his company. Ben smiled confidently. "Entering nanotechnology is actually a long-term objective. Beyond the technical challenges, our current funding is nowhere near sufficient for that level of research. I plan to develop other products initially to ensure the company's survival and growth." Norman nodded, gesturing for Ben to continue. "In the early stages, Primus Technologies will focus on communications and medical applications." Harry watched Ben speak eloquently to his father with undisguised envy. As Norman Osborn's son, he could barely lift his head in his father's presence, yet Ben conversed with complete confidence. Ben stood straight, without a trace of inferiority or timidity, as if he weren't speaking to the founder of Oscorp, as if he weren't just a working-class kid from Queens. The conversation between Ben and Norman stretched much longer than the previous discussion with Harry. The more Ben spoke, the more Norman's admiration grew. Beyond scientific knowledge, Norman recognized Ben's talent for market analysis. Most importantly, he valued Ben's bearing. Many corporate executives couldn't maintain such composure when meeting him. In Ben, Norman saw echoes of his own younger self, the man who'd built an empire from nothing. Of course, he also noticed that Ben was deliberately avoiding details about the nanotechnology Norman most wanted to hear about. He quickly saw through Ben's strategy. You'd rather not become Oscorp's subsidiary. Norman considered this but didn't challenge Ben's approach, showing no displeasure in his expression. In the past, if Ben truly possessed such capabilities, Norman would never have let him slip away. He would have acquired the nanotechnology by any means necessary, but circumstances were different now. He'd expended enormous effort acquiring technologies before, only to question who would ultimately benefit from them. Thinking of the vampiric shareholders and board members within his company, Norman sneered internally. Those people circled him like hyenas, waiting for his death so they could devour what remained until not even bones were left. He knew his time was limited, and if he left Harry alone, saving Oscorp would be impossible. Now it seemed Ben's Primus Technologies might offer Harry a lifeline. If Primus developed successfully before Norman's death, this external alliance might help Harry retain control of Oscorp. If Primus hadn't matured by then, at least Harry wouldn't be left with nothing when he inevitably lost the company. With this realization, Norman understood he not only couldn't interfere with Primus technologies, he needed to actively support its development. When Norman refocused on Ben, his gaze held undisguised care and affection. He almost wished Ben were his son. "You're remarkable, Ben. I believe your vision is completely achievable. I feel confident knowing Harry is working with you," he said with finality. "Additionally, I'll make a personal donation to Primus Technologies, not as a businessman but as a friend who believes in your potential." Ben found Norman Osborn's attitude puzzling, but soon he understood the underlying reason. Norman's physical condition. In many continuities, the Osborn family carried a serious genetic disease. Looking at Norman's current state, he probably knew his time was running short. Under such circumstances, he might have stopped caring about Oscorp's immediate development. Still, something seemed off. If Norman Osborn had reached this point, why had he expelled Dr. Connors from the company just as the scientist was completing his regeneration serum? Besides, the lizard serum had already fallen into Norman's hands. Despite its side effects, what did that matter to a dying man, unless someone was deliberately trying to eliminate him? Did someone want Norman Osborn dead? Ben found the question troubling, but then he realized there were far too many people who would benefit from Norman's demise. In fact, Osborn was fundamentally unlucky. Almost every version of Norman faced the same crisis: being ousted from his own company by the board of directors, transforming into the Green Goblin, or dying. Or becoming the Green Goblin first, then dying. Norman's death was never enough. His son Harry would inevitably follow the same path, becoming the second Green Goblin before meeting his own end in front of Spider-Man. Spider-Man not having Uncle Ben was a curse. But who could say that Osborn wasn't also an Uncle Ben? Even in universes where Spider-Man never existed, Norman couldn't escape his fatal destiny. "I remember Osborn has a genetic disease, some kind of hereditary defect in the family line," Ben mused. If that were the case, perhaps the Omnitrix could cure both Norman and Harry. He barely considered letting Norman die, even knowing the man might become the Green Goblin. Harry was his friend, and his willingness to invest so much money despite not understanding the details proved his loyalty beyond question. Though Norman had selfish motives, he also genuinely cared for Ben and Peter like a father figure. From any angle, Ben couldn't allow Norman and Harry to die. As for the Green Goblin, that wasn't really Ben's primary concern. Honestly, if Norman hadn't been betrayed by Oscorp's board, and if the genetic defect could be eliminated, it was questionable whether the Green Goblin would ever emerge. The real villains in this world were never just the Green Goblin or the Lizard. They seemed brutal and vicious, but those were merely the visible faces of evil, the fruit of a poisonous tree. The true root cause never lay with any particular supervillain, but with the corrupt systems and callous individuals who pushed good people down dark paths. Just as superheroes defeated one enemy after another, new enemies would always emerge. Without the Lizard, there would be the Vulture, Electro, Sandman, and if one Green Goblin died, there would be a new one. The pattern was always disturbingly similar. Research developed over decades stolen without compensation, leaving scientists discarded like garbage. Companies built from nothing seized by corporate raiders, with founders kicked out of their own enterprises. Spider-Man defeated these villains thinking he'd achieved victory, never realizing he'd never truly won. New sins would always grow from the same corrupted soil. He was merely wiping dust from the city's surface, never seeing that in the dark corners, the truly putrid corruption had already penetrated the entire metropolis, even the nation itself. They operated from positions of power, their influence spreading across every inch of ground. Beneath that soil, the rotten roots of injustice always produced poisonous fruit. Of course, Ben didn't dwell on such philosophical concerns. He didn't particularly care if Norman or Harry became the Green Goblin. Who said the Green Goblin had to be a villain? In some universes, the Green Goblin might serve as a superhero. Naturally, he didn't immediately offer to treat Norman Osborn. He couldn't reveal the Omnitrix's secrets yet. The treatment could wait until after the laboratory was built, using the experimental equipment as cover. Instead, the problems within Oscorp were the most urgent to address. Norman didn't linger. After answering a phone call, he climbed into his Rolls-Royce and departed with a grim expression. Harry interrupted Ben's thoughts with an apologetic look. "Sorry, Ben, I didn't mean for my dad to find out." "It's fine, at least the outcome was positive," Ben replied, harboring no resentment. "Now that the funding's secured, we can start preparing the laboratory." "I still don't understand why Dad won't just let us use Oscorp's labs. They have top-tier equipment," Harry complained. "If we borrowed Oscorp's equipment, who would own our inventions?" Ben asked pointedly. "I think your board members wouldn't miss any opportunity to profit, right?" Harry nodded, then posed another question. When are we going to tell Peter about this? Peter entered the Oscorp building, immediately struck by how different it felt. The normally bustling lobby stood eerily empty, even the reception desk abandoned, yet the building's doors remained unlocked. The vacant central hall made Peter uneasy. He bypassed the unmanned security checkpoint and headed toward Dr. Connors' laboratory. "Dr. Connors, are you here?" His voice echoed through the corridors, met only by silence. Peter unconsciously adjusted his backpack straps, tension building, though he felt relieved that his spider sense remained quiet. "At least I don't have to worry about a giant lizard jumping out to tear me apart," he muttered. After his complaint, Peter found himself outside Connors' office. He opened the door and stepped inside. The scene was devastating. He froze in shock. Just a week ago, he and Dr. Connors had been working on equations here. Everything had been perfectly organized then, but now, test tubes containing chemical reagents lay shattered across the floor. Sophisticated laboratory instruments had vanished entirely. The place looked like it had been thoroughly ransacked, with even the tables removed. Peter's heart sank with dread. He ventured deeper into the lab, and a shadow emerged from a dark corner. Peter immediately went on high alert. But today, Connors wasn't wearing his usual white coat. Peter exhaled in relief. "Doctor, what happened here?" Connors seemed surprised by Peter's appearance but showed no obvious alarm. "I gave everyone the week off." He'd always admired Peter's intelligence but felt genuinely sorry about the boy's frail physique. Peter didn't question the explanation, remembering his original purpose. "Doctor, I wanted to ask, generally speaking, how do predators hunt reptiles?" Connors seemed to find the question amusing, though his reaction carried an edge of anger. "Predators? There are no predators. Reptiles are apex predators, they are the masters. But they must have weaknesses, right?" Peter persisted, but his questioning aroused Connors' suspicion. The doctor turned to study Peter intently. Under the dim lighting, his skin seemed to possess a greenish tint. "Why do you ask, Parker?" he said coldly. Even after leaving the Oscorp building, Peter couldn't shake the horrifying scene he'd witnessed. His hands remained cold, his mind numb with shock. "Dr. Connors is the lizard. This has to be a nightmare." But he knew it wasn't a dream. While Connors had looked like himself physically, his entire personality had transformed. More damning was the laboratory mice they'd used for research a week earlier. It had mutated into something larger than a dog, savagely devouring smaller animals in the lab. In that moment, Peter understood exactly where the creature from the Williamsburg Bridge had originated. "I did this." The self-blame hit him like a physical blow. If I hadn't shared Dad's formula with him, he never would have experimented on himself. He wouldn't have become that. Once again, he'd ruined everything, every single time. Peter felt his spirit deflate completely. He'd thought gaining superpowers might finally allow him to change his pattern of failure, but apparently he was still the same loser he'd always been. Peter shouldered all the blame, never questioning why Dr. Connors had suddenly decided to use himself as a test subject. He only knew that regardless of Connors' current agenda, he had to save his mentor. "I should tell the police." That was Peter's first instinct, and he acted on it immediately. But arriving at the police station, he realized how naive he'd been. Who would believe a teenager's wild story? "What I'm telling you is the truth, Captain," Peter said desperately, unable to understand why no one would listen. "Okay, Mr. Parker," Captain George Stacy cut him off firmly. "Dr. Kurt Connors is a respected scientist and physician, not some Godzilla monster as you're claiming." As he spoke, George removed his police uniform and donned a suit jacket. He had better things to do than entertain a delusional teenager's fantasies, like picking up his daughter and enjoying the lemon sea bass dinner he'd missed the night before. "What I'm saying is true." Peter stepped desperately into his path. "Dr. Connors has been researching cross-species genetics, but his experiment failed and he transformed into a lizard creature. Spider-Man tried to stop him last night." George paused when Peter mentioned the masked vigilante. "Spider-Man stopped him." He studied Peter carefully. "Or here's another explanation. That masked spider freak and the lizard monster are working together." George's anger flared at any mention of Spider-Man. Last night, the police station's entrance had been littered with webbed gang members, a direct provocation to the NYPD. Who did this so-called hero think he was? "What? How can you say that?" Peter stared in disbelief, about to argue when a pleasant voice interrupted from behind. Peter turned to see a blonde girl standing nearby. "You're Gwen Stacy?" Peter was genuinely surprised. Of course he knew Gwen. She was even more striking than Liz, his longtime crush. He'd never expected to encounter her here, much less have her know his name. "What are you doing here?" he asked, stumbling over the words. Gwen glanced between Peter and her father. George suddenly realized something troubling. He'd initially dismissed Peter as another love-struck student, but apparently this kid was making moves on his daughter. The audacity had even reached the police station. Did this boy think he owned the place? George's expression toward Peter turned hostile. He roughly pushed the teenager aside. She's here to see her father. Got a problem with that, Dad? Gwen protested sharply and George immediately softened, but he still glared at Peter. All right, Mr. Parker, I need to go. George pulled Gwen away while she waved goodbye to Peter over her shoulder. Normally, such attention from a beautiful girl would have thrilled Peter, but his thoughts remained consumed by Connors. His heart felt weighted with stones. After leaving the station, the cloud of dread still hung over him. If the police won't believe me, I'll have to find Dr. Connors myself, he decided. Connors was extremely dangerous now. Peter didn't fully understand what changes the lizard's serum had wrought, but the mutated rat's aggression had been unmistakable. Where the hell am I supposed to find him? I wish Ben could help me with this, otherwise I'll probably mess it up again. In Peter's eyes, Ben was synonymous with competence. No matter what Peter botched, Ben always handled things perfectly. When Flash used to bully him, Ben had always intervened. Peter sighed and decided to return home to ask for Ben's help. Meanwhile, George and his daughter climbed into the police cruiser. Spill it, George said, his paternal instincts on high alert. What's going on between you and that boy? Are you dating? He asked seriously. Don't try to fool me, I can tell your relationship isn't normal. What? Gwen shrieked. What are you talking about, Dad? I barely know him, we're not even in the same class. Gwen's protest was frantic but honest. While Peter wasn't her classmate, she'd noticed him long ago. He had excellent grades despite being a quiet nobody. He looked fragile but possessed a strong sense of justice. Gwen had witnessed Peter defending other students from Flash Thompson's bullying multiple times. Flash might tolerate it once or twice for Ben's sake, but repeated interventions earned Peter beatings. Yet Peter never backed down, never let the threat of humiliation turn him into a coward. Dad, what did Peter want from you? Peter, George repeated in an odd tone, thinking that daughters were impossible to hold onto once they grew up. You're calling each other by first names and claiming nothing's happening. He gripped the steering wheel, started the engine, and replied with resignation. He claims your teacher, Dr. Connors, was the lizard creature from the Williamsburg Bridge last night. It's insane. George was still irritated by the accusation. Gwen had been Connors' assistant during her Oscorp internship, and he'd generously offered to write her college recommendation letters. But Peter Parker was calling him a monster. It was outrageous. Gwen was equally surprised to hear her mentor implicated, but she said thoughtfully, Dad, Peter almost never lies. Maybe he discovered something important, and something's definitely wrong at Oscorp. Dr. Connors sent a message this morning giving everyone the day off. Worry creased Gwen's features. George's hands froze on the steering wheel and the engine suddenly stalled. He reached for his radio. Attention all units. Immediately investigate everything we have on Dr. Kurt Connors. So you want me to come with you to find Dr. Connors? Just minutes ago, Ben had said goodbye to Harry after agreeing to finish the laboratory setup over the weekend. He'd also reluctantly declined Mary Jane's band rehearsal invitation. Before he could even reach home, Peter had called and tracked him down, still about Dr. Connors. Dr. Connors needs help right now, Peter said, guilt heavy in his voice. His experiment turned him into a monster, and it's all my fault. Ben made a thoughtful sound, pretending to consider the situation. Honestly, Ben was quite willing to help Dr. Connors. The man was genuinely good-hearted, eager to use his research to benefit humanity. Having just been ousted from Oscorp, if Connors could join Primus Technologies, it would be like acquiring a brilliant general. If the lizard serum's side effects could be resolved, the formula had the potential to revolutionize the entire medical industry. Countless people with disabilities could regain healthy bodies, but Ben really didn't want to go crawling through sewers with Peter. I can't do this alone, Ben, Peter said miserably. I always mess everything up, I'm useless at everything. This is all my fault. If I hadn't given the formula to Dr. Connors. He buried his face in his hands. I know I should take responsibility myself, but I can't. I don't know where he is, and I don't know if I can save him. I need your help, Ben. Seeing Peter's distress, Ben felt genuinely sorry for him, but something puzzled him. Since you wanted to find him, why did you let him leave the Oscorp building this afternoon? Honestly, today's encounter between Peter and Connors should have been the perfect opportunity to apprehend the doctor. His serum supply was obviously depleted, and he'd returned to Oscorp to retrieve more doses or ingredients. In other words, Connors had been relatively powerless at that moment. Peter froze, his expression growing darker. I was too nervous at the time. I actually forgot. When Peter thought about it now, he wanted to slap himself. I really am useless. Even with superpowers, I still can't do anything right. The realization made him more certain that he couldn't manage without Ben's help, and his eyes grew more pleading. However, Ben realized Peter was fundamentally misunderstanding the situation. "You say this is all your fault, but that's not true, Peter," he said firmly. "Without your intervention, things would be much worse." "What do you mean?" Oscorp fired Connors because his experiments had consistently failed and he refused to conduct human trials. Even if you hadn't shared your father's formula, Connors would have eventually taken desperate risks. "From the beginning, neither you nor Connors were really at fault here," Ben explained. "So you don't need to blame yourself and you're not responsible for this situation." Peter remained silent for a while, then said quietly, "Even if you say that, I can't just abandon the doctor." Ben wasn't surprised. That was Peter's compassionate nature. "I don't mind helping you," Ben said, "but I won't go swinging around through the city looking for him." He recalled the sewer battle between Peter and the lizard, where both combatants had nearly drowned in putrid wastewater. "I know where Connors might be hiding," he continued. "Really?" Peter looked at him in amazement. "But how could you know? You've never even met Dr. Connors or seen the lizard creature." Ben could answer that question easily. "Connors studies cross-species genetics, right? Genetic code affects survival instincts. Just like us, after acquiring spider abilities, we naturally gravitate toward high places and aerial movement. Even Azimuth couldn't change this fundamental truth. When using the Omnitrix to transform into alien heroes, Ben was always influenced by their genetic predispositions. XLR8 made him more impatient than usual, while 4 arms increased his aggressive tendencies. According to what you've told me, Connors extracted lizard DNA and lizards prefer humid, dark environments. Where in New York best fits that description?" he asked. Peter immediately thought of the sewers. "New York's underground infrastructure is incredibly extensive. If Connors is hiding anywhere, I'd guess it's down there." "I'll go right away." Peter started to move immediately, but Ben grabbed his shoulder. "Wait, I can't wait any longer, Ben. I have to find the doctor quickly and fix my mistake," Peter said urgently. "Really? How exactly will you fix it? What are you planning to do after you find Connors? If he transforms into the lizard creature again, how will you handle him? How will you change him back to human form?" Ben's rapid-fire questions left Peter speechless. Each question was crucial, but Peter had never considered any of them. Peter was brilliant, but sometimes he failed to apply his intelligence effectively. Just like Superman occasionally using his superintelligence only to conclude he should charge forward with brute strength, Peter had become too dependent on his spider abilities. He rarely made proper preparations, usually relying on enhanced strength to solve problems, trusting his spider sense to save him from danger. But he'd forgotten that extraordinary intelligence was humanity's greatest asset. "You're right." Peter deflated completely. "I need to research an antidote for the serum, but can I actually do it? What if my cure makes things worse?" His uncertainty was well-founded. In fact, to allow the lizard villain to return repeatedly in the comics, the transformation serum was rarely permanently effective. "How about this? You go find Dr. Connors and I'll help you develop the cure," Ben suggested after a moment's thought. "Give me your father's research notes." After hearing Ben's proposal, Peter quickly handed over the notebook. The densely packed formulas made Ben's head spin. Without the Omnitrix's ability to transform into gray matter, he probably couldn't understand the contents even with 10 years of study. But Peter never doubted Ben's capabilities. In his opinion, Ben was capable of anything. "Then I'll go find Connors," Ben said, already formulating his plan. Without a laboratory and proper equipment, even if he could crack the formula, he wouldn't be able to synthesize the serum. "The Oscorp building is empty today," Peter nodded, "completely deserted." He was actually puzzled by this. Even if something had happened to Dr. Connors, why was the entire Oscorp facility abandoned? The doctor's identity hadn't even been exposed yet. Ben considered the broader implications. This wasn't entirely surprising given Norman Osborn's recent troubles within his own company. "In that case, I'll borrow some equipment from Oscorp," Ben decided. After separating from Peter, he headed toward the towering building. As Peter had reported, the normally bustling Oscorp tower stood eerily empty. However, Ben didn't enter immediately. Even though the building appeared deserted, the equipment was still operational, especially the surveillance cameras. He couldn't risk having his secrets recorded and exposed. First, he visited a nearby electronics store and purchased the highest-spec laptop available, then made his way to the rooftop of an adjacent building and powered up the machine. The Omnitrix's interface activated, and he selected gray matter. Time to crack Oscorp's network system. The optimal approach was connecting directly to Oscorp's internal network to disable monitoring or create false feeds. For gray matter, this would be trivial. Oscorp's software security isn't particularly sophisticated. Ben observed. Transformed into gray matter, he crouched before the laptop, his frog-like horizontal pupils tracking strings of code that flashed across the screen. The rapidly scrolling characters appeared as clear as static images to his enhanced perception. His secondary eyelids closed horizontally. Galvans possessed two blinking mechanisms. They could close their upper and lower lids normally, but their left and right eyelids also functioned independently. "I'm surprised a company as large as Oscorp would have such vulnerable network security," he noted with amazement. Of course, he was overlooking Earth's current technological limitations. It wasn't that Oscorp's firewall was inadequate, his technology was simply too advanced for this era. "This computer performs much better than our ancient machine at home," he said, tapping the device approvingly. The computers he and Peter used had been purchased by Ben Sr. from second-hand electronics that others had discarded. Even for this era, they were obsolete. Every startup sounded like a sports car engine. Rows of confirmation windows flashed rapidly across the screen. The system breach was complete, though gray matter still had about 27 minutes remaining in his transformation. In other words, penetrating Oscorp's entire network had taken less than 3 minutes, and that was limited by the laptop's processing power. With truly advanced hardware, the task would require mere seconds. Ben decided not to enter the building immediately. Movement was somewhat awkward in gray matter's diminutive form. He'd wait until the transformation expired. "I need to crack the Omnitrix's master controls eventually. Otherwise, these waiting periods will become problematic," he muttered, glancing back at the device's interface. With time to spare, Ben retrieved Richard Parker's notebook and began analysis. No wonder Peter and Connors's experiment failed. He immediately identified the cause of Connors's mutation. Peter's parents had studied spider genetics and created mutant arachnids, but they hadn't achieved true cross-species genetic stability. Successful serum development required genetic compatibility pre-processing. Both Peter and Connors had overlooked this crucial step, or rather, the notebook failed to mention it entirely. Ben could perceive this flaw with his enhanced intelligence, but Peter and Connors could not. More critically, even with advanced genetic adaptation, complete stability couldn't be guaranteed. Richard Parker's formula was fundamentally flawed, and he'd known this. Despite adapting Peter's genetics within the mutant spider long ago, he'd never attempted human trials. In other words, Peter currently risked mutating into a spider monster just like Connors. The spider DNA in Peter's system was simply more stable, so there was no immediate danger unless something unexpected occurred. But as Peter's abilities continued developing, this delicate balance would eventually collapse. "You should be grateful to have such a capable cousin," Ben murmured. He began recalculating the formula entirely. Creating an antidote for the lizard serum was relatively straightforward, simply reversing the original formula. Stabilizing Peter's genetics would require more time. Of course, only a little more. 10 minutes later, Ben stretched contentedly. The notebook was now filled with new formulas. He developed not only a treatment to stabilize Peter's genetics, but derived the perfect lizard serum. Naturally, he'd removed the superhuman enhancement aspects, retaining only medical applications. The world didn't need more superpowered individuals. Though the serum remained untested, Ben felt confident in his calculations. "Now Primus's medical division is complete," he thought happily. "But this treatment is too revolutionary. Immediate market release would create enormous problems. A single injection capable of regenerating severed limbs, Ben couldn't imagine how many pharmaceutical companies would target him if such a product actually reached market. He planned to significantly reduce the medicine's potency before commercialization. With time remaining, Ben utilized gray matter's enhanced cognition for additional study. 10 minutes later, having reverted to human form, Ben pocketed the notebook and surveyed the Oscorp building. Coincidentally, darkness was falling. Time to move. He documented every step for synthesizing the serum in his notes. Ben closed the notebook and leaped from the rooftop under cover of night. Simultaneously, within Oscorp, a thin, sinister, white-haired elderly man played with his pet bird. Lizard serum, what a marvelous invention. He lifted a small vial of the crystalline solution, admiring its pristine appearance with obvious delight. The interior of the Oscorp building was completely dark, save for the faint green glow of emergency exit signs. However, the darkness barely hindered Ben's vision. If Peter could see clearly through black lenses, Ben's enhanced senses made navigation even easier. Connors's laboratory should be around here. When he'd hacked into Oscorp's system earlier, he'd already mapped out his route. Not only that, but he'd added universal access credentials to his profile, ensuring no security checkpoint could stop him. Soon, he located Connors's original laboratory. The place was completely devastated. Equipment lay scattered across the floor in twisted wreckage, with even the laboratory tables overturned. A pungent chemical odor filled the air. Ben frowned, covering his nose as he entered by the red glow of the Omnitrix. For some reason, he felt an unsettling sensation, not danger exactly, nor his spider sense, but the distinct feeling of being watched. He glanced around the laboratory. Several lab mice that hadn't been used in experiments regarded him warily, quickly scurrying into corners when they felt his gaze. Nothing seemed overtly suspicious. Ben suppressed his unease, righted a laboratory table, found several intact test tubes, gathered the remaining materials in the lab, and began synthesizing the lizard's serum antidote. However, he failed to notice that the small white mice hiding in the dark corners were watching him with increasingly feral intensity. Meanwhile, in New York's underground pipe system, Peter had found a central junction where conduits connected the entire city, the largest sewage collection point in the area. In a confined sewer, even small vibrations carry clearly. He shot spider silk into the depths of different tunnels, connecting all the strands into an enormous web. The spider web formed a massive trap, waiting for prey to become ensnared with him as the hunting spider at its center. Now I just wait quietly. Peter settled onto his web. Only then did he have a moment to catch his breath. However, he almost regretted breathing because the stench was overwhelming. Iron Man would never venture into sewers, and there's Ben, no wonder he didn't want to help me. Peter muttered to himself. Suddenly remembering something, he jumped back to solid ground, retrieved his backpack, and extracted his camera. This is a perfect opportunity. If I can photograph Spider-Man fighting the lizard, not only can I clear Spider-Man's reputation, but I can make some money too. To this day, Peter remained furious that Captain Stacy thought Spider-Man and the lizard were collaborating. He'd worked so hard helping police capture criminals. If they weren't going to thank him, fine, but thinking he was a villain. It must be because they don't know I caught those criminals. Maybe I should leave notes next time. From your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Peter had a minor obsession with ensuring his good deeds were recognized, but he didn't realize others viewed his behavior as provocation. And the Daily Bugle, if they'll pay $500 for a Spider-Man photo, they'll definitely pay $1,000 for a lizard picture. He adhered the camera to the sewer wall. Peter was already planning what to do with $1,000. That amount would cover living expenses for quite a while, but he figured he could make money photographing Spider-Man regularly, so finances wouldn't be so tight. I could buy Uncle Ben a new car or a used RV for family trips. It seemed like a wonderful idea. In the future, he and Ben could handle family expenses, and Uncle Ben and Aunt May wouldn't need to work so hard. For him, taking a few photos could earn hundreds or thousands of dollars, easier than lifting a finger. Their family hadn't traveled together in ages. Peter was lost in these pleasant thoughts when the enormous web suddenly vibrated slightly. He immediately refocused, crouching low as he peered toward the tunnel entrance, trying to locate the source of the disturbance. However, in the darkness, the spider silk beneath his feet began vibrating violently like guitar strings being swept by fingers, not just one strand but all of them. It was like a massive symphony. Peter thought his movements on the web had disrupted the vibration frequency, so he scrambled around frantically until he saw rows of densely packed lizards crawling from all directions, converging together. Like tributaries flowing into a river, they gathered to meet their king, found him. The thought flashed through Peter's mind and he couldn't help feeling nervous. He held his breath and crawled carefully in the direction the small lizards were moving. The dark sewer resembled a monster's throat and esophagus, swallowing his tiny figure. Peter continued forward, but suddenly the disturbances ceased. The spider silk stopped trembling, as if the prey had escaped the web. Peter instinctively halted. At that moment, the sewer fell silent like those few seconds before a monster appears in a horror film. Peter swallowed nervously, then felt a sharp tingling in his head, like electrical current coursing through his body. He peered into the sewer depths, alert for enemies that might appear at any moment. But he didn't realize that massive claws were hovering directly above his head. The stinging sensation intensified. Peter looked up and met a pair of glowing eyes. The lizard monster opened its mouth wide enough to split its head and lunged down at him. At that moment, spider sense rang like an alarm in Ben's head. Without thinking, he executed a backflip and leaped onto the ceiling, dodging the attack. Hanging upside down, he saw the creature with green fur and scales. This was a mutated monster nearly 8 feet tall. Its body retained characteristics of a laboratory mouse but had begun transforming into a lizard. Its gnarled tail whipped around like a giant club. Before Ben could react, a heavy crash echoed from outside the laboratory as if something massive had fallen. Then Ben heard a sharp voice. "An antidote for the serum? I cannot allow you to ruin my plans." Ben looked toward the sound, his eyes widening in shock. Dr. Animo, you know me. Dr. Animo never dreamed that someone would actually call out his name. For a fleeting moment, his eyes lit up as he looked at Ben, his tone becoming joyful and his expression shifting to one of desperate excitement. He was thin and gaunt, his skin bearing an unnatural bluish pallor that spoke of too many hours spent in dimly lit laboratories. Dark circles shadowed his eyes and his hands trembled slightly. Whether from exhaustion or anticipation, it was impossible to tell. But at this moment, he gazed at Ben with the raw, desperate hope of a child in kindergarten yearning to be praised by the teacher for a finger painting that only they could see the beauty in. Of course I know you. Ben thought to himself, his mind racing through everything he knew about this particular threat. Dr. Animo, whose real name was Aloysius James Animo, had originally been an outstanding veterinarian and scientist. His early work had shown genuine promise, groundbreaking research that could have revolutionized animal medicine. But somewhere along the way, brilliance had twisted into obsession, and obsession had curdled into madness. He begun experimenting with reconstructing animal DNA to create what he called super animals, creatures that existed beyond the natural order. That single-minded pursuit had ruined his future. He'd missed out on the coveted Verities Award, the recognition he'd craved more than anything else in the world. After 5 years of bitter silence, licking his wounds in the shadows of the scientific community, he'd returned with his own twisted invention, the transmodulator. Ben's gaze fixed on the machine crowning the other man's head, a contraption that looked disturbingly similar to Loki's horned helmet. The device appeared deceptively simple, sleek metal curves housing intricate circuitry, but Ben knew it possessed terrifying power, the ability to mutate any living creature into grotesque parodies of evolution. Animo, why are you here? Ben asked, his voice tight with concern as he tried to process this impossible situation. Dr. Animo was a classic villain from Ben 10 world, considered by many to be among the most brilliant minds on Earth. His intelligence was matched only by his complete lack of moral restraint. But he shouldn't exist in this universe, this Marvel reality where Spider-Man swung through the streets and the Avengers assembled to face threats. Moreover, the man standing before him clearly didn't know him, nor did he recognize the Omnitrix on his wrist. The device that had defined so many of their past confrontations was apparently meaningless here. Animo, Doctor. Animo's voice suddenly turned glacial, his momentary joy evaporating like morning dew under a harsh sun. He glared at Ben with wounded pride, placing his palm dramatically over his chest in a gesture reminiscent of a knight receiving a Medal of Honor. You insolent child. You should address me as Dr. Animo. I've earned that title through years of dedication to scientific advancement. Okay, Dr. Animo. Ben didn't mind using the formal title. He'd learned that sometimes small concessions could prevent larger conflicts. Compared to these trivial matters of ego, what he desperately needed to understand was how Dr. Animo had appeared in this Marvel universe in the first place. I don't mean to offend you, Dr. Animo, he said, dropping down from his perch on the ceiling with practiced ease. His spider powers made the movement fluid and natural, though he noticed how the scientist's eyes tracked his motion with analytical interest. But I really need to know, how did you end up in this world? You mean this world, Doctor? Animo's expression shifted as understanding dawned, and when he looked at Ben again, there was a glimmer of recognition in his eyes, not of Ben specifically, but of a kindred soul displaced from their proper reality. Are you not from this world too? Before Ben could formulate an answer, Doctor. Animo's composure cracked completely, his face contorted with rage and frustration as he threw his hands up in exasperation. You ask me, who should I ask? He demanded, his voice rising to a near shriek that echoed off the laboratory walls. I was in the middle of executing my masterpiece. I was going to take my beautiful creations back to claim the Verities Award that rightfully belongs to me, the recognition I've deserved for years. His pacing became more frantic as the words poured out, years of resentment and disappointment finally finding voice. But instead of triumph, I found myself dumped in this place. He gestured wildly at their surroundings, as if the very existence of this reality was a personal insult. There is no Verities Award here. No one knows my name. Dr. Animo means nothing to these people. His voice cracked with bitter pain. Those ignorant fools actually treated me like some common vagrant, me, a man who could reshape the very foundation of life itself. Doctor. Animo's face flushed with anger, his entire body trembling with the force of his emotions. The dream that had been within his grasp, the coveted Verities Award, the recognition he'd craved for so long, had vanished just as he'd been about to claim it. All his research, all his sacrifices over the past 5 years seemingly rendered meaningless by this cosmic joke. The humiliations he'd endured since arriving in this world only added salt to the wound. But then, as quickly as the storm of rage had built, it began to subside. His clenched fists relaxed, his breathing slowed, and that familiar gleam of manic determination returned to his eyes. But you know what? Dr. Animo's lips curved into a cold smile, the kind of expression that sent chills down spines and made small animals seek shelter. Perhaps this is actually a blessing in disguise. It doesn't matter which world I'm in, my destiny remains the same. I am meant to restore the glory of prehistoric creatures, to transform this earth into a paradise for mutant beings. That's completely insane, Ben said, though he recognized the futility of trying to reason with someone so far gone. Insane? Dr. Animo asked, tilting his head with mock curiosity. Tell me, don't you think New York City is a bit too urbanized? Ben blinked in confusion. What does that even mean? Oh, come now, Dr. Animo continued, his voice taking on the tone of a professor lecturing a particularly slow student. Look around you, concrete and steel as far as the eye can see. Where is the natural beauty? Where is the raw, primal power of the animal kingdom? This city is a monument to humanity's arrogance, a testament to how far we've strayed from our roots. Dr. Animo didn't seem to care about Ben's bewildered expression. In fact, he appeared to be warming to his theme, his eyes lighting up with fanatic fervor. He genuinely believed that arriving in this world was the best thing that could have happened to him. The biotechnology of this reality had provided him with inspiration beyond his wildest dreams. Dr. Animo pulled out his phone with the reverence of a priest handling a sacred relic and showed Ben a blurry photograph of the lizard Dr. Kurt Connors in his transformed state. His voice became breathless with excitement as he spoke. Look at this magnificent creature, such raw power, such perfect adaptation. That strong, scaled body, those razor-sharp claws capable of tearing through steel. If I could transform everyone in this world into beings like this, imagine the possibilities. I could rule over a kingdom of evolved perfection. Beautiful. Ben couldn't help but grimace at the image. I think your aesthetic sense could use some serious work. Please tell me you're not the type who thinks those weird monster romance novels are actually good literature. Ben shook his head in disbelief. My suggestion? Stay away from the weird corners of the internet. There are some rabbit holes you really don't want to go down. No matter which world he found himself in, Dr. Animo remained the same obsessed mad scientist. Dr. Animo's expression soured at the interruption, his lips pressing into a thin line of disapproval. He'd noticed Ben's superhuman abilities from the moment they'd begun talking, though he'd initially misidentified their source. That Spider-Man from the news broadcasts, that's you, isn't it? He asked, his tone carrying the satisfaction of someone who'd solved a particularly challenging puzzle. No, you've got the wrong guy. That's my friend, Ben said, the lie falling flat even to his own ears. Oh, please, Dr. Animo scoffed, waving dismissively. Everyone knows that when someone says I have a friend or I know someone, they're talking about themselves. It's Psychology 101, Dr. Animo studied Ben with what might have been sympathy if it weren't so condescending. You're fortunate to have obtained animal-based superpowers. It shows you understand on some level that animal traits are superior to human limitations. It's a pity that your evolution is so incomplete. His gaze swept over Ben's form with clinical detachment. Your body is still so pitifully human, so weak and limited by your species' inherent flaws. You're stuck in this awkward middle ground between human and animal, never truly achieving the perfection of either. Dr. Animo's voice dropped to a cold whisper. Frankly, a failed experiment like you has no place in the new world I'm going to create. You're a reminder of humanity's pathetic attempts to transcend their limitations through technology rather than true biological evolution. That's when Ben saw the transmodulator on Dr. Animo's head beginning to glow with an ominous electrical charge. The next moment, every hair on Ben's body stood on end as an almost subsonic vibration filled the air. Rustling sounds emanated from every shadow, every corner, every dark crevice in the laboratory. In the darkness surrounding them, dozens of pairs of scarlet eyes began to gleam with predatory hunger, reflecting the dim light like demonic stars. Ben's heart sank as the full scope of his predicament became clear. He glanced at the Omnitrix on his wrist, still in cooldown mode, its familiar green glow absent. According to his internal clock, it would be at least 10 minutes before he could transform again. 10 minutes might as well be an eternity when facing what was emerging from the shadows. The creatures that began to slink into the light were abominations of science, clear evidence of Dr. Animo's twisted genius. These had once been common laboratory rats, but the transmodulator had warped them beyond recognition. They now stood nearly 4 feet tall, their bodies elongated and muscular, covered in mottled scales that seemed to shift color in the dim light. Their limbs had been stretched and reinforced, ending in claws that could probably punch through steel. Each monster radiated feral intelligence and predatory grace. Their fangs gleamed like ivory daggers, and the way they looked at Ben suggested they understood exactly what he was. Prey. The hunger in their eyes was almost human in its intensity, which somehow made it even more disturbing. Pathetic creature, Doctor. Animo sneered as he began backing away into the shadows, clearly having no intention of getting his hands dirty. This is where your story ends, not with glory or recognition, but as food for my beautiful children. He'd never intended to let Ben leave alive, not for any personal grudge, but because Ben represented an existential threat to his plans. The spider-powered hero had already proven capable of creating serums that could reverse genetic mutations. In Dr. Animo's mind, Ben was the primary obstacle to his grand vision of a mutated world. As long as Ben existed, someone would always be there to undo his work, to restore his beautiful creatures to their mundane, original forms. That simply couldn't be allowed. As for me, Dr. Animo continued, his voice echoing strangely as he retreated deeper into the darkness, I have more important work to attend to. I need to find that lizard creature from last night's news reports. Dr. Connors, I believe his name was. If I can combine his intelligence with my perfected mutation process, imagine what improvements I could make to the transformation serum. His laughter took on a maniacal quality as his form disappeared entirely into the shadows. After all, why should there be only one species in my glorious prehistoric world? Diversity is the key to a thriving ecosystem. Lizard men, rat beasts, perhaps some flying creatures, aquatic variants. The possibilities are endless. The mutated rats began to circle Ben with coordinated precision, their movements suggesting a pack intelligence that made them exponentially more dangerous. Their claws scraped against the concrete floor, creating an eerie symphony of anticipation. Ben crouched low, his mind racing through possible escape routes and strategies. The cooldown on the Omnitrix felt like a death sentence. The first creature lunged forward with lightning speed, its claws aimed directly at Ben's throat. This was going to be a very long 10 minutes. This world should be more diverse, Doctor. Animo's voice echoed from somewhere in the darkness, filled with the fevered excitement of a true believer about to witness his vision come to life. Peter plummeted into the murky sewage with a bone-jarring impact that sent ripples throughout the tunnel system. The transformed Doctor Connors, now the lizard, possessed overwhelming strength that pressed down on him like a freight train bearing down on a helpless victim. Peter felt himself being driven deeper into the rushing torrent of waste water, the nauseating stench immediately seeping through his mask. The foul liquid threatened to pour into his mouth, and he fought back the urge to gag as he struggled against his captor's iron grip. He tried desperately to break free from Connor's powerful arms, but the discovery that followed chilled him to the bone. This lizard monster was incredibly, impossibly strong. The truth was that after Connor's transformation into the lizard, he had indeed gained tremendous physical power. Combined with Peter's relative inexperience as Spider-Man, he hadn't yet reached the peak of his superhuman abilities. This contest of strength was ending in a decisive victory for Dr. Lizard. Peter's spider powers, formidable as they were, simply weren't enough to overcome the raw, primal strength of his reptilian opponent. At this moment, they were being swept away by the flowing sewage, carried deeper into the labyrinthine tunnel system beneath New York City. The current was strong enough to disorient even someone with Peter's enhanced senses. Dr. Lizard gripped Peter like an adult grasping a child's wrist, applying pressure with methodical precision as he attempted to crush his adversary's fragile human frame. But even as he squeezed with bone-crushing force, he made a startling discovery. The bones of this costumed vigilante seemed to be far stronger than steel, refusing to yield even under tremendous pressure. This was definitely a superhuman. Connor's reptilian eyes narrowed with newfound respect and wariness. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered this particular opponent, but during their previous meeting, the two sides hadn't truly engaged in combat. Now, facing the real thing, he was beginning to understand that this masked hero was far more dangerous than he'd initially assumed. Peter, meanwhile, was struggling not to drown in the fetid water surrounding him. His lungs burned as he held his breath, and he knew with crystal clarity that he had to escape quickly or risk being overwhelmed by the toxic environment. Summoning his strength, he drew both legs up to his chest and launched a devastating double-footed kick directly into Dr. Lizard's chest. The impact sent the reptilian monster flying backward through the water, creating a massive splash that echoed through the tunnel system. Without hesitation, Peter immediately turned and fled through the water, his movements fluid and graceful despite the challenging environment. He moved like a fish in its natural element, using every technique he'd learned to maximize his speed and efficiency. He had come into this fight expecting to be the hunter, but circumstances had rapidly transformed him into the prey. The role reversal was both humbling and terrifying. After being kicked away, Dr. Lizard refused to give up the chase. He pursued Peter with relentless determination, his massive form cutting through the water with surprising speed and agility. His palms were broad and powerful, and while they lacked the webbed digits of a duck, they could still push water with tremendous force. His thick, muscular tail functioned like a living propeller, whipping back and forth with mechanical precision to generate massive thrust. These anatomical advantages allowed Dr. Lizard to swim far faster than Peter in the aquatic environment. In fact, at this moment, he resembled a crocodile more than a lizard, an apex predator perfectly adapted for underwater pursuit. Like a biological torpedo, he rocketed forward through the tunnel system, smashing through water pipes and wire mesh filters that dared to block his path. Metal twisted and concrete crumbled under his assault as he closed the distance between himself and Peter with terrifying speed. His razor-sharp claws were like steel blades capable of cutting through iron as if it were soft clay. Every swipe tore through whatever obstacles stood in his way, leaving devastation in his wake. The sound of rending metal and shattering stone echoed through the tunnels like the roar of some primordial beast. Peter kept twisting his body in seemingly impossible ways, relying on his spider sense to guide him through a series of gymnastic maneuvers that would have impressed Olympic athletes. Each dodge was perfectly timed, each movement calculated to avoid death by mere inches. But he could dodge countless attacks. If he failed just once, it would likely cost him his life. The margin for error was non-existent, and fatigue was beginning to set in. Fortunately, he wasn't completely without advantages in this nightmarish chase. His flexible body and enhanced agility made him uniquely suited to navigate the narrow confines of the sewer system. After all, not every pipe was wide enough to accommodate a monster of Dr. Lizard's size and bulk. If I had known this lizard was so powerful, I should have switched assignments with Ben, Peter muttered breathlessly, his voice barely audible over the rushing water. Although he was just venting frustration, there was no way he could actually put Ben in such danger. Honestly, if Ben knew what he was thinking at this moment, he would definitely be happy to trade places with him. At that very moment, in the Oscorp building, Ben clutched a vial of serum antidote in his hand, as he surveyed his surroundings with the wariness of a cornered animal. The mutated lizard monsters had formed a perfect circle around him, their eyes glowing with predatory hunger in the dim laboratory lighting. Each creature stood roughly 4 feet tall, their bodies rippling with unnatural muscle mass beneath scales that seemed to shift color in the shadows. Ben had chosen not to use the serum antidote on these abominations, not only because the antidote had been specifically prepared for Connors, but more importantly, these monsters had been affected by Dr. Animo's transmodulator device. The antidote might prove completely useless against mutations caused by alien technology. The watch's cooldown period hasn't expired yet, Ben muttered, glancing at the Omnitrix on his wrist, which still pulsed with that maddening red glow. I can only try to buy time. His heart sank as he realized the full scope of his predicament when he looked around for Dr. Animo, the mad scientist, had completely vanished into the darkness like a ghost, leaving only his monstrous creations to finish the job. Suddenly, his spider sense exploded like a fire alarm in his mind. The lizard monsters attacked simultaneously, their dark forms swarming toward him like a plague of locusts blotting out the sky. Without hesitation, Ben spun the antidote vial in his palm and sent it rolling across the laboratory floor, not to use it but to get it out of harm's way. Then he grabbed the corner of the nearest examination table with both hands and swung the heavy piece of furniture like a massive fly swatter. Boom! The sweeping blow sent several monsters flying across the room, their bodies crashing into walls and equipment with bone-crushing force. The creatures immediately let out shrill screams of pain and rage, but Ben noticed something that made his blood run cold. The examination table in his hands had completely shattered from the impact, but the monsters were already showing signs of recovery. They had clearly inherited the lizard's incredible regenerative abilities. Wounds that should have been debilitating were healing before his eyes, closing up in mere seconds. Without wasting time on further observation, Ben burst out of the laboratory at full speed. The next second, the remaining monsters surged forward in pursuit, their claws scraping against the floor like nails on a chalkboard. The narrow laboratory doorway wasn't wide enough for them to pass through simultaneously, but this proved to be only a minor inconvenience. The reinforced creatures simply smashed through the entire wall section, sending chunks of concrete and steel rebar flying like cannonballs across the building's interior. Dust and debris filled the air as they continued their relentless chase. Next time I'm definitely bringing web shooters. Ben called out as he ran, making a mental note to never again venture into combat without proper equipment. Of course, Ben wasn't foolish enough to take the stairs. That would be suicide. Instead, he bent his knees and launched himself upward more than 30 feet, landing gracefully on the wall of the Oscorp building's central atrium. His enhanced adhesive abilities allowed him to stick to the vertical surface as easily as walking on level ground. He had initially thought this maneuver would allow him to escape the pursuit of the lizard monsters, but what he discovered next defied his expectations. Although the creatures lacked his bioelectric adhesive powers, their razor-sharp claws could be embedded directly into the wall material, allowing them to climb with the terrifying persistence of the lickers from the Resident Evil franchise. And they were fast, unnaturally, impossibly fast. I have to lead them to the roof, Ben decided, glancing down at the chaos below. To be completely honest, if he really wanted to escape, he could easily outrun these monsters using his full speed and agility. But he couldn't allow them to escape from the Oscorp building. The consequences would be catastrophic. The thought of even one of these creatures loose in New York City was enough to give him nightmares. Once they reached the sewers, capturing them again would be nearly impossible. Both rats and lizards were naturally skilled at surviving in underground environments, and these enhanced versions would be exponentially more dangerous. Ben's biggest concern was the possibility that they might trigger new mutation incidents, spreading Dr. Animo's madness throughout the city like a plague. He spun around and delivered a powerful kick to the nearest lizard monster, sending it tumbling back down the wall. But another creature immediately attacked from his blind spot, its claws aimed at his throat. Ben didn't even turn his head. His spider sense guided him as he ducked low to avoid the attack, then grabbed the creature's tail with his free hand in a lightning-fast counterattack. Tons of enhanced strength exploded from his muscles in an instant. He spun the captured monster like a medieval weapon. The air around him hummed with the sound of his improvised flail as he used the creature's own body as a club. Several monsters that had been attempting to surround him were suddenly struck with devastating force, their bodies tumbling through the air like rag dolls. However, this weapon wasn't destined to last long. Sensing that its tail was trapped, the lizard monster immediately tried to break free by severing its own appendage, a disturbing display of adaptive intelligence. But Ben had already anticipated this move and released his grip, hurling the creature like a missile before it could complete its escape. The thrown creature knocked down an entire row of its companions like pins in a bowling alley, their bodies crashing into each other in a satisfying chain reaction. However, Ben's moment of triumph was short-lived. A much stronger sense of crisis spread throughout his body like an electric current, every instinct screaming danger. A sharp sound of something cutting through the air reached his ears, like a blade slicing through the atmosphere itself. Ben rolled sideways to avoid the attack, his enhanced reflexes saving him from what would have been a devastating blow. When he looked up again, a massive shadow fell across him like a dark cloud blotting out the sun. This was a giant spider, much larger than Ben himself, nearly as tall as an entire floor of the building. It appeared to be wearing natural armor plating, its 8 spider legs embedded in the wall like steel spears. Each leg was easily as thick as a telephone pole, and the creature's body was covered in chitinous plates that gleamed with an oily, iridescent sheen. Ben instinctively took several steps backward, his mind racing to process this new threat. Did Dr. Animo also used the transmodulator on the spiders in the Oscorp building? He wondered aloud, though he obviously didn't have time to investigate the creature's origins at the moment. The giant spider rolled toward him like an armored tank, its massive bulk crushing everything in its path. Ben found himself with nowhere to escape. Behind him were the densely packed lizard monsters, still recovering from their collision but already beginning to regroup. The spider monster's powerful claws attacked like a guillotine blade, the strike powerful enough to cut Ben in half if it connected. A crisp, ringing sound echoed through the atrium, like the collision of metal against stone. The spider monster's giant claws trembled violently but couldn't move forward another inch. What was reflected in its prismatic compound eyes was no longer Ben's human form, but instead a tall warrior with a crystal-clear angular body that seemed to be carved from living diamond. Diamond Head had emerged from the Omnitrix's cooldown period just in time. Ben flexed his crystalline arms and easily snapped the spider monster's giant claws with a sound like breaking glass. "Sorry," he said, his voice now carrying the resonant quality of his crystal form, "but I don't plan on becoming spider food today." Diamond Head. The Petrosapiens were silicon-based life forms, their bodies composed of incredibly durable crystalline structures that gleamed with an ethereal light green luminescence. These crystals bore a superficial resemblance to terrestrial diamonds, but they were far more sophisticated, living mineral formations that could be manipulated at the molecular level with nothing more than focused thought. There was no doubt that Diamond Head's body was extraordinarily resilient. To him, steel might as well have been tissue paper, and concrete was no more substantial than wet sand. "I didn't expect to get Diamond Head," Ben mused, his voice carrying the distinctive harmonic resonance of his crystalline form. "Actually, I think Heat Blessed would have been more suitable for dealing with the current situation." The situation had been so critical moments before that Ben hadn't had time to check which alien transformation the Omnitrix had selected. If he'd been able to choose, his first preference would definitely have been Heat Blessed. Burn these abominations to ash and see how well their regenerative abilities work then. "But Diamond Head isn't a bad option either," he admitted, examining his transformed hands with satisfaction. Ben flexed his crystalline fingers and clenched his fists, feeling raw power coursing through every facet of his new body. This was entirely expected. After all, Diamond Head had a glorious combat record that included single-handedly defeating Vilgex and overpowering him in direct confrontation. At this moment, Ben's emerald eyes blazed with fighting spirit as the hideous faces of the surrounding monsters were reflected in his multifaceted pupils like images in a broken mirror. "Come on then, monsters," he challenged, stretching his crystalline limbs as he prepared for battle. The massive spider creature looming before him no longer seemed like an insurmountable threat. Ben raised his right arm and concentrated, causing his fingertips to merge and reshape themselves. The green crystals flowed like liquid light, transforming his entire forearm into a razor-sharp blade. The Petrosapien physiology granted him the ability to manipulate molecular recombination and alter his body's structure at will. In essence, his own form was a living, universal arsenal capable of producing any weapon he could imagine. The spider monster's claws had just been shattered, and the combination of pain and rage caused it to emit a horrible, keening roar that echoed through the building like the cry of some primordial beast. It stood as tall as a small hill, and even motionless, its massive bulk created an oppressive atmosphere that would have left most people gasping for breath. Now, driven to fury, the creature's mutated limbs writhed around its form like serpentine armor plating. The biomechanical integration had created something that appeared as indestructible as medieval plate mail, but with the organic fluidity of living tissue. As it moved, the various segments of its exoskeleton collided with each other, producing a sound like clashing metal that reverberated through the air with ominous intensity. The monster wanted nothing more than to tear the crystalline warrior before it into 1,000 glittering fragments. The blade flashed with blinding brilliance. Ben raised his transformed arm high, the crystal sword pointing skyward like an executioner's blade, then brought it down in a movement as graceful and deadly as a swallow diving through the air. For a moment, the spider monster seemed completely unaware of what had happened. Its massive body continued moving forward, but something was wrong. It was losing its balance. The images captured by its compound eyes began to show a strange discontinuity, as if the entire world had been cut in half. Then a crack appeared down the center of its body. Luminescent green ichor erupted from the wound like a geyser, coating the entire inner wall of the building in alien gore and flowing down into the central atrium in thick, viscous streams. The enormous spider monster that had seemed as unstoppable as a tank was instantly bisected by Ben's crystal blade. Its reinforced exoskeleton, which had been stronger than steel plating, proved more fragile than wet cardboard when faced with Diamond Head's monomolecular edge. The creature no longer possessed the strength to maintain its grip on the wall. Its spider legs, which had been embedded like steel spears in the concrete, buckled and gave way as its severed halves plummeted toward the ground dozens of meters below. The entire building seemed to shake 3 times when the massive corpse impacted the floor. Ben retracted his blade with casual indifference and turned his sharp gaze toward the lizard monsters that were still lurking in the shadows, surrounding him with predatory intent. Now it was their turn to experience fear. These creatures, who were supposed to obey Dr. Animo's commands without question, felt terror creeping into their mutated hearts for the first time since their transformation. On one hand, Dr. Animo's departure had weakened the effect of his control device on the monsters. On the other hand, The overwhelming power displayed by Diamond Head forced them to confront their most basic biological instincts, the primal fear of death that no amount of genetic manipulation could completely erase. They began to retreat, their muscular limbs trembling with barely suppressed terror as they moved backward with exaggerated caution. Their coarse hair, interspersed with patches of scales, stood on end in obvious distress, and they released low, threatening growls that couldn't quite mask their underlying panic. Ben reconfigured his feet, allowing the crystalline structure to better grip the wall surface with microscopic projections. Every step he took forward caused the monsters to take a corresponding step backward, their retreat as coordinated as a military withdrawal. Their thick tails were curled defensively beneath them as they waited for the first among their number to be overcome by terror and begin fleeing. When that happened, they would all scatter like leaves in a hurricane. No one wanted to be the first to run, not because they possessed any sense of honor or loyalty, but because they understood with animal cunning that the first to flee would inevitably attract all of Ben's attention and firepower. But the alternative, staying to fight, would result in nothing less than complete annihilation. Murderous intent blazed in Ben's crystalline eyes as he prepared to end this standoff. Suddenly, he moved. The building wall beneath his feet cracked and crumbled under the force of his launch. He dove toward the monsters like a living missile, but his body began to spin with increasing velocity as he fell. Sharp, gleaming blades erupted from his back and arms as his form rotated. His body spun so rapidly that the crystal edges became nothing more than a blur of lethal motion, creating a whirlwind of death that no living thing could survive. The sounds of flesh being rent and bone being shattered filled the air in a horrific symphony. Ben had transformed himself into a mobile meat grinder, carving a bloody path through the clustered monsters. The rotating blades generated a tearing hurricane that swept up every lizard creature in his path, pulling them into the deadly vortex of crystalline destruction. The blades moved faster than the eye could follow, dismembering the creatures with surgical precision. Some were decapitated, others were cut cleanly in half, and the unlucky ones were reduced to nothing more than organic paste. In the span of a few heartbeats, the monsters caught in his attack were torn apart like paper dolls in a blender. Throughout the Oscorp building, a rain of blood and shredded tissue fell like crimson snow, flooding the floor of the central hall with the remains of Dr. Animo's creations. Boom, Ben crashed to the ground like an avenging angel, his crystal form gleaming despite being coated in alien gore. If I remove the head and destroy the central nervous system, they can't regenerate from that, he observed clinically, examining the scattered body parts and fragments of flesh that littered the area. It appeared that Dr. Animo's genetic modifications hadn't enhanced the regenerative capabilities of these particular monsters beyond their baseline lizard heritage. Decapitation and dismemberment were still effective countermeasures. Ben looked up at the remaining creatures clinging to the walls above and casually shook the sticky ichor from his arm blades with a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Next, it was time to eliminate every last one of these abominations. When the surviving lizard monsters witnessed this display of overwhelming force, their primitive brains could no longer process anything beyond the immediate need to escape from this crystalline angel of death. However, want to run? Ben's voice carried a note of dark amusement. These creatures had been hunting him for what felt like hours, and he'd finally waited for the Omnitrix's cooldown period to expire. There was no way he was going to let them escape now. He retracted his arm blades, and without even bothering to look at the lizard monsters that were desperately attempting to smash through the building's outer walls, delivered a devastating punch to the floor beneath his feet. The next moment, with his fist as the epicenter, crystalline structures began spreading throughout the entire building like living ice. In less than 30 seconds, the Oscorp building had been transformed into an indestructible diamond fortress, its walls now composed of the same material as Ben's alien form. The green-tinted crystal gleamed with internal light, making the structure appear almost magical in its alien beauty. The lizard monsters threw themselves against the crystallized walls with desperate fury, but succeeded only in bloodying their heads against surfaces harder than military-grade armor plating. Ben sneered as he raised both arms high above his head. His palms began to dissolve and reshape themselves, forming thorn-like projection systems that gleamed with menacing intent. The crystalline formations were aimed at the trapped monsters like the barrels of some exotic weapon system. Time to experience the power of the crystal Gatling formation, Ben declared, his voice echoing through the transformed building with ominous promise. The hunt was about to become an execution. Da-da-da-da-da. After unleashing a devastating barrage of crystal projectiles, Ben emptied his crystalline ammunition and left the lizard monsters scattered across the floor in various states of destruction. In the Oscorp building, now sparkling with diamond-like surfaces, the overwhelming stench of blood and death permeated the air with nauseating intensity. "Good thing I don't need to breathe in this form," Ben muttered, grateful for one of Diamond Head's less obvious advantages. His hands shifted back to their normal crystalline configuration as he prepared to return to Connor's laboratory to retrieve the antidote vial. At that moment, a ring of golden sparks ignited behind him, casting dancing shadows across the crystal-covered walls. Ben froze, his mind immediately conjuring the image of a particular bald head. As everyone knew, there were two very famous bald individuals in the Marvel Universe, one black, one white. The former was Nick Fury, the man everyone seemed to want to either work for or work against, known colloquially as the spy who lived. The latter was far more dangerous. Ben turned to observe the thin figure wrapped in yellow robes stepping through the portal, and every instinct told him to be on high alert. The Ancient One, Sorcerer Supreme. Possessing magical powers that bordered on the incomprehensible, she was arguably the most formidable mystic practitioner on Earth's supernatural side. For centuries, she had led the masters of the mystic arts from the sanctuaries around the globe, protecting Earth from threats originating in other dimensions and realities. There was a saying among those who understood cosmic power structures: if either the Sorcerer Supreme or Odin were still actively protecting their realms, Thanos would never dare set foot in the Nine Realms or threaten Earth directly. Seeing the Ancient One suddenly materialize, Ben's crystalline form tensed with wariness. He had no idea why she had appeared here, but he was acutely aware that he didn't belong in this universe. More importantly, he understood that his very existence might introduce unpredictable variables into this reality's carefully balanced equations. Perhaps the Ancient One had come here specifically to eliminate this uncontrollable factor before it could cause irreparable damage to the dimensional barriers. However, if that was truly her intention, he wouldn't simply stand there and accept his fate without resistance. Although Ben understood exactly how powerful his potential opponent was, her magical abilities were legendary even in his own reality, he was still prepared to fight for his survival if necessary. Fortunately, the Ancient One didn't appear to harbor any hostile intentions. "Good evening, Mr. Parker." The Ancient One stepped gracefully out of the teleportation circle and reached up to lower the hood of her robes, revealing a face that was gaunt but somehow radiant with inner peace. She wore a gentle smile, and although her cheeks were hollow with the kind of thinness that spoke of deliberate asceticism rather than malnutrition, she didn't appear unhealthy. There was something transcendent about her appearance, as if she had moved beyond ordinary physical concerns through years of spiritual discipline. The feeling that the Ancient One projected was as serene and calming as still lake water at dawn. "I mean you no harm, Mr. Parker," she said, her voice carrying the kind of authority that came from absolute confidence rather than arrogance. At the same time, she extended her hand from beneath her robes and offered him a small vial containing what appeared to be the antidote serum. Ben felt his tension ease slightly at this display of goodwill. If it was possible to avoid conflict, he definitely didn't want to fight someone capable of traveling through the multiverse at will. "Master Ancient One," he said, deciding not to pretend ignorance about her identity. He made no attempt to hide his recognition or feign surprise at her appearance. Since she had called him by name immediately upon arrival and had clearly sought him out specifically, it was obvious that she already knew everything there was to know about his situation. Sure enough, the Ancient One showed no surprise that Ben was aware of her identity and reputation. "I've been observing you for quite some time, Mr. Parker," the Ancient One said with matter-of-fact directness. At the same time, she raised her gaze to examine the interior of the Oscorp building. The crystalline structures that had transformed the space into something resembling a frozen palace had created numerous gaps and openings throughout the building's infrastructure. Fortunately, Ben had exercised restraint. The molecular reconstruction had been limited to the building's interior, so no anomalies would be visible from the outside. "What a remarkable ability," she observed with genuine appreciation. Molecular reconstruction was essentially a godlike power, the ability to reshape matter at its most fundamental level. Of course, while this ability was undeniably formidable, it wasn't what truly concerned her. What the Ancient One was really worried about were the far more dangerous powers contained within Ben's watch. Moreover, even without the Omnitrix, Ben himself possessed terrifying potential that could reshape entire realities. Ben looked up at his crystalline handiwork and focused his thoughts. Immediately, the structures he had created began to collapse and dissolve. In an instant, all the crystals shattered as if struck by some invisible destructive force, transforming into tiny, glittering particles that scattered downward through the air, like a shower of stars falling through the building. "Master Ancient One, what can I do for you?" Ben asked, returning his attention to his unexpected visitor. The Ancient One withdrew her gaze from the stunningly beautiful display of controlled destruction and spoke softly. "If you don't mind, would you prefer to continue this conversation somewhere more?" Appropriate, she stepped aside to reveal the portal behind her. Through the glowing circular gateway, Ben could see what appeared to be an ancient, comfortable room filled with warm light and the suggestion of vast knowledge. Ben nodded and followed the Ancient One through the portal to Camertage. As soon as he stepped into the sanctuary, a profound sense of magical tranquility settled over him like a warm blanket. The subtle fragrance in the air, incense, old books, and something indefinably mystical, helped to dilute the lingering scent of blood that clung to his crystalline form. The Ancient One gestured for Ben to sit, though it was immediately apparent that the traditional meditation cushions weren't designed to accommodate someone of Diamond Head's size and composition. The Ancient One gracefully poured tea into a delicate cup and began to speak. "I believe you've already begun to see that the multiverse is facing a crisis." "Crisis of the multiverse?" Ben asked, though even as he spoke, Dr. Animo's maniacal expression flashed through his mind. He had been about to say that the multiverse's problems weren't his responsibility, but the memory of the mad scientist's arrival in this reality gave him pause. "You mean Dr. Animo?" "Originally, based on my observations, this universe would not face a multiverse crisis for several more decades, if at all, but now everything has changed." She looked genuinely troubled as she pointed one slender finger at the Omnitrix symbol on Ben's chest. "You call that device the Omnitrix? Its presence has prematurely weakened the barriers between realities, making it possible for the multiverse crisis that should have remained distant to arrive much sooner than anticipated. Not only that, but it has made the dimensional barriers themselves more fragile and permeable." Ben instinctively looked down at the Omnitrix symbol on his chest. According to the Ancient One's explanation, Ben finally understood why the device had remained dormant for so long after his arrival. Its energy had likely been almost completely depleted in the process of traveling between cosmic planes with fundamentally different physical laws and metaphysical structures. "According to what you're saying, will more people like Animo continue to appear in the future?" Ben asked as he carefully attempted to pick up the delicate teacup. However, his crystalline fingers were far too large and thick for such precise work. When he lifted the cup, it was like handling a miniature object, and he had to exercise extreme care not to crush it between his faceted digits. The Ancient One nodded gravely. "Then is there any way to prevent it?" Ben asked, now understanding the true scope of the problem he'd inadvertently created. The Ancient One shook her head slowly. "The crisis of the multiverse was triggered by the Omnitrix's presence, and it can only be resolved by the Omnitrix's power." In truth, the Ancient One was not being entirely honest. In addition to the option of confronting each dimensional incursion individually, there was theoretically a more efficient solution: directly eliminate Ben and the Omnitrix, allowing everything to return to its natural state. However, recalling the possible future she had witnessed using the Time Stone, the Ancient One had wisely dismissed this approach entirely. What she wanted was to protect this dimension and its timeline, not to provoke the young man before her into a response that might result in the annihilation of not just this reality, but potentially all dimensions and timelines. The power levels she had glimpsed, transformations that rivaled God, abilities that could manipulate time itself, were far beyond anything she could hope to match, even with the Time Stone's assistance. The Ancient One remained silent for a long moment, then spoke with careful deliberation. "I would like you to consider remaining here at Camertage and training to become the next Sorcerer Supreme." "Wait, what? The Sorcerer Supreme?" Ben pointed at himself with one crystalline finger, his voice filled with complete bewilderment. "Me, you will be the Sorcerer Supreme." When Ben heard what the Ancient One said, a bewildered expression immediately crossed his crystalline features, as if someone had just asked him to personally defeat the Justice League single-handedly. "You're joking, Master Ancient One. I don't know the first thing about magic," he said, shaking his head in refusal. What was so appealing about becoming the Sorcerer Supreme anyway? The title might sound impressive, but in reality it meant being trapped in the sanctum, constantly defending against dimensional demons and cosmic threats. There were no tangible benefits, just endless responsibility and perpetual danger. As for the Time Stone that the Ancient One wielded, Ben wasn't particularly impressed by it either. Setting aside the temporal aliens like clockwork that existed within the Omnitrix, or transformations like Alien X who transcended space and time entirely. The Time Stone was ultimately just a tool that only functioned within this specific universe. Outside this reality, the Time Stone would be nothing more than an attractive paperweight. Most importantly, Ben had no intention of confining himself to a sanctuary and taking on responsibilities that weren't his to bear. "You possess tremendous magical potential," the Ancient One said with complete seriousness. "I can state with absolute certainty that if you were willing to remain at Camertage, you would be the most gifted student we have ever trained, surpassing even the greatest masters in our history." "What? I'm the most gifted?" Ben's expression grew even more puzzled. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the Ancient One was testing him or if she genuinely believed that anyone could achieve such heights. The real question was, who actually was the most gifted? "I thought Stephen Strange was supposed to be the most naturally talented," Ben said, referencing his knowledge of this reality's future events. "He was," the Ancient One nodded, unsurprised that Ben knew about Strange. She spoke slowly and deliberately. "But then you arrived." She stood and began walking in a slow circle around Ben's seated form, continuing her explanation. "Within your body, there exists enormous untapped potential. It resembles magic, but it's far more than just conventional magical energy. In your terminology, I believe you would call it mana." Ben was momentarily stunned by this revelation. "Do I have Anodite heritage?" In the Ben 10 universe, both Ben and Gwen possessed Anodite bloodlines through their grandmother Verdona. The Anodites were powerful energy beings who could manipulate mana instinctively, treating magic as naturally as breathing. It was notoriously difficult for Anodite hybrids with diluted bloodlines to activate their abilities. Even Ben and Gwen's fathers, who carried half-Anodite genetics, had never manifested any supernatural powers. The Ancient One shook her head. "No, your bloodline appears to be purely human. However, based on your explanation of this mana, it seems that any sufficiently developed consciousness can potentially access such forces." Hearing this, Ben nodded thoughtfully. The Ancient One was correct. In Ben 10 universe, beings like Charmcaster and Hex, while not Anodites themselves, could still harness mana to cast spells and manipulate reality. However, in comparison, Hex could only access magical power through the use of talismans and artifacts, lacking the natural talent that Charmcaster possessed. But in this dimension, no such natural magical energy exists. "You are the only being who possesses true mana, Mr. Parker," the Ancient One said, her gaze fixed intently on Ben. There was barely concealed eagerness hidden beneath her calm exterior. Perhaps Ben regarded mana simply as another superpower, but in the Ancient One's eyes, it represented something far more significant, a seed that could take root and flourish in this reality. Every magician in this world who wished to cast spells had to bargain with dimensional entities for power, drawing energy from beings like Dormammu or the Vishanti. This created a system of magical debt and dependence that left practitioners vulnerable to corruption. But Ben, with his natural mana abilities, could potentially explore and develop his own magical strength independent of any external sources. More than that, he might be able to teach others, fundamentally changing the magical framework of the entire planet. However, Ben still rejected the Ancient One's proposal without hesitation. Learning magical techniques might be interesting, but accepting the responsibilities that came with magical mastery was entirely different. "Maybe I'll reconsider in the future, but right now, I don't plan to waste my time studying magic," he said with a shake of his head. With the Omnitrix at his disposal, magic would be nothing more than a supplementary skill set. In response, the Ancient One said nothing further. In truth, she had already anticipated this outcome, but she'd felt compelled to make the offer anyway. "I will send you back now." She opened another portal and watched as Ben stepped through, leaving Camertage behind. After Ben's departure, Baron Mordo slowly approached, his eyes containing hints of resentment and jealousy, though he still spoke with respectful deference. "Master Supreme Sorcerer was what you just said. True. I see no magical talent in that young man, yet you claimed he would be the greatest of us all." "It's perfectly normal that you cannot perceive it," the Ancient One replied without any trace of emotion, though her gaze remained fixed on the spot where Ben had vanished, even though nothing remained there now. "This isn't a question of whether he is merely excellent or not. He is unique." The Ancient One paused, choosing her words carefully before continuing. "Perhaps he has the potential to become a new type of dimensional entity entirely." Back in Queens, instead of returning Ben to Oscorp Tower, the Ancient One had sent him directly home. Diamond Head's massive crystalline form was difficult to maneuver in the cramped confines of his small bedroom, but fortunately, the transformation's time limit expired soon after his arrival. After Ben carefully stored the antidote serum, his thoughts turned to the state of Oscorp after the night's battle. The entire Oscorp building had been virtually destroyed during the confrontation. From the outside, the structure appeared intact, but the interior was a complete disaster zone. I wonder if this will have any serious impact on Norman, Ben thought with genuine concern. If Oscorp Enterprises never recovered from this incident, it could be a devastating blow to Norman Osborn's empire. He hadn't cared much about such consequences initially, but Norman had been genuinely generous to him. Even accounting for the man's obvious self-interest, he had provided Ben with hundreds of millions of dollars worth of resources and support. Ben didn't particularly care whether Norman was fundamentally a good or bad person. He only knew that the man had helped him when he needed it most. Once my equipment arrives and I get the lab properly set up, I'll help Norman and Harry cure their genetic conditions first, Ben decided. It'll be a small way to repay their assistance. He turned his head and saw Peter leaning heavily against the window frame, looking utterly exhausted. Peter was soaked to the skin, his hair plastered to his cheeks, and he reeked of something absolutely horrific. "Did you decide to take a swim in the city's sewer system?" Ben asked, pinching his nose in disgust but still opening the window to let Peter inside. Peter felt as though his limbs could barely support his own weight. As soon as the window opened, he practically tumbled inside and slumped against the wall, gasping for breath like a marathon runner who just crossed the finish line. "I had to swim through sewage and nearly drowned several times," he said with a weak smile and an exhausted thumbs up. The water had an extremely high concentration of, well, let's just say it wasn't pleasant. Ben wanted to throw him right back out the window. However, the bloody wounds visible on Peter's chest were genuinely alarming. Sewers contained countless dangerous bacteria and pathogens. If those wounds weren't disinfected quickly, they could become seriously infected. Though Ben wasn't entirely certain. With Spider-Man's enhanced immune system, perhaps those microorganisms would be quickly eliminated by his superior immune cells before they could cause lasting damage. "I suggest you find a girlfriend as soon as possible, so I won't have to play field medic for you next time," Ben said as he packed away the first aid kit and tossed the blood-soaked cotton balls into the trash. "I want to, but Liz doesn't even know I exist," Peter replied with a rueful smile. "Does it have to be Liz?" Ben asked, handing the antidote vial to Peter. "This is the cure for the lizard serum, by the way. Thanks, it's frustrating that I let Dr. Connors escape," Peter said, his voice heavy with regret. "You didn't let him escape, you barely managed to survive," Ben corrected, shaking his head. Seeing the embarrassed expression on Peter's face, he added with brutal honesty, "And that's me being generous." Hearing this blunt assessment, Peter's shoulders sagged in defeat. "You're right, I really was no match for him. Maybe your powers haven't fully developed yet," Ben offered, trying to soften the blow. "Either way, we need to find them quickly." Peter nodded in agreement, but then his expression shifted to surprise. "Them, as in plural." "There's another guy who's even crazier than Connors," Ben said without elaborating further. Meanwhile, in the sewers beneath New York City, Dr. Connors, still in his lizard form, seethed with fury over his recent battle with the wall crawler. It had been a tactical error to allow that annoying pest to escape, but fortunately the encounter hadn't been a complete loss. Dr. Lizard had followed the network of sewer pipes, searching methodically until he finally discovered a clue at the intersection of several water mains, an old camera that had been knocked loose during their fight. He extended his claws and pried the device from the wall. After examining it carefully, he found a name engraved on the camera's back panel: Peter Parker. Dr. Lizard's voice carried a mixture of surprise and cold malice. He never would have suspected that the identity of the spider-powered vigilante was actually Peter, his former student. Connors had always valued Peter's exceptional intellect, especially after the young man had helped him solve the crucial decay rate equation. He'd recognized Peter as a genuine prodigy, someone whose mind could grasp concepts that eluded even seasoned researchers. Even now, transformed as he was, Connors still felt a grudging admiration for Peter's brilliance. He had originally considered sharing the blessing of the serum with Peter, bringing him into the fold of his new world order. But now it seemed that such generosity was no longer possible. No matter how much he respected the boy's capabilities, anyone who dared to interfere with his grand design would have to be eliminated. At this moment, only one thought dominated Connor's reptilian mind: kill Peter Parker. The next day, Ben made the rare decision to accompany Peter to school. Oscorp Tower has been sealed off by authorities, and Norman Osborn hasn't been seen publicly since the incident, Peter read from his phone as they walked, his brow furrowed with concern. He looked up at Ben with confusion written across his face. "The entire building is under quarantine." What exactly happened up there? Ben had been at Oscorp last night to synthesize the antidote. If anyone knew what had occurred, it would be him. Don't you already know? Ben replied evasively. You're talking about that other mad scientist. Peter's expression was incredulous. You mentioned fighting his creatures, but you didn't say you were going to demolish the entire building. Ben shrugged noncommittally, offering no further explanation. I'm worried about what this means for Harry, Peter said, genuine concern evident in his voice. Such a massive incident involving the Oscorp group would undoubtedly have serious repercussions for his best friend. The most immediate impact was already apparent. Harry had sent Ben a text message explaining that he couldn't accompany him to scout company locations and purchase laboratory equipment the following weekend as planned. Ben certainly understood the circumstances. Regardless of the specifics, this incident represented a major scandal for the Oscorp group. Although Norman Osborn could be ousted by the board of directors at any moment, he remained the company's founder and largest shareholder. Under such circumstances, it was wise for the family to maintain a low profile. It remained unclear whether this crisis would cause Norman to lose even more control over the company he'd built. At that very moment in the Osborn mansion, Norman displayed an unusually relaxed and cheerful demeanor. He'd opened a bottle of expensive champagne and approached the dining table with flushed cheeks, even momentarily considering pouring a glass for Harry before remembering his son's age. I forgot you're not old enough to drink, Norman said with amusement, settling back into his chair. He loosened his tie and took an elegant sip of the golden liquid. Harry's mental state was the complete opposite of his father's. He'd never seen his typically serious father appear so relaxed and jubilant, and there seemed to be something almost manic lurking beneath this unexpected happiness. Dad, such a catastrophic event happened at the company, aren't you worried at all? Harry asked, genuinely bewildered. In Harry's opinion, his father should at least hold a press conference to provide the public with a reasonable explanation, preventing Oscorp Group's stock price from continuing its precipitous decline. But from the moment Norman had received news of the incident, he'd acted as if he couldn't care less. He'd allowed the situation to spiral out of control and had even ignored urgent calls from other board members. Why should I be worried? Norman asked, his good mood making him more patient with his son than usual. You don't understand the situation at all, which is actually what concerns me. It's quite simple, Harry, Norman continued after savoring another piece of steak and dabbing his mouth with a napkin. I only need to worry when I'm about to lose something that belongs to me, but what if that thing was never really mine to begin with? But you founded Oscorp Group. If it doesn't belong to you, who else would it belong to? Harry remained confused. It was obvious that his father owned the largest percentage of shares, yet he claimed the company didn't belong to him. Norman smiled but offered no immediate explanation. What Harry didn't understand was that although Norman's shareholding was indeed the largest, he didn't possess absolute control. The other board members had long ago formed a coalition specifically designed to marginalize him and his influence. The Oscorp of today was no longer the Oscorp that Norman had originally envisioned. Thinking of this reality, Norman felt a cold surge of satisfaction. Those corporate parasites wanted to steal his life's work. He would never allow them to succeed so easily. Want to force me out? Then nobody gets to play anymore. In truth, Norman had been contemplating this scorched earth approach for quite some time, and the attack on Oscorp Tower had provided him with the perfect opportunity. If the situation was too difficult to salvage through conventional means, then the solution was elegantly simple. Don't bother trying to salvage it at all. However, Norman's expression shifted as another thought occurred to him. He took another sip of champagne and addressed Harry directly. Contact Ben and tell him to expedite the establishment of Primus Technologies. When Oscorp Group's stock price hits rock bottom, I want him to help me acquire the company's shares using Primus as a front. Norman wasn't naive enough to believe he could regain complete control of Oscorp. In fact, he understood perfectly well that the company was facing enormous challenges. Even if it were successfully acquired, it would be difficult for the stock price to return to its previous levels. This might not be a losing proposition, but the potential profits were minimal at best. However, Oscorp Group represented Norman's life's work. He'd invested more energy in the company than he'd ever devoted to raising his own son. If there was any chance to salvage it, he was determined to reclaim what had been taken from him. He wouldn't ask Ben to assume any personal risk. Norman was prepared to finance the entire operation himself. He simply wanted to use Primus Technologies as a shell company to avoid attracting unwanted attention from his enemies on the board. Harry couldn't fully grasp all the complex financial and political maneuvering involved, but he could certainly follow simple instructio by out Oscorp shares. Ben read Harry's message, pondered for a moment, and quickly grasped Norman's strategic thinking. He understood Norman Osborn's precarious position better than Harry did. Ben immediately realized that Norman was planning to use this crisis as an opportunity to buy back Oscorp Group shares at severely depressed prices and regain control of the company he'd founded. In reality, this approach carried enormous risks. If Oscorp Group suffered irreparable damage from this scandal, it might never recover its former value. In that scenario, Norman would essentially be bailing out the very board members who had conspired against him, and that possibility was disturbingly high. But upon further reflection, Ben decided there was no need to worry excessively. Norman Osborn was originally a self-made entrepreneur. Although his father had once been a successful businessman, the family had fallen into poverty during Norman's youth. He'd built Oscorp Group from nothing, demonstrating the kind of determination that only came from starting completely from scratch. Besides, Norman was fundamentally a scientist. If the worst happened, there was no reason he couldn't rebuild again. With this perspective, Ben was momentarily tempted to invest some of his own funds to acquire Oscorp shares at rock-bottom prices. But he reconsidered and decided it was unnecessary. The future development prospects of Primus Technologies would definitely surpass Oscorp's potential. Even if he lacked confidence in his own business acumen, he had absolute faith in the Omnitrix's capabilities. Initial capital still needed to be spent wisely. Tomorrow's the weekend. Let's track down both Dr. Connors and Dr. Animo together, Peter suggested. However, Ben didn't immediately agree. He had too many competing priorities. Although finding Dr. Animo was important, establishing Primus Technologies was equally crucial to his long-term plans. It would be nice if I could transform into Ditto or Echo, Ben mused. Both aliens possessed duplication abilities that allowed him to be in multiple places simultaneously. While Ditto's individual copies weren't particularly powerful, the ability to literally be in two places at once could sometimes be invaluable. You handle the search. I've got stuff to do on Saturday, Ben said. In his estimation, Primus Technologies' affairs were far more important than dealing with Dr. Animo. Animo was ultimately just a B-tier villain. During their last encounter, the Omnitrix had still been in cooldown mode, otherwise Ben would never have allowed him to escape. Moreover, Dr. Animo's goal was to genetically alter all life on Earth and return the world to a prehistoric state. Even if he somehow succeeded, the Omnitrix's genetic repair functions would be more than capable of reversing any damage, so there was no immediate cause for concern. Though I have to admit, I didn't expect this guy to completely disappear after leaving Oscorp, Ben thought to himself. Dr. Animo wasn't typically someone who enjoyed operating from the shadows. His original motivation had always been winning recognition through his research and achieving worldwide fame for his scientific achievements. In Ben's universe, almost every time Animo appeared, he did so with great fanfare, usually accompanied by his mutated creatures in dramatic, attention-grabbing displays. But in this reality, Dr. Animo was demonstrating much more caution and strategic thinking. Ben had been monitoring news feeds on his phone constantly, but he hadn't seen any reports about mutant monster sightings. Even if he wanted to locate Animo, he had no idea where to begin his search. "What do you have to do on Saturday?" Peter asked curiously. He'd noticed that Ben seemed unusually busy these days, juggling more responsibilities than any high school student should reasonably handle. "Sorry, Peter, but your cousin is coming to our band's rehearsal this weekend." Mary Jane had spotted Ben and Peter walking together and was approaching to say hello, her vibrant red hair catching the light as she moved. She happened to overhear Peter's question and immediately joined the conversation with a smile. "A performance? You guys have a band." Peter's expression became a mixture of mischief and envy, but before Peter could say anything more, Ben shook his head apologetically at Mary Jane. "I'm sorry, Mary Jane, but I'm actually busy with something else that weekend." He'd been juggling so many different projects lately that he'd completely forgotten about Mary Jane's invitation. Fortunately, he hadn't made any firm commitments at the time, so this didn't technically constitute breaking a promise. Oh, Mary Jane's brief flash of excitement faded to disappointment, though she tried not to let it show. "Well, I guess you'll just have to settle for watching the same performances as everyone else at the school celebration." Ben raised an eyebrow. "What exactly do you mean by same performances?" Ben cleared his throat and said diplomatically, "Sorry, but I really do have important stuff to do this weekend." Ben deliberately avoided elaborating. He had no intention of letting Peter know about his business ventures just yet. He planned to surprise Peter when he eventually needed money or employment opportunities in the future. For example, college tuition. It wasn't easy for people from modest backgrounds to attend quality universities in this country. Some people spent decades paying off educational loans. Even future presidents had struggled with student debt for years. Mary Jane shrugged, indicating she understood completely. The Mary Jane Watson of this universe was quite different from her counterpart in other realities. She possessed strong self-confidence and didn't like showing any signs of vulnerability or disappointment. Like her fiery red hair, she projected an image of strength and independence that was genuinely admirable. After the three of them separated and headed to their respective classrooms, Felicia approached Ben nervously. "Ben, do you have any plans this weekend?" She whispered, her fair complexion taking on a slight flush that made her look even more attractive. "I just wanted to ask about our date, I mean our study session." She corrected herself quickly. "I'm sorry, Felicia, but I'm afraid I won't be able to make the study session this weekend," Ben replied with genuine regret. Oh, Felicia's disappointment was obvious as her fluffy platinum blonde hair seemed to droop along with her spirits. She retreated quietly to her seat. Ben watched Felicia's reaction and suddenly had an inspiration. Originally, Ben had planned to purchase laboratory equipment with Harry's assistance, but now that Harry couldn't appear in public, Ben would have to handle the procurement on his own. However, he wasn't particularly skilled at finding high-quality equipment at reasonable prices, and he lacked the necessary industry connections. But Felicia was different. She might have access to useful contacts, and as the daughter of the Hardy Foundation, perhaps bringing her along could result in significant discounts. With this thought, Ben quickly called out to her. "Wait, Felicia." "Yes." Felicia looked up in surprise. She thought Ben had reconsidered his weekend plans and regarded him with hopeful expectation. "Although we won't have much time for studying," Ben said thoughtfully, "I remember you mentioning that you're very interested in science, right?" Felicia was momentarily surprised by this question. She wasn't actually interested in science itself. She was interested in a particular person who happened to be scientifically inclined. But she nodded enthusiastically. "My mother believes that scientific advancement is extremely important. She's invested in several research laboratories." Hearing this confirmation, Ben's eyes lit up with anticipation. "So you'd know where to purchase scientific instruments, components, and materials at competitive prices. Buy equipment." Felicia was momentarily confused. How could she possibly know about such specific technical matters? She wasn't responsible for those kinds of operational details. Even her mother only provided financial backing and knew virtually nothing about the actual science involved. But faced with Ben's direct question, Felicia nodded vigorously without hesitation. "Of course, I know exactly where to go for the best deals." In the sewers beneath New York City, Dr. Connors lurked in the shadows like a creature trapped between two worlds. The effects of the lizard serum had worn off once again, leaving him feeling more vulnerable and pathetic than ever before. After experiencing that intoxicating rush of power, Connors could barely tolerate his current weak, disabled state. He was fragile, powerless, reduced to hiding in the darkness like some pathetic scavenger. A random infection or minor accident could end his miserable existence entirely. And above him, throughout this sprawling metropolis of New York, millions of people lived equally fragile and tragic lives. "I can save them all." Connors whispered feverishly, leaning his weakened frame against the stained concrete wall. Burning conviction flowed through his fragile human body like molten metal. He felt the crushing weight of destiny on his shoulders, the responsibility to lead humanity, a species that had reached the evolutionary dead end, toward a broader future and a new path forward. Only by abandoning their current weak human forms could the people of Earth gain the strength and evolutionary potential they needed to survive. "I have to be their savior," he declared to the empty tunnels. "My discoveries will transform the entire world." Even though Connors had reverted to human form, his mind remained fundamentally altered by the lizard serum's influence. He genuinely believed that humans were inferior, fragile creatures, and that he alone possessed the knowledge to change everything, to spread this blessing to all people so they would never again suffer from disease or weakness. Of course, Connors understood that not everyone would immediately appreciate the dramatic physical changes that came with becoming a lizard hybrid. But in his twisted perspective, their resistance would only last until they experienced the incredible power that accompanied the transformation. Once they felt that strength coursing through their bodies, they would become completely addicted to the sensation. As for the changes in appearance, who would care about such superficial concerns when they possessed superhuman abilities? Connors was lost in these grandiose thoughts when a sharp voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "Excellent thinking, Doctor. Who's there?" Connors immediately became alert, his human instincts still sharp despite his weakened state. He spun around and peered into the darkness with predatory wariness, watching as an elderly man with distinctly bluish skin emerged from the depths of the tunnel system, regarding him with obvious admiration. "You can call me Dr. Animo," the stranger said excitedly, his thin lips pulling back in what might have been a smile but looked more like a death rictus. He seemed completely unbothered by the filthy, toxic environment of the sewer system. His voice carried passionate excitement as he continued, "Doctor Connors, I am someone who shares your noble vision. We both want to change this world and make it a far better place." Connors was far too intelligent to be swayed by a few well-chosen words from a stranger. He studied Dr. Animo with the cold, calculating gaze of a predator evaluating potential prey, ready to strike at the first sign of deception or threat. "Please, don't be nervous, Dr. Connors. I mean you no harm whatsoever," Dr. Animo said in soothing tones. "On the contrary, I'm here to offer you a precious gift that will advance both our causes." Dr. Animo clapped his hands together, and immediately terrible echoing sounds emerged from the empty tunnel system behind him, deep, resonant notes that reverberated like distant thunder. Connor's enhanced instincts immediately triggered a powerful sense of impending danger. He stared into the darkness where four scarlet eyes were beginning to glow like demonic stars. Then, the creature hidden in the shadows began approaching with the inexorable presence of a moving mountain. Connors was genuinely stunned by what he saw. "Allow me to present to you," Dr. Animo announced with theatrical flourish, his shabby clothing doing nothing to diminish his grandiose gestures as he raised his hands like a showman displaying a priceless treasure to an amazed audience, "My masterpiece." A genetically enhanced organism. Connors remained frozen in place, unable to process what his eyes were showing him. What emerged before him was a massive frog-like creature standing 3 or 4 meters tall, as large as a small building and clearly capable of swallowing a human being in a single bite. "How did you accomplish this?" Connors demanded, his scientific mind overriding his fear. As an expert in reptilian biology, Connors was well-versed in amphibian physiology, even though frogs weren't technically lizards. But given the structural limitations of a frog's anatomy, it should have been physically impossible for it to grow to such enormous proportions. Its skeletal system couldn't possibly support its current mass, and gravity alone should have crushed it into organic paste. "This is my greatest invention, the power of genetic manipulation technology," Dr. Animo proudly pointed to the device mounted on his head, while cunningly concealing the fact that the transmodulator also granted him complete control over his mutated creations. He continued with growing excitement, "This world is far more complex than it initially appears, Dr. Connors." As a brilliant scientist capable of creating sophisticated technology from common commercial components, Dr. Animo had immediately begun investigating this new reality after his arrival. He discovered not only the existence of Iron Man, but also a mysterious organization called SHIELD. This knowledge explained why Dr. Animo had been operating with such unusual caution since his dimensional displacement. He took a step closer to Connors, who remained transfixed by the sight of the gigantic mutant bullfrog. Dr. Animo's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "Don't you think that in order to realize our grand vision, we need to acquire much greater power and eliminate those who would dare to stand in our way?" His words carried the fervor of a true believer as he continued with building intensity. "Biological evolution follows the principle of survival of the fittest. Your lizard serum combined with my genetic enhancement technology, together, we can create superior species, more powerful forces, something far more, Dr. Animo took a deep breath, and his voice echoed through the tunnel system like the whispered promises of a dark god. He was so excited that he nearly exploded into shouting, but he maintained control. Instead, he moved closer to Connors and whispered directly into his ear, "A more glorious civilization than anything this world has ever seen." Connors turned his head, apparently overwhelmed by the scope of Dr. Animo's ambition, and remained silent for a long moment. Finally, he spoke with obvious confusion, "You," Dr. Animo smiled expectantly, waiting for Connors' enthusiastic response and admiration. "What did you just say?" Connors asked. Dr. Animo nearly collapsed in frustration. "I delivered that entire passionate speech about reshaping civilization itself, and you're asking me to repeat myself. I said we should combine our technologies to create a new world order," Dr. Animo said through gritted teeth. "Oh, right," Connors nodded slowly. "That's a brilliant plan, but we'll need to eliminate someone who's been interfering with our work first." Connors was referring, of course, to Spider-Man. However, Dr. Animo shook his head and mysteriously produced a small orange crystal from his coat. We have more than one enemy to consider. The power of lizard transformation alone won't be sufficient for what we're planning. Is that, Amber? Connors asked, studying the crystalline object. Meanwhile, at Midtown High School, Ben was heading to the restroom for what he assumed would be a routine break between classes. But at that moment, his spider sense exploded like a fire alarm in his mind, and every hair on his body stood on end. The next instant, the entire restroom began shaking as if a localized earthquake had struck. As Ben watched in complete bewilderment, a section of the floor suddenly collapsed inward, and a massive green head emerged from the ground, pushing aside a toilet bowl like it was made of cardboard. Dr. Connors, did you really have to make your dramatic entrance through the toilet? Ben didn't fully understand the logistics, but he was definitely shocked by the audacity of it all. Ben could barely recognize the creature as Dr. Connors anymore. Or rather, he could barely accept that this was the same lizard man from before. Connors looked dramatically different from the monster that had appeared on the Williamsburg Bridge just days earlier. Although that previous form had been ugly and fierce, its features had been more traditionally lizard-like, with a somewhat rounder facial structure. But now his cheeks had elongated into pronounced ridges, his mouth had extended into a long, narrow snout, and the skin covering his body had become a mottled gray-green. His hide had hardened into something resembling crocodilian armor plating, and his overall mass had increased substantially. Rather than calling him a lizard man, it would be more accurate to say that Connors had transformed into something far more terrifying, a dinosaur hybrid. Just looking at him reminded Ben of the Indoraptor from the Jurassic franchise, a genetically engineered predator that combined the worst traits of Tyrannosaurus rex and Velociraptor. Connors hurled the toilet off his head and hauled his entire body out of the ground with reptilian grace. He stood at least 3 meters tall, comparable to a juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex. In the confined space of the school restroom, he could only move with his massive frame hunched over. When Connors spotted Ben, his enormous bulk immediately loomed over the teenager, casting a shadow that seemed to swallow all available light. His voice rumbled like distant thunder. "You're not Peter Parker." As soon as he opened his mouth, a wave of fetid breath washed over Ben, nearly knocking him backward with its intensity. "You've got some serious personal hygiene issues, man," Ben said, leaning back and pinching his nose in disgust. At the same time, his mind was racing with implications. Dr. Connors' dramatic transformation could only mean one thing, and Ben knew exactly who was responsible without having to think too hard about it. But he hadn't expected Dr. Animo to locate Connors so quickly, much less successfully modify the lizard serum to cause this level of genetic mutation. As a result, the antidote he'd previously synthesized might prove significantly less effective than anticipated. Connors' eyes were easily the size of headlights, and when he stared down at Ben, nearly half the teenager's face was reflected in their reptilian depths. The creature seemed momentarily puzzled by Ben's lack of fear, but he didn't appear particularly concerned by this anomaly. From beginning to end, he had only one objective. "Where is Peter Parker?" he demanded. "I don't know him, I'm not familiar with him, I've never even heard of him," Ben replied with a triple denial delivered in rapid succession. "I suggest you try looking somewhere else." Connors accepted this explanation without much skepticism. Aside from Peter, he had no desire to kill anyone at the moment. In his twisted worldview, everyone in New York City would soon become his kind anyway. There was no need for unnecessary violence. He only needed to eliminate the masked pest who kept interfering with his grand design. After roughly shoving Ben aside to clear his path, Connors strode directly into the school corridor. When he passed by Ben, it was like being overtaken by a freight truck, generating a powerful gust of wind in his wake. His tail, covered in cold, metallic-looking scales, swung carelessly and shattered a metal water pipe without any apparent awareness of the destruction. Ben watched the creature's retreating form, noting the sharp bone plates that had erupted along Connor's spine. His clothing had been completely shredded, leaving only a few pathetic scraps clinging to his transformed body. Every step he took seemed to make the entire building tremble. The next moment, Ben heard the screams of hundreds of people echoing from the corridor. Avoiding Connor's line of sight, Ben was about to activate the Omnitrix when he sensed Peter approaching the area. So Ben lowered his hand and followed Connors out of the restroom instead. By this time, the students in the corridor had already fled in panic. Peter, who hadn't had time to change into his Spider-Man costume, was desperately dodging through the narrow hallway, attempting to blind Connors with webbing aimed at his eyes. However, the spider silk, which normally possessed incredible tensile strength, seemed pathetically fragile against Connor's new form. What happened to him? Peter called out, tossing his backpack aside as he slid beneath one of Connor's massive claw swipes. He circled around behind his opponent and nearly collided with Ben, who was emerging from the restroom. I have no idea. He just crawled out of the toilet. I think he might be the world's worst plumber. What do you think? Ben replied with deadpan seriousness. Did he at least fix the clog? Peter asked, somehow managing to maintain their ridiculous conversation even while dodging mortal peril. Oh, it's definitely unclogged now, Ben confirmed, recalling the massive crater that was nearly 2 meters in diameter. Peter stared at a row of lockers that had been sliced through like soft cheese by Connor's claws. I think that's thorough. Connors wheeled around in the corridor with obvious frustration and difficulty. The space was far too confined for his massive frame. Fortunately, this problem had a simple solution. He swung his tail with such force that it actually punched completely through a load-bearing wall. Peter winced, his tone becoming desperate as he pleaded, "Please go get that serum as quickly as possible, okay? Give me a few minutes." Because Ben had anticipated that Connors might come to the school, he'd actually brought the antidote with him, but he'd left it in his locker. The only problem was his uncertainty about whether the serum would still be effective against Connor's current form. Ben had used the decay rate formula left by Peter's father to reverse engineer the original serum, but Connors had clearly undergone additional genetic modifications. Even if the antidote retained some potency, its effects might be significantly diminished. We still need to find Dr. Animo, Ben thought grimly. I think it'll only take him about 10 seconds to turn me into confetti, Peter said weakly. But by that time, Ben was already out of earshot. He'd sprinted into another corridor and reached the interior of the academic building, where hundreds of students were crowded together in obvious panic, desperately trying to escape. Only a short time had passed since Connor's dramatic appearance, and not every student had witnessed his arrival firsthand. Don't panic, we need to evacuate through the other corridor. Ben heard several teachers shouting, their arms raised as they attempted to maintain order. Don't push. Be careful not to trample anyone. Ben moved toward his locker against the flow of the fleeing crowd. The panicked students rushed toward him like a human tsunami, but he remained unmoved, standing firm like a rock in a raging river. Even without transforming, Ben possessed extraordinary strength. His single-arm capability was approaching 10 tons, and that power continued to grow steadily. He used his hands to gently but firmly guide people out of his path, but he wasn't the only one swimming against the tide. Mary Jane was struggling to push through the crowd, feeling like a sardine trapped in an overcrowded can, gasping for breath in the crush of bodies. She soon spotted Felicia. Felicia, like herself, hadn't fled with the majority of students, but she was physically smaller than Mary Jane and had nearly been knocked to the ground several times by the surging crowd. Mary Jane pushed her way quickly toward the other girl, Hardy. She grabbed Felicia's arm, and Felicia seemed to relax as if she'd found a lifeline in churning waters. "You're Mary Jane Watson, right? Have you seen Ben?" Mary Jane asked, not particularly concerned with formal introductions since they barely knew each other. But as soon as those words left her mouth, Felicia looked stunned. "Are you looking for Ben too?" Mary Jane quickly realized the implications. She looked at Felicia, who radiated the natural confidence and poise of someone born to privilege, and suddenly felt like an ugly duckling by comparison. Although she usually tried not to dwell on such social disparities, the familiar sting of inadequacy crept into her heart at this moment. Felicia was Felicia Hardy, daughter of wealth and influence, and she was just Mary Jane. Mary Jane opened her mouth and explained with obvious difficulty, "I'm looking for Ben and Peter, we're neighbors. If anything happens to them, May and Ben would be devastated." Felicia, consumed with worry, didn't notice the slight hesitation in Mary Jane's tone. She replied frantically, "I didn't see him anywhere. He wasn't in the classroom when this all started. We have to find him. If he doesn't know there's a monster loose in the school, he could be in serious danger." Hearing this, Mary Jane nodded decisively. This wasn't the time to worry about her bruised ego or social insecurities. Ben's safety was the only thing that mattered. Fortunately, even in the chaotic crowd, Ben spotted the two girls easily. Both Mary Jane's distinctive red hair and Felicia's bright platinum blonde locks were highly visible above the sea of panicked students. With his enhanced hearing, he could also make out their conversation despite the surrounding noise. Seeing that both girls were about to turn around and search for him, Ben quickly pushed through the crowd and approached them directly. "Felicia, Mary Jane." Both girls cried out in relief when they saw him safe and unharmed. But Mary Jane immediately noticed Peter's absence and asked urgently, "Ben, where's Peter?" There's some kind of terrifying monster loose in the school. We need to evacuate immediately. You two follow the crowd and get out of here. I'll go find Peter, Ben said, placing his hands on both their shoulders and gently but firmly guiding them toward the exit. By this point, most of the student body had already been evacuated successfully. Felicia clearly didn't want him taking such a risk. She grabbed Ben's arm, her palm was cold and slightly damp with fear-induced perspiration, and said quickly, "This is way too dangerous." "Peter's my cousin, I can't abandon him," Ben replied with absolute conviction. At that moment, a tremendous crash echoed from behind them as Connors charged forward like a runaway freight train. His massive bulk slammed into Spider-Man, sending both figures crashing through several interior walls before disappearing from the trio's line of sight. Felicia was so frightened that she nearly forgot to breathe. "Was that Spider-Man?" she asked in a whisper. Ben nodded grimly, then issued clear instructions. "Spider-Man will keep the monster distracted. I'll find Peter and you two get out of here safely. Mary Jane, make sure Felicia gets to safety." Felicia opened her mouth to protest, but Mary Jane grasped her shoulder and looked at Ben with serious intensity. "Be careful." After watching Mary Jane pull Felicia toward the exit, Ben turned his attention to the path of destruction left by Connors and Peter. They'd already smashed through the first floor's ceiling and were now fighting in the second-floor corridor, where the towering Connors had seized Peter's smaller form in one massive hand and was slamming him repeatedly into the ground. The disparity in their physical capabilities was devastating. The original Lizard had possessed combat abilities roughly equivalent to Spider-Man's and had actually been stronger than Peter, who hadn't yet reached his full potential. Now Dr. Connors, transformed into something resembling a prehistoric predator and enhanced with Dr. Animo's genetic modifications, had become exponentially more powerful than his previous form. Ben suspected that Connors' physical abilities might now rival those of the Hulk in his calmer moments. This isn't an opponent Peter can handle alone, Ben realized. He sprinted into his classroom and retrieved the antidote serum from his locker. He looked down at the Omnitrix but chose not to activate it. Instead, he pulled a red and black costume from his backpack, Advanced Combat Suit V1. The traditional blue sections had been replaced with deep black, and a massive white spider emblem covered the torso like an anatomical diagram. After last night's siege at Oscorp, where he'd been overwhelmed by Dr. Animo's creatures, Ben had deeply regretted not having web shooters available. So after returning from Camertage, he transformed into XLR-8 and rapidly constructed a battle suit for himself. The process had nearly destroyed his family's sewing machine in the attempt. Ben had considered going with a white and black color scheme for his spider suit. After all, it matched the Omnitrix perfectly. But in the end, he decided against it. The last thing he needed was for people to start linking his superhero persona with his future alien activity. The web shooters were still somewhat crude in design, but they would have to suffice until he could implement future improvements. Ben quickly donned the enhanced costume. He leaped out of the classroom window, raised his wrist, and fired a web line that launched him through the air like a living projectile. This was his first time web swinging since acquiring spider powers, and he had to admit the sensation was absolutely exhilarating. No wonder Peter enjoyed his nighttime patrols so much. The suit's lenses didn't impair his vision in any way, and Ben quickly locked onto Connor's position in the second-floor corridor. The monster was gripping Peter with both massive hands, his enormous palms nearly engulfing the teenager's entire body. His 10 claw-tipped fingers were clenched tight, clearly attempting to crush every bone in Peter's frame. "Ah!" Peter screamed in agony. In contrast, Connors appeared almost serene. His elongated snout was positioned mere inches from Peter's face, and his terrible fangs were easily half the length of Peter's head. He spoke with cruel satisfaction. "Poor Peter Parker, why did you choose to oppose me?" Peter couldn't form words in response. If Connors had torn away his mask at this moment, he would have discovered that Peter's face had turned an alarming shade of red. The crushing pressure on his body was preventing proper blood circulation, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. "You have no father, no mother. So tragically alone," Connors continued with mock sympathy. From this day forward, every person in New York City would be transformed to match his own superior form, everyone except one individual. Spider-Man would remain unchanged. "You'll be the only aberration, Peter, but don't worry, no one will have the opportunity to look down on you for this," Connors offered with false comfort, "because you'll die right here." Just as Connors was about to snap Peter's neck, Ben's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Connors immediately turned toward the sound and saw a red and black shadow streaking past the window. "Incoming." Ben's kick, delivering more than 10 tons of force, shattered the reinforced glass like it was tissue paper and connected solidly with Connor's shoulder, sending the massive creature flying backward. "Reinforcement is here, Spider-Man," Ben declared, executing a perfect somersault and landing in a combat crouch. He immediately assessed Peter, who appeared to have collapsed into a heap after being released from Connor's grip. "I'm okay, just a few broken ribs." Peter groaned weakly. "If you'd been any slower, I'd be dead right now." "But you're not," Ben replied pragmatically, tossing the antidote serum to Peter. "I'll keep him busy while you find an opening to inject him." "Wait, Ben," Peter hesitated, examining the vial. Ben assumed Peter was worried about his safety. "Don't worry about me." "No, I just discovered a major problem," Peter said with obvious distress, indicating the thin needle attached to the serum injector. "This thing won't be able to penetrate his hide at all." "Sorry, when we synthesized the antidote, we only considered the possibility that Connors would remain in lizard form," Ben admitted helplessly. "How could they have predicted that the lizard man would evolve into something resembling a dinosaur?" Boom. Connors launched himself forward, smashing through the ceiling and reappearing directly in front of them. He opened his cavernous maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. "Two annoying spiders. I wasn't aware that Richard Parker had another child. No matter." He abandoned any attempt at complex reasoning, and a cruel smile spread across his monstrous features. "This is actually fortuitous. Congratulations, Peter, you won't have to face death alone." Connors bared his fangs in a predatory grin, and the next moment he attacked with the fury of a primordial beast.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.